Coming to you from the Troy Lee Design Saloon in Corona, California, it's the Whiskey Throttle Show, bringing you the legends and leaders of our sport with your host, David Pingree. This week's guest is brought to you by Yamaha, the leaders in the power sports industry. Motocross bikes, street bikes, adventure bikes, generators, side-by-sides, quads, boats. Yamaha sets the standard. Yamaha revs your heart. Today's guest is presented by Therabody, the world leader in human performance, wellness, and recovery. The pioneers of percussive therapy, Therabody changed the game with the Theragun device. Their arsenal has grown to include recovery compression systems, powered electric muscle stimulators, adjustable vibrating foam rollers, and a complete line of organic wellness solutions with their Thera One lineup. Whether you are a world-class athlete or you are just looking to improve your overall health, Therabody has the tools to help. Today's show brought to you in part by Method Race Wheels, the strongest, lightest, fastest wheels in off-road. Method dominates the off-road market, and they have the wheels for your truck, sprinter, SUV, Jeep, or van. SKDA Graphics. SKDA has turned the motorcycle graphic design world on its head by bringing a fast, fresh look into the sport. From outside-the-box designs to retro looks to a complete line of Whiskey Throttle show graphics, SKDA is operating on a completely different plane than the rest. With free global shipping on orders of over $100 and unrivaled customer service, right now is the time to freshen up the look of your ride. Troy Lee Designs. Built for the world's fastest racers, Troy Lee Designs blends elite-level protection with a history of industry-leading style and performance. From motocross gear to custom paint to bicycle protection, Troy Lee Designs is waiting for you on the next level.
It's January 2022, and we are back home in the Troy Lee Design Saloon. Welcome to the Whiskey Throttle Show. I'm your host, David Pingree. We've got a living motorcycle legend, action sports legend, I guess, today.
Right there.
No, Mr. Travis Pastrana, dude, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So
Appreciate
stoked.
it.
Yeah, your schedule is cram-packed like nobody I've ever seen. So I'm just stoked we made it happen.
Dude, no, I'm excited. I've been trying to get on the show for a while. Definitely listen to you guys, so pretty stoked.
Well, that's real nice of you to say. Hey, we start all our shows with this segment called the Method Race Wheels Front End Chatter. They make the lightest, strongest, fastest wheels in off-road racing. If you're in the market, use the code Whiskey Throttle to get 20% off on any Method Race Wheels products. Check them out. Those guys make awesome stuff. And really sick new rim project. It's called the Rim Proto Project. You'll see on Justin Barsh's race bike this weekend. Really cool venture. They're getting into motorcycle wheels, which is cool. So have a look at that. Couple questions to start off with. You've been a media darling from day one. You just have a very genuine quality to you. You're not shy. I think that's maybe understating a little bit.
I talk a lot.
You're just the right guy for that job. You were on, you did a lot of stuff with ESPN, the Body Issue, which we'll talk about later. The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. And once you and Jeremy kind of weren't involved in the sport anymore, Dungy did a pretty good job of picking up and doing some of that corporate stuff. But then there's been kind of like this fall off, I feel, of motocross guys who could pick up that torch and run.
You got Jet.
So that's kind of, I think, where everybody's hoping that he'll be the guy or somebody. Is that who you would see? And what do you think? What do you think? Is it important to have that?
No, I mean, the sport's as strong as it's ever been. It's so much fun to watch. And, coming in, especially coming into A1, I mean, shoot, the 450 class, there's 15 people that, you
Looks
think
like
can
they
probably
can win. Yeah.
could win a race. I mean, it always comes down to, you should say the main three that are probably going to win, 80% of, what's going on. But there's always that hope. You got that Davey Millsaps, when he came in, you see him in practice, and you're like, this is obviously still 8 years ago or whatnot, but there's always that chance that someone's going to get in there, and definitely could be cool to see what Ferrandis does. But as far as it's not an up and coming American like obviously Cooper Webb was absolutely awesome and done really well.
But it's a different skill to be media savvy and be comfortable in front of a camera and be able to, throw the sport on your shoulders from that standpoint and run with the ball.
I think it's not caring. And talking to Jet, so many people care about what other people think about you. And at the end of the day, I was such a big fan of the sport. Like I was a genuine, like I was just excited to be at the track. I was excited when I got to race Steve Lamson. We're battling for the championship, and I'm still like looking around. I'm like talking to Leroy. I'm like, dude, that's Steve Lamson, you know, like, and I think that's where Jet, he doesn't take a lot of time to get up. He's like Bob Hanna. You know, you want to see that guy that smashes the ground, and before they realize if they're broken or not, they're back up, they're back on their bike, and they're always giving it everything they got. And I just think there's something about not knowing, or, you know, like what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think for me that it carried on because I always just wanted to win, and everyone's like, oh, well, you can't win this race. And kind of like when you watch James Stewart, when he started out, when you watch Carmichael, you know, they'd mess up in reverse. And every time they messed up, they grabbed a handful of throttle, and instead of backing it down, they just kept going until they were on the ground or on top.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we're kind of waiting for the next guy to do that. So I hope it's Jet. I don't care if he's American or not. I just want someone to represent the sport, you know.
No, but okay, now take a step back. When we were growing up, we weren't burnt out. When I got to race Supercross, when I turned 16, I was so excited to ride my dirt bike. I remember going to Jeff Stanton's house, and he's like, quality over quantity, quality. I'm like, why? He's like, because you're going to get burnt out. Now, I mean, Jeff was pretty much done
Wow,
at
that's
22,
interesting
24.
coming from him because he was a workhorse.
Quality over quantity. Get in, get out, do your work. And that's what, I mean, at 24, I think Jeff was pretty much done with racing. He was, you know, because it is hard. You will have injuries. But now, to get good in motocross, you're going to have to go down to GPF or MTF or somewhere, and you're going to be riding from the time you're 5, 6, 7 years old. The kids that are a little bit of a standout, their parents are putting everything in. They're riding dirt bikes 24/7. So by the time they get to do what they love to do for a living, they no longer love it in the same way. It's a job.
Yeah.
So for me to see someone like Jet, who, you know, their parents gave up everything, who goes over to Europe, who now has the dream to come over here to, you know, to kind of follow in Chad Reed's footsteps, and do that. Like, this is still new to him, even though, you know, it's definitely been a grind, but he's put so much work, and it hasn't been his parents or anyone else kind of pushing him. He's wanted to get there, and he's wanted to beat his brother, which is cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that little rivalry is fun to watch. So I think I've heard you mention this before, where you think that it's a good idea, and maybe if I haven't heard this isn't you, chime in, but it kind of goes along with what you're saying is it's good to be a multi-sport athlete so that you don't have that burnout. Or what do you think of that theory, that instead of having a kid just focus so hard on one sport from the time they're 6, introduce them to several different sports. One will complement the other. They're going to learn different skills and hand-eye coordination and different things that'll complement each one together, right? And then you focus on whatever it's going to be later on down the road.
Different people are different. Ricky Carmichael rode the same line. You could have taken, I think Jeremy Millot was actually talking about this. He's like, you go to the test tracks, and everyone kind of took after Ricky. Ricky was the first one that came in and with Alden, and just they trained hard and they worked hard, and every single lap from the first lap of practice to the last was on the clock. And guys like Roger DeCoster loved that. They're like, okay, we know what the bike's doing. We know if he's making improvement, not improvement. But me, I'm like, you didn't use this jump here, these 3 jumps over here. You never touched them. Dirtworks built them. You never even like, who knows? Maybe you could do some tire tap. And then Wyndham would come at the track. And I feel like David Bailey when he's talking about Lachine. Wyndham would show up late. He'd show up in some nice car or whatever. He'd go around. He'd set the fastest lap of anyone that we've done like for that year. Yeah. And he'd seep out some jump that you'd never see, and he'd connect 3 or 4 jumps on the side that you're like, even God would be scared jumping this thing. Yeah. And then he'd leave like an hour early, and Roger got so bummed. But Wyndham was like, man, I did a 20-lap moto. He would lap me on his practice track. He would lap me. I would try to make it to lap 19. He would usually lap me on lap 18. And then we'd go to the races, and I would lap Wyndham. I remember coming into Phoenix. He lapped me on lap 18, and Roger's like, well, he's not in shape. I'm like, you can't be that fast in practice. Reynard was another good example. Yeah. And then like that slow, it's not conditioning that's getting him.
It's mental high and just tightening up, or what?
Yeah.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, but it wasn't fitness.
It was, so
that's interesting.
I forget what the question was on that, but yeah, I kind of get off on tangents sometimes.
That's all right. We'll let you run with it. That was our Method Race Wheels front end chatter. Go to whiskeythrottleshow.com, guys. All kinds of new merch over there. Flannels, the Motul wash buckets are really cool gifts. And I want to mention quickly, just we've got a handful of new sponsors. One you're going to hear from in our sponsor spotlight today, but Motive, Luck Sportswear, Mealthy, and Custom Outfitters. They are brand new for this year, and we're stoked to have them. You're going to learn a lot more about these guys. We'll get into some of their details a little bit later, but along with our already great partners, we've added a few this year, and we're really psyched to have them on. Therabody's bringing you your guest today, Mr. Travis Pastrana. So let's jump into it, man.
Awesome.
Maryland boy, born and raised, same spot?
Same
Was it
spot.
Annapolis?
Annapolis, yeah, right outside. Well, born in Annapolis, had to move 3 miles outside of town to get what everyone calls Pastrana land now.
Yeah.
It's been awesome. I mean, that's where home is. That's where family is.
Yeah.
Have a lot of uncles, big family on that side. So.
Okay, and I read somewhere one of your uncles played for the quarterback for the Denver Broncos.
Yep.
Is that
So
right?
my uncle Alan, he passed away this last year, but he played for the Denver Broncos. Was All-American lacrosse, All-American wrestling. My my grandfather was Golden Glove boxer. They were all wrestlers, boxers, football. They all went to college. Not the smartest crew, but they all went to college on basically scholarships for sports.
If you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough,
Exactly.
right? That's what they say.
Yeah, that's pretty much our family's motto. No, and my Uncle Alan said football's too dangerous. He got knocked out by Hightower from Police Academy.
No way.
Yeah. They actually had a Pastrana rule in the NFL because at the time, quarterback was the only one allowed to call timeout. Broncos had a chance to make it to the first ever playoffs. Like this is 69 or whatever the first Super Bowl was coming around.
Okay.
And so 30 seconds left on like the 5-yard line. Quarterback gets knocked out. And his team's trying to grab his hands to put timeout.
No way.
Lose, don't make it to the playoffs, whatever. And that was his last. He got knocked out pretty bad. He came home, played construction.
By Hightower.
Yeah,
huh?
Hightower
Well, that's
got
a good
him.
way to go out. You go with somebody
So
in
exactly.
a pop culture icon like that.
So after that, the Pastrana rule was put in where the coach could then call timeout as well.
I didn't know that. That's great.
Yeah.
And then your dad was a Marine as well, right? Like your family's pretty gnarly.
A lot of military. Well, a lot of military in. My grandfather was in the Navy. He was actually a cook,
Okay.
but he got thrown off. He was boxing. He got thrown off of the USS Hawkins in World War II, and it was funny because there's a painting I still have in the house. He has his shoes. He tread water for 2 hours.
No way.
Somewhere out in the
Why
Pacific.
did he get thrown out? Wait, he fell off?
So I actually have his. He recorded his version of what had happened. I don't know how many times the story had changed before then, but so he got in a fight, and he goes, "I went to go back against the ropes," and he goes, "They were a little lower than the ropes in a boxing." So he went right off the side, and the boat. They turned around, they picked him up, and he still had his shoes. So he tread water for like 2 hours, and they did. They came back and got him, and they said, "Pastrana, why you still got your shoes?" He's like, "Well, if you guys ever turned around, I figured we're gonna be stuck on this boat. I was gonna need my shoes." So yeah, good family stories, but it's been fun. And growing up, my dad was Marine Corps. Like if I slept till 8 o'clock on a Sunday on an off weekend, that was the end of the world. Like lazy pile of shit. So.
My dad would come in and go, it'd be 9 a.m. Well, good afternoon. If I wasn't up like with the sun, he would tell me good afternoon when I got up, and I'm like, it's 8:30, Dad.
Same, we had similar upbringings. I feel like
So good times back then. I mean, it seems like just the videos I see of you posting, you guys are constantly at a lake or a river or just doing something back there. You know what I mean? It seems like a cool place to grow up.
It is, and I'd have to say social media can be deceptive. Like no, I mean it's good. When I'm home, I get to be home, and it's the best job ever. But to make a living doing what you love, the amount of time on the road, not a big deal, but. We're filming. Last night we get done filming. It was an early night, got 11 o'clock, and then it was awesome. Had a chance to come down here this morning, and then 1 o'clock we got another. It's awesome, but everything as far as building like with Nitro Circus and Nitro Rallycross and trying to get these courses set up and then still try to be competitive in what you do and. It's not fun when you're losing. So you got to put in the time and the effort. And rally, it's wild because especially like not rallycross, but rally when you're going out, you're making notes. You're up till 4 o'clock in the morning or till whenever you're too tired to work the next day. And then rally starts at 6, and you're still talking to fans and signing and doing that kind of stuff. And then you come home and it's awesome because you get to spend time, with your kids. And
Yeah.
we have such a great, with Pastrana Land there, and we got the Can-Ams and BRP, which is, they do Can-Am and Sea-Doo and all the, basically the fun stuff.
It's Bombardier, right?
Boats. Yeah.
Bombardier?
Nope.
Oh, it's a different one?
Different one.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, it's just been really fun to be able to spend time with the family and do that kind of stuff. But it's a full time.
So are you kind of showing your kids the same type of upbringing you had, just having fun on that property at home, out in the country out there?
Yeah, a little different. Like you have two girls. I have two girls, and they are around action sports all the time.
Yeah.
But for them, that's more of, they see it as a job, because we're always filming stuff and doing, and it's not as candid, like, oh, we can't have the music playing there, or hey, we're going to be filming this, so we got to be quiet over here. But they love the Can-Ams. We got my oldest, when she was, I guess, 7, we had her set up with welded some foot pegs so she could get to the gas and the brake, and she was doing a
big old wood blocks.
Pretty much. Yeah, a little metal, and we got a car seat basically in there. It's probably not maybe a little frowned upon, but
maybe
she got, because Can-Am only makes 1,000, so she's in the 1,000cc back in the woods launching. We got an 80-foot jump, and it's been fun. But they're big into cheer, so it's been a different lifestyle for sure.
When you were a kid, before you got your first motorcycle, did you guys do anything else? Any other sports, or what did you guys do growing up?
So my dad, he loved being out in the water. And Maryland, you're real close to the water. But when, motocross is expensive. So when I was probably 7 or 8 and started trying to get to the nationals, sold the boat, and then my dad sold the Harley. Then we had a mortgage on the house, then 2 more, and then 3 mortgage on the house. So by the time I turned 15 and X Games came around, like,
you owed Dad a lot of money.
Yeah, Mom and Dad had sacrificed everything, and I mean, it was. But they never expected me to make it, which is, I think, my dad was probably the only one that had slowed down on the pit board. We were Mini-O's, Justin Bucklew and I, back and forth, and we're just Supermaning everywhere. Just we wanted to beat each other, and everyone else is like yelling like go, and my dad's like, You're going to get hurt. Just had to slow down. It's okay, slow down. And Justin actually broke his femur that lap, and my dad's like crying for Justin. I'm like, well, I won. He's like, this is stupid. This is the stupidest sport ever. He goes, your uncle, he's like, he's told you football's too dangerous, so we got into this. This is the dumbest decision I ever made. He's like, are you having fun? I'm like, yeah. He's like, good. Because if you're not, we're not doing this anymore.
Oh, that's funny. See, I picture your dad as like this hardcore Marine that was probably pushing you. But no, he was pumping the brakes on you, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
supported it, but he didn't want to see you hurt, I'm sure.
He wanted to see, I mean, starting in probably 2nd or 3rd grade, I had to run a mile every day before school. He's like, look, we don't have enough money to go down to Florida for the winter, but, all the guys are going down to the Winter Series. That's where this is going. He goes, they had a family-run construction company, just my dad and his brothers, basically. There's 2 other guys that worked it, but they all basically took pay cuts to pay for us to go down in the truck, and then eventually we got a motorhome to go down to Florida to pay for gas, and they'd pick me up from school. My mom was a flight attendant, so we could pay for flights to get me out to some different races, and came out here to Terry Varner and FMF and all that stuff when I was like 14 and 15. But it was really cool because my dad's like, look, I don't care if it's snowing. I don't care if it's 110 degrees. I don't care if you have the flu. He goes, if you run 1 mile a day every day and you keep on honor roll in school, he goes, we'll keep doing this. He goes, but your uncle, Alan, was the greatest athlete that's ever come out of Annapolis. Maybe greatest athlete that's ever come out of Anne Arundel County, maybe Maryland. And he said, after 2 years in the NFL, he's back here teaching community college health classes, lacrosse classes, football classes, and he works construction with us in the summer. He said,
wow,
that's as good as it's going to get. So if you don't love what you do, and he said, Alan, he had a lot of concussions, the last one being, he goes, he's still a great guy, but his personality's changed. He goes, I don't want you to risk doing something for me, for Mom, for anybody else. He goes, but if you love what you do, ride that train till the wheels fall off. And thanks, Dad, because we're still riding the train somehow.
It's wobbling, but
there's a lot of wheels that have come off. But
you're still moving forward. That's crazy, man. I love these origin stories, because you don't hear about the struggles. You don't hear that your parents had 2 mortgages on their house and sold all the stuff, all of their belongings to get you there. That's crazy.
I'm sure it's got to be the same in just about every.
It's super common. We just don't hear it. You know what I mean? You don't see that part of it. You just see, he was a Suzuki's golden boy, got everything handed to him. You know what I mean? That's when the story picks up for most people. But
I think kind of my biggest downfall too was almost because of that. I mean, as far as titles and racing, my dad's like, look, if you don't love it, don't do it. But have fun, go for it. Always, and that was, kind of the thing. Like you'd see a bridge that's like 100-foot jump and into water, and you'd be on your way to the outdoor nationals. Be like, man, I think we can jump this. Like, hell, let's jump the bridge.
Just stop and
you just stop and jump the bridge, and all the stuff that like freestyle. Oh, that's you can't do that and do racing. But when the worst I ever did as a racer, the absolute slowest I ever was, and Todd Jacobs, awesome trainer, but we're like, all right, we're cutting out all the crap. It's 2002. He's like, you messed up your knee doing some stupid step up. You're always doing this other stupid crap. You're not doing the Wyndham stuff. We're on the Carmichael program. We are running every lap on the time. We're making sure we're going to be in the best shape of our life. And I was a spin bike champion. I was doing laps in the pool like freaking Michael Phelps.
Yeah.
It did not translate.
Didn't work, huh?
To speed on the bike because I learned that you didn't have to always go 100%. Like when you're just having fun, you run a heart rate of 205 and you're like, it could be lap 2 and you're going for it. But when you're like, you know what? It's a championship. Let me think about this. Let me think smart. Let me think like Kurt Nichol did. Kurt Nichol, for those of you who don't know, he's a 4-time vice world champion. Played everything meticulous. He was the hardest trainer. He only did what he needed to do. But there's always an X factor. And that X factor is like the Jet Lawrence. It's like the guys that are coming out there that just love it. And they're going to find a way to do some cool wheelie over something or hit something or get around you in some way that you never expected.
Yeah. That's interesting stuff. So tell me about your first bike. How did you first get introduced to dirt bikes then? Did your dad ride?
All my uncles.
Oh, they all rode.
Actually, my mom rode as well.
Okay.
Yep. So, no, we just.
So how young were you?
I was 4 years old for Christmas that year. My dad, all my uncles had bikes, and I lived, so it was my grandma, me, my dad's cousin, whatever that makes him, my dad's brother, and then another uncle, all on basically Pastrana Road. It was Elliott, because that was my grandma's maiden name.
Okay.
And then behind that, we had a small construction company. So all the jumps, which is perfect for freestyle, they all changed every day. The piles would be different piles everywhere. And we had a Bobcat and always got in trouble for mixing the white sand with the other sand.
Mixing the materials.
You can't mix the materials. Pea gravel's got to stay over here. No, but it was really cool because we'd go out. So, they'd get up. As soon as the sun was up, they were out there. But they'd get their work done, and they'd be done at 3. So I got off school at 3, and they were always playing motorcycle stuff, car stuff, and every year it went from a dirt track around the shop, and then they were concrete, so it got more and more concrete, so it was half concrete, half dirt, and we had go-karts, and we had, since I was 2, had like a 5-horsepower Briggs & Stratton attached to like this just homemade welded whatever cart. I rolled it when I was 3, so they put a seatbelt on it and then a welded roll cage over top, safety third.
Sure, third or fourth.
No, but so riding motorcycles with my uncles as soon as I got off school every single day, and they were playing soccer or whatever you call that when polo or when you're on the bikes, and always had different games and see you could get up the hill climbs, and they were
just
were
fun.
horrible.
Yeah, just having fun on it. Yeah. Huh. What? So why PW50?
So started with the Z50.
Okay.
And then went to racing and got a PW.
What year would that have been? You were born in 81?
So 83.
83.
Yep. So 88, 89, I guess, was when I started. Okay. Now, what was really cool, there's a youth group called Middle Atlantic Motorcycle Association, MAMA. Now, the Loretta Lynn's national champion, my first year, went to MAMA.
Okay. So
Tommy Schuler. Now, he had like 6 brothers, and they all raced dirt bikes. So it was like basically the Schulers and the Days were our whole age group. And they were all national champions. So when I was 7, I was super tall. So I was 7, went to Loretta Lynn's on an 85.
At 7?
At 7. So I went on a 65 too, but I hated it. And actually, I still got a scar from that 65. I was...
No good. Yeah.
No, I was
too big.
Too big. Yeah. I was probably too small for the 85, but in my head, that was where I belonged.
Okay.
So I got 22nd at 7 years old in the 711 because they didn't used to have those age brackets like 7 or whatever. Yeah. And I was the 5th in my local track. So we didn't run. We ran Budds Creek once a year. We ran a couple White Oak and a couple other places, but it was mostly a Quasco, which ended up getting shut down when I was like 10 or 11. But I wasn't even top 5
at your local
at
track?
my local track at Loretta Lynn's, and that was just who we were growing up with.
Yeah.
So these guys, I mean, Paulie Carpenter, Aaron Day, I mean, probably names that you might not have heard of.
I know
but
Paulie, yeah, for sure.
And these guys it was cool because when you look at your local group, and they were also the best in the country. So you only kind of get as good as that best guy, usually.
Yeah. Well, same way for me. When I moved to Arizona, I was 10. I had Button and Kalos and Gaddis and Robert Naughton. Like, I had these guys that had been racing Supercross or were moving in. And it gives you something to aspire to, right? It gives you somebody to watch and learn from. So I think that makes a huge difference. Guys that, I was born in Montana. If I'd stayed there, I have very little to draw from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Local pros there.
Well, you're like, oh, man, I must be good. I'm winning. As opposed to
not necessarily.
I must, or I must suck because I'm getting 5th, but you're still top 10 in the nation.
Right. So what was your first race? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah. No, it's one of my first memories. I crashed everywhere. My first memory is actually the practice day. So they did an open practice.
Okay.
And
Where was it?
Aquasco.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Dude, it was cool because it was like Buzz is usually pretty hard packed most of the year. Like, they do a great job for Pro National Day, and then honestly, they're doing especially with Ezra Beasley, doing a much better job on the practice days now and making it really accessible. But that just wasn't the track that you saw on National Day back when I was growing up. It was
hard pack, huh?
Super hard packed, but the ruts stayed. It was, like if you go down to Elsinore back in the day, like the ruts were still there from the 82 GP.
Gotcha.
It wasn't easy for kids, basically. But Quasco, it was that perfect, like, half sand, half clay. It could rain and still be loamy, or it could get dry and it'd still be kind of sandy. And dude, I crashed everywhere. And I remember my mom, like, kind of yelling at my dad, like, he hates it. Look, he's crying. He's crashed everywhere. He's going to die. And I just wouldn't get off the bike. And I stayed on the bike, and Dad's like, all right, we're done. I'm like, no, I'm not quitting. And it's just kind of funny because then the first round came, first race, and they had, because it was so many kids on minis, even our local mama. So I raced the junior, like, C class, and I got 3rd, so I got a trophy. I think there's only 5 people, but
finish.
Girl won. Autumn Hughes, Amber Hughes' little sister. I was like, man, whatever. I got my trophy. Coming back.
That's great. That's funny. All right. So were you hooked right away? Like, did you love it right away, or did it sort of take some time?
No, that was it.
You're in,
dude,
right away.
Okay, well, so
I didn't really love it at first. My dad loved it. He loved, the other dads, and they're all drinking beers, and just, it was fun. I was kind of like, I don't know about this. And then I grew to love it over, probably a year.
So, only child, growing up, all my uncles were kind of who I looked up to.
Okay.
And every day, they're literally right around back of my house doing whatever, like I said, playing soccer, hill climbs, just laughing, having fun. It was either that, or they were sliding what old piece of crap cars they get out of the junkyard and build together and kind of do some basic circle track racing. So all I wanted to do was ride a dirt bike so I could ride and play soccer and do all this. We could say polo. I don't know, whatever you call it. Motorcycle
Moto
soccer.
polo, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
But I always wanted to do that.
Yeah.
And that was, for me, it was just a way that I could kind of hang out.
Your uncles sound like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That sounded like that would have been a fun area to grow, like a time to grow up in. I got to clear this up because I remember this vaguely, and if I'm off, just tell me I'm wrong. I remember hearing something about your mom got her palm read or something a long time ago.
It was right on, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, dude, it was spot on.
And he said your son is going to die young or something like that?
No, not that.
Oh.
Well, she didn't tell me if that's what they said.
Okay, well, what was that about? Tell me that story.
I think I made it past the young part.
Well, I'm thinking, you proved him wrong.
Wow. How the heck did you hear this story?
Well, I don't know. I didn't even know. It's from a long time ago. And that's why I said, if I heard this wrong or this was just baloney, correct me. But
So I was 14. I was down Tall Pines RV Park staying with Brandon. Jessman.
Okay.
Why I had brain fade on that. But yeah, so staying with Brandon Jessman, and his mom got my mom to go to like a psychic.
Okay.
And
Is that out of character for your mom? She would normally go to a psychic, or is that something she
No,
would do?
she's religious, but not really like,
Okay.
Yeah, no, so I have no idea why they went. But went to a psychic, and the psychic, she came back, and my mom was laughing. She's like, yeah, I didn't tell him anything, but, I have no idea. I wasn't there. But she said, you're going to be very successful and have a lot of toys, but not kids' toys. And then you're going to have an injury, probably a knee injury, that's going to take you out of your career. You're going to retire at 20, and then you're going to be a TV star.
Shut your mouth.
I shit you not. That is exactly what she told. And
who is this psychic?
I know. I want to go. So Jessam's mom went to the psychic and said, your son he's going to do okay, but not as good as you guys are hoping. And there's going to be, some lessons learned, and it'll be a good. But motocross won't, or what he didn't say motocross, but like whatever his profession, it won't be
as successful as he wants or something.
Yeah,
like that. Okay.
It was kind of what they came back, and I remember both of our parents laughing, like, retire at 20. How stupid is that? Mom's like, but watch your knee, and Brandon's like, I'm gonna take over the world. Yeah, like I got this. This guy's an idiot.
Wow.
So it was. I don't know how you heard that, but yeah, it was pretty.
I don't even know where I heard it. And I heard it years ago. Early 2000s maybe, and I was kind of like, huh.
Yeah.
I want to ask him about that.
Psychic could have also said I would die young, but my mom did not pass that information on to me.
Okay, and I heard another thing too. There was something about, was it you would have a recurring dream, or maybe it was your mom, that someone was at the end of your bed or something like that?
Come on,
is this
man.
true too?
No, I got night terrors. It's getting better, kind of ish. Honestly, I think one of the worst ones, and I'm glad it was before 9/11. But so I run in my sleep, yelling, cussing, screaming.
Oh, you do? You run.
So I'm on a plane
You're like
going to
Brothers.
Millville.
You're pulling presents out from under the tree.
No, 100%. So I'm going to Millville, right? And I'm sitting closer to the front of the plane, and it's a smaller plane. Like, it's going from wherever it was, Minneapolis
into Rochester.
Yeah.
Bro, yeah.
And I remember just because Mitch Payton's on the plane, and I made eye contact. I'm like, it's Mitch. That's cool. I'm 16 years old. And I fell asleep before it took off. So right as the plane's about to go down the runway, I wake up at a full sprint yelling the F word at the top of my lungs, right past Mitch Payton to the back of the plane. And all the other, there's so many guys that I know and other racers and stuff. And the flight attendant's like, please sit down. We're on an active taxiway. I'm like, head down, like walk all the way to the front.
So you woke up as you got to the back of the plane?
No one ever said anything. Like, I just went back to sleep. Now I have a fear going to sleep on planes, especially I'm like, man, I'm going to be running towards the front of the plane one day. And
they're going to shoot you.
I'm going to get shot.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Wow.
No, but it was way worse when I had a lot of concussions and stuff. And I don't know that it was concussion related or brain reconnecting or whatever. But so I saw a lot of weird things in my dreams. And
I don't know that it's concussion related either. That's a job for somebody with more education than me. But I have night terrors too, like crazy stuff. Like a helicopter's crashing into my bedroom. I'll wake up screaming, and I'm pushing my wife against the bed. And I swear the helicopter blades are like 6 inches from our faces, and I'm holding her down. And it's real to me. It's really happening.
100%.
And then when you finally wake up, you're like, wait, oh, never mind. We're fine. Let's just go back to But I never ran down a plane screaming the F word.
So it's.
And no one on the plane that you knew ever said, dude, what was that about?
Maybe a little bit, but I feel like most people were just talking behind my back. Like, this guy's messed up. Yeah, I got a whole long thing to go on that, but I'm just going to leave that.
Just leave it there. Yeah. Okay. Well,
thanks for bringing my night terrors up.
So is that sketchy that do you sleepwalk for a long time, or is it usually just you'll wake up pretty quickly?
Yeah. Well, I learned that I should. So I usually lock the door in the hotels, and I was like, I'm fine. So I was sleeping naked at one of the Supercrosses, and I woke up New Orleans. Had to go downstairs.
Down in the lobby? Oh, no.
To get my key. Last time I slept naked, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it happens. It happens.
I somehow got out the door. No idea. I don't think I was screaming, but yeah.
Might have been screaming the F word all the way down the elevator.
Could have been.
So who are you kind of mentioned a couple of them, and I know Paul Carpenter, he rode for Mitch for a minute, I think, and Cowie. Who are the other fast local guys? that you grew up with, and then like who was the fast local pro guys when you were a kid in that area?
Yeah, I mean, you had Kevin Crine.
Kevin Crine.
He was great. Billy Schlag. Denny Stevenson was always a couple years older than I was, but he was short, so we always were in like the same classes all the way through. We would go to Loretta Lynn's, and it was always Nick Way. Chris Considine is probably a name you never heard. So when I was 8 in the 7-11-80 class, I ended up second to Nick Way, but they were like a half lap ahead, him and Chris Considine. And Chris got a concussion or something and
just quit.
He just never, like, first injury, he always kind of got that, what are they going to do? And he never came back. But, yeah, no, I mean, all the good guys were really Pennsylvania. It was Paulie Carpenter and, I guess I went down to Florida a lot.
Where would you guys stay when you went down there?
Tall Pines RV Park.
Which is Orlando-ish? Or?
It was Croom. So
Croom.
Just outside of Brooksville, Florida. And it was cool because Ernesto Fonseca, when he first came to the States, he actually stayed with me.
Okay.
And you had always the Hortons were always down there, and you had Wyndham, Carmichael. I mean, Robbie Skaggs.
Yeah.
Like there was this whole crew that was down there was super fast, and at Croom, just at this local.
It was like a sand pit,
It was
right?
just Greg Rand was always amazing. But it was just a sand pit. But you had, if you were to take that, Matt Walker, that little crew that we had there, and then like where they went, Shea Bentley. As I think about it, like the list kind of goes on and on. But Greg Rand was kind of the guy that I looked up to. Matt Maximoff. Yeah. These guys were launching these like just vertical hill climbs. So we'd ride our motos in the front, and then we'd go to the back.
Yeah.
And it was cool. Adam Cincerillo came, so I just came down one time. We call it 2-stroke week, and we just go down. We drink, we have fun. It's just ride dirt bikes and just get back on some 2-strokes. And this was years ago. So Adam was on an 80.
Okay.
Or an 85, I guess you guys call it now. I'm a little still behind
I'm
the
old
times.
too. I'm still thinking 80.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And he was riding motos, and he's like, well, you guys going to go to the back? He's like, I've never been back there. I was like, oh, dude, you got to come. So there was just little, I think, who was back there? Like Ashley Feilick was back there. And Feilick's a great rider, but it's like she just rode up this cliff, no problem. I wasn't even thinking. I'm like, where'd Adam go? And like, he's like, I can't go up that. And this hill's like, it's like that. It's like something
10 feet or something. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not even that steep.
They don't have huge hills there. I know some
There's
of the
some
stuff
vertical
you're talking
ledges
about. Yeah.
and stuff. But so I grabbed his bike and I backflipped it up. And when I landed, I fell over. And Adam he comes and walks, and he's just shaking his head like it was like I was scorned by my dad. He's like, "What if you would have like bent my bars or like broken a lever? I couldn't have done my next moto." I was like, "Dude, you're gonna be the next Carmichael, but we can't be friends. Like
you and I are opposite.
We have to take you back right now."
That's funny because when we had him on the show, we went riding the day before, and I said, "I got this fun track in the hills. We'll just go play around." And he couldn't do it. He couldn't just have a day of. He had to get his watch out and go, I need to do I'm going to just do some 15-minute sessions. And I'm like, I thought it was an off day. I thought we're just going to
let's go have fun.
But couldn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to talk about Villapoto hated motorcycles. When he got done racing, I mean, I'm sure you guys have gone through all these conversations, but dude, like right after he got back from Europe, he was out in Maryland. We were riding some Can-Ams or something. And he came down with one of my friends. And the second I brought up a motorcycle, he just
glossed over.
There was nothing. And then all of a sudden, he goes out and actually learns how to have fun on a motorcycle. And now he's like the most fun dude you'd ever hang out with in your life. And he loves dirt bikes. I'm like, how did you go this long in your career and never enjoy riding?
Yeah, I think for those guys, they get pushed so hard and they're able to win and have success. So then they just have to keep getting pushed. They forget why they started riding them in the first place. You know, it becomes such a job.
I don't even know if some people ever started riding like Cincerillo. Like, I think he seems like he has more fun now, and I'm always rooting for that guy. But like, I feel like, dude, watching him on a Cobra 50 or whatever it was. I mean, he was in the 4 to 6 year old class, seat bounce, tire tap, and like every lap, I felt like it was Carmichael. Like every lap is timed, and I don't know that he was pushed or anything. Like I don't know much of the upbringing there, but I just feel like dirt bikes are fun. And that's Jeremy Malott Red Bull, like, he won, and that's why he picked up Sipes. Actually, Sipes got hurt just a couple days ago. Pretty good. He'll be all right. But yeah, Sipes is one of those guys that can do everything, and he's good at everything. And just trying to bring some fun back into the sport, because like I said, by the time you get good at what you love to do, dude, this sport, and don't get me wrong, you have to put in the work.
Yeah.
There's no Brayton or whatever was talking about, if you look at 2000 to 2010 to now, like everybody knows what it takes to get there, and everybody that's on the start line, everyone that makes the night program, they're putting in more work than I could ever fathom, and they go through so much pain, and that's why motocross and supercross is the gnarliest, the best sport on earth. But you still got to have fun, I think.
Yeah, I don't. To me, it's a really interesting conversation, because I say that guys like that are just motos. They're so structured and so regimented, and they never go, okay, this day I have a weekend off. I'm just going to go to the hills and go make some jumps and have some fun. Do some hill climbs, ride some wheelies, get back to like enjoying just riding my bike. They're not doing that anymore. And in the 90s, man, that was a part of it. If it rained, no one went to a track. We were out in the hills as a huge group, McGrath, Emig, Rhino, Factory Phil, Budman. We'd be all out just making jumps and having fun.
And that's what.
And I'm not saying
but
it can't be all fun. There's a balance, though.
No, and even when it looked like I was playing, which I played a lot, like I still did. I did my training. I did my motos. The problem was when I was supposed to be resting, I was out shenanigans and go-karts and whatever. But to get back to that, if you look at the early Crush Teams of Dirt, now that was a little excessive of lifestyle, if you will, and Denny Stevenson and Deegan and all those guys. But it was a lifestyle that as a kid, I'm like, that looks like fun. I want to be a racer, because look at McGrath. Yeah. He's launching these dunes, and he's having a good time on his dirt bike, and he's tire tapping stuff, and Wyndham comes in, and he's nose wheeling, and he's hip transfers. And there was so much excitement and those guys were having a good time.
Yeah.
And when you say there's no personalities, I think there are personalities, and there are amazing talents, and there's so much that they're putting in all the work times 10 than we ever did, and they're so much faster than we ever were. But I don't see that culture of, man, this is something I want to do. It's like, no, that's a job.
Yeah.
NASCAR. I think my dad put it best so I was one of my first NASCAR races, and I ended up 10th, but I spun backwards across the finish line. I was so bummed. I'm like, man, I was going through the infield like 200 miles an hour backwards, lost like 4 spots on the last turn. And my dad, I was so bummed. My dad goes, dude, you were driving at Daytona in a NASCAR. You went backwards across the finish line through the infield at 200 miles an hour. He goes, all of your uncles, all of my friends would die to have that opportunity. How fun was that? And I thought about it. I was like, I stopped having fun. I was literally just thinking what my position is, and shoot, that Monday morning that I'm going to have to answer to Jack Roush and all these guys about why I didn't do better and why I crashed their car.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting
That's a
concept.
real life Ricky Bobby moment you had there.
Yeah. Flying through the air.
Yeah. This is not good. Who were your heroes growing up? Like, what pro guys did you look up to? I mean, you kind of mentioned like watching Jeremy and stuff, but who are the racers or the guys, didn't have to be racers, that you really looked up to?
Number one was, for the longest time, was Guy Cooper and Doug Henry. Those guys were definitely my heroes. Honestly, Scott Sheik as well. I went through a phase where we were both sponsors. My first sponsor was like Pro Artworks and Gear Racewear, but so we got to kind of meet Scotty, or at least feel like I was a part of what he was. No, but I liked Guy Cooper, and I shouldn't have modeled so much after Coop, because he got a lot of seconds. I got a lot of seconds. We both never won Supercross in the top class. No, but I thought Doug Henry at Budds Creek. So one year he breaks both wrists, and he walks over to the side, and, both like compound, and a fan's taking his helmet off, and he comes back, and he breaks his back, and I don't know if you guys know.
It was the back first, and then it was the arms.
But so there's a wire that I didn't believe it until I actually slow-mo that footage. He goes over a wire that we called it Cooper Hill, ironically, because Guy would just launch that to the bottom before it was Henry Hill. But Guy never even got close to touching the wire. Doug Henry went over the top. And even in that worst moment of his life, he's double thumbs out the side of the stretcher. And I love those guys, because Coop, he got passed on the last lap 3 different times at Supercross.
Yeah.
And every time he threw a whip over the finish line and was like, that was so fun. But, like, why do you ride? I ride because I love it. And I got so much shit all through my career because, oh, you could have done this, you could have done that. I'm like, but, man, I had fun every day on a bike. And when I actually went, I'm like, 2003, I'm like, 2002, 2003, I'm like, we're going all in. Like I said earlier, like,
Didn't translate to better results.
no, it was the slowest I ever was on the track. I wasn't finding a way around people in the first turn. It wasn't like everything that I wanted to do to be on the bike. I was just like going through the motions. It was a job. And I wasn't as fast as the other guys were. If you talk to anyone back in 2000, but Brock Sellards was hilarious. He's like, you were always 4 or 5 seconds off in practice. But I knew you'd find a way. You'd wheelie in the whoops. You'd take more chances. You'd launch something to flat. You'd do some stupid jump that no one else was willing to do. But that's why I crashed so much. It wasn't because I was good and like, oh, he should have just taken it easy. No, I need to take those risks to be where I was.
So at what point did you start winning locally?
So I was just really tall. So I never really, I was probably 9 years old, 8, 9 years old before I started winning locally.
Okay.
I know that's young-ish, but when you start at 4, just because I was on 80s at 7.
Right. You're moving up racing against older kids.
I raced the day I turned 12. I raced the 250 expert class, which then I don't know how because it was local, it's mama, like it was 18 and under or whatever.
Yeah.
But raced 250 expert at Budds Creek, got taken out by Denny Stevenson, came all the way back through the pack. Last lap, freaking took us both out, and I was so Suzuki said you had to be 120 pounds to get on a big bike.
Okay.
I was like 105. Dude, I ate and I ate and I ate.
Kept eating.
I was like, I got this. I got pretty fat, but
Is that right?
I got to 120 pounds. Yeah.
Okay. So because I remember you were winning, at least I remember seeing pictures of you on an 80 at Loretta's winning championships at Loretta's. No?
I lapped up to 3rd place in the mud. I lapped everyone but James Stewart and I think Ben Riddle when I was 11 in the 7-11 class. So I was, so I was always racing up, which was the thing. So when I was 10 and 11, there wasn't a lot of competition in the 7-11 class, but I was also racing the 913, which you still had Shea Bentley, Fonseca, Matt Walker. There was still some good guys.
So did you have Suzuki support then at that point on the mini bikes?
Suzuki support from the time I was 8, and I tell you, we had, Charlie Bogard, his father, my dad, Jerry Dostal's father. They were all out brawls in the just fights in our pit area just for fun.
Oh yeah.
Gosh.
Well, Dostal's old man probably had that Checo moonshine that he'd bring over.
Oh, yeah.
Did that come out?
I'm sure. I didn't know a lot about that. But, yeah, that was – dude, and then it was just it was a small group for Suzuki. Like, I feel like Team Green had everybody, and Suzuki had this but it was fun.
That is – so, but did you say Bogard?
Charlie Bogard.
Yeah. So I was at Suzuki with Jeff DeMent, if you remember that. So it was kind of maybe the era just before you guys – and it was the same thing. We always had a smaller group of guys, and we were fighting with the Team Green guys.
Always.
It's competition. So what was the first amateur nationals you started going to? Probably Loretta's. That's not far from you guys, huh?
Yeah, Laura Lynn's.
Race of Champions, maybe, or.
So yeah, Englishtown. I only did Englishtown once. I was always hurt during that time of year. I don't know. Bad time of year.
Yeah. Bad time of year for you.
But no, we'd go down to Mini-O's over Thanksgiving. And we'd go out to Loretta Lynn's, and then we started doing Ponca a little bit, and had the chance to go out to Las Vegas for World Mini. So by the time I was 8, 9, Pat Alexander was running the Suzuki program, and he really was adamant that we hit the main kind of 4 or 5 nationals. So it was tough, tough as a family to do it.
What stands out for you in those amateur years? Like when you think back on it, kind of the main memories you have, is it the struggles you guys had to get there? Is it the fun you had at the races? What kind of stands out for you? What rivalries, all that stuff?
Yeah, what was interesting, like I said, with my dad and my mom as well, like they both were just doing this, and they were putting everything they had, and I could see it. But they were doing it not because they expected it to go anywhere. My mom was always a little more optimistic than my dad was, but they just wanted me to be able to. They wanted me to train hard. They wanted me to work hard. They wanted me to have fun.
Yeah.
And I think World Mini was a good example. I was 11 years old. It was last year on the 85, and all I had to do was just ride around the track. And my dad's like, just don't do this triple. I know you're gonna do this triple because there's no 80s doing it, but like I think Carmichael was doing it on his big wheel.
Okay.
And he's like, don't don't do it. And last lap, I had to. There was no way I was not going to try it. And I came up short, and the rims on the 80s, especially I was pretty tall.
Yeah.
And it shattered, and it just buckled and went over and bent the forks and the handlebars. And my dad comes over, and he was livid. And I was just laughing. I was like, did you see that jump? Dude, I almost had it. And he laughed. From that point on, he was like, you know what?
I'm not going to crush this guy's spirit. I'm just going to let him do it.
Yeah, and like I was always doing tricks and nothings, like no hand, no feet. And he kept getting yelled at by all the other parents. He's like, I don't know. My son's an idiot. What do you like? He loves it. Like, what are you going to take
There's
that
a
from?
picture of you, and I'm pretty sure you're on a mini bike, and you're doing a nothing, and you got the double thumbs up. And I'm like, that is the most Travis Pastrana picture, right? Like, forever.
Davey Coombs took that photo.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, that was Pleasure Valley RM Cup. No, it was cool. Like we had a good kind of group in that Northeast. Yeah. But so my dad always said, I kind of jump off on a tangent here. He's like, be a man of your word. He's like, I didn't grow up with a lot, but not with a lot, but what I had to do. Yep. And he goes, look, you look people in the eye, you shake them in the hand, you give everyone respect, and if you say you can do something, you do it. So Guy Cooper, all-time hero. Like, so we're at Ponca City, and it takes pretty much everything for my family to get to Ponca City. And Jeff Cernick would always. He's like, all right, so I'd always have a good stock bike. So he'd give me a new bike going out there. And Jeff didn't have a lot either. And Cernick's like, that was a big deal.
That got back to you for years, man. Like, huh?
Dude, like, if we needed gas money, if we needed whatever, and Cernick's, it's a dealership. They're not making a lot of, but he wanted to see, Gene Stahl, Brandon Jessman, me, like Cernick just wanted to see the best for his area. And he turned our whole area Suzuki. He was a Suzuki guy. So he got Brandon on Suzuki's, me on Suzuki's, Gene Stahl on Suzuki's, and our whole area was just Northeast was Suzuki capital for 80s. But long story long, was at we're at Ponca City. This is a big deal for us to go there, and it's a couple weeks off work for my dad and mom. They're to go to Ponca and then straight to Loretta's.
It's gnarly.
So like
that's like for most normal families, that's your one vacation you get a year, right? You get 2 weeks a year, and that's it.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
And all my uncles are chipping in. The family's chipping in. We're trying to figure out how to. So practice. Kevin Windham on a 125 and 250 is doing this tabletop single over the finish line. It's 95 feet.
Yeah.
And I had a big wheel at the time. Like I'm like power to weight. Like it's there.
It's got to be close.
Yeah,
doing the math in your head.
Yeah, it is fine. So Guy Cooper's standing there, and we're watching Kevin, who's the only one on like the A class that's doing this jump. And Coop goes, "Man, this jump's so cool. I want to get out there and hit it." I was like, "I'm gonna do it. Watch the next practice."
Oh no.
First lap comes by. I'm like, I can't make it. Second lap, I'm like, I'm not even gonna be close. Checkered flag. This is going to suck.
Oh, no.
Launched it. Same thing. Landed, broke the frame. It was the softest landing I ever had. I think I got a black eye out of the deal, but it was pretty good. The frame bent, like my forks went straight out. Blew the front wheel. The rear wheel crushed most of the spokes. The bike just like disintegrated.
You just destroyed it.
It disintegrated on the landing. And I cried.
Was this the stock? Oh, this was your super.
This is super. No, okay. it was good. Like but like, so my dad. I thought my dad was going to cry. I've never seen my dad cry in my life. And I could just see, like, because this is, you practice. I think we had the first race was like later that day or the next day. And the frame's done. The forks are done. The rims are done. It's like, what the fuck are we going to do? That was pretty fun.
What did you do?
I don't think I raced Superman.
Oh, you just skipped the Superman.
Yeah, that was good.
But it was a cool jump.
Dude, and you know what? I feel like I really hope that Guy Cooper that was his last of memory, and he probably didn't even.
God.
I don't even know if he
have to
watched.
ask Coop if he remembers that. That's
if you can,
great.
that'd be great.
So your biggest amateur rivals would have been who?
Amateur rivals were Johnny Marley, Matt Walker. Shea Bentley was always a little that class above, was never quite as good as Shea, but always was trying to track him down.
Okay.
Ricky was always completely out of my league, but we raced sometimes just because he was almost 4 years older, but he was small and I was tall, so we kind of overlapped in the Super Mini. Like I said, Nick Way, Hortons were always a little older, but yeah.
Okay. That Terra Firma video, there's a segment with you and Ricky and James in a motorhome, maybe at Loretta's or something.
Yeah.
It's
Minios.
Was that what it was?
Yep.
I just think, man, what are the chances that all of that talent just sitting there in that room, whatever you guys were doing, playing video games or whatever, do you ever think back on that and think how crazy that was that the three of you are just sitting there and we're buddies or riding together?
Yeah, but if you look at it, I mean, you just named the names of the guys that you grew up with, right? So if you go to the national championships at an early age, you have a similar group. There's more people that are going to come in. I know. I agree. Like the only two people in history that have ever done a perfect outdoor championship are James and Ricky.
Well, listen, the three of you are three of the most iconic motocross racers. And, for you expanded on what just a motocross racer is, but like, I don't know that you have three other guys like that. Hang out or get together. That's just a really cool clip.
But Fox at that time too was, especially because that's the start of the Terra Firma series, but they were just cool.
Yeah, they were on it back then.
It was a
sure,
really, it was a really good company.
Imagine it would be like, I guess to your point, like if you were to go back a few decades, it would be like having Bailey, Johnny O, and Wardy or RJ as little kids all in a, you know what I mean?
No, it's
and they
rad.
grow up to all be these legendary guys. I don't know. To me, it's just a
D.D. Burns. Never forget that name.
What's that?
D.D. Burns.
D.D. Burns. Yeah, it's just hilarious. It's such an iconic little thing. Okay.
No, and the place by my house called the Dairy Queen. Those some good ones.
Yeah. GL always laughs at that because when he lived in South Africa, he'd be like, "Oh, Dairy Queen, I want to go find that place. That sounds like a cool spot."
Chain restaurant.
So when did you get at what point in your amateur career did you start talking to the factory team? Was it Roger? Who kind of instigated those talks when you were going to bump up?
I signed my pro contract in a wheelchair.
Oh.
So it was really interesting though. Like I was hurt almost every other year.
Okay.
But whenever I'd come back out of being injured, like I'd always kind of be up front. And it was one of those things where I just knew I was going to be up front. And it's weird because in cars, I haven't been able to do that in most things. And I've found that most people kind of can't or aren't willing to do this, but I could always go as fast as I needed to. And the further you are off the pace, the more chances you have to take. And that's why I was hurt and injured a lot and always on the ground, really. But but I could always, if I wanted to go faster, I could go faster. Okay, where on the track can I wheelie over something or do something? And I think it's from all that, the free riding and all the different stuff that I did. I could always find something that no one else could find. Or,
sure.
When the track was very one-lined, when you come out to California where it's kind of blue groove and there's not that hero dirt that you can kind of get away from stuff, I had a much harder time to do that.
Mm.
But,
well,
but sorry, to back to your question.
Was it Roger you were dealing with, or who kind of?
Roger did not want me, 100%. Roger was against it, but Pat Alexander, Colgrass, they said, "Look, there's something about this kid. Like at the time, this kid, like he's an idiot. Like he's all over the place, but he finds a way to be up front all the time. Doesn't matter long race. I did work hard. I trained hard. Had that kind of Marine background. I just like to play. I like to have fun.
Yeah.
It was more important for me to kind of like, I'd rather be in a battle than be out front.
Yeah.
Like kind of deal. Where a lot of guys just wanted to run.
Well, I'm going to jump ahead because somebody brought this up and I couldn't quite remember it, but it did ring a bell. And I wondered if you have like you have some ADD, or are you like a lot of stimulus? They were bringing up a race. I want to say it was maybe it was 2002, Anaheim, and you were leading and you were gone.
Yeah.
Is it 2002? Am I right on this year?
Yeah, that's the one race I wish I could head back.
And it was like halfway through the main event, you're checked out.
I got bored.
And that was what they said. I started looking into the crowd and like I'm thinking about other stuff, and you were just bored.
Like, it's too easy. I'm like, what's going on?
And you cartwheeled.
Yeah, I hit neutral over to the on-off jump.
Yeah, tabletop, right?
Yeah, it sucked.
Well, so is that a thing? Like, do you need to be just have stimulus kind of coming at you? You get bored easily with stuff.
So it's interesting. We've done a lot of tests. Red Bull is cool. They want to know about their athletes mentally, physically, where they got them, and they do a lot of tests. Actually, a couple of my friends went through the Navy SEALs, became SEALs, and the West Coast group, they actually go to Red Bull and go through all their testing. But Red Bull has all this data on different stuff. And it's interesting because they have this one test where they just basically put you in a room, and it's real easy stuff. But every time you basically have to hit a button, like it's 2 giraffes and a zebra or 2 whatever, and you hit a button, and if you take longer than a second to hit it, and it's 4 pictures or whatever, or different colors, it could be anything, or different sounds. If you take longer than a second to hit it, you fail. You get 3 fails and you're out. Okay. But every time you hit it, the next one pops up. So if you hit it in a quarter second, it's faster. So, the next one pops up.
Yeah.
This is, a long tangent conversation, but there have been 2 people that have aced, or 2 before me that had aced the hour.
Okay.
I was the 3rd. And they're like, what was funny was most people a half hour in or something, they just mess up, or they take longer than a second, or they hit the wrong button or whatever. They said, because they wanted you to do it on time too. So it's a competition with yourself on how fast you can get it.
Okay.
So every one you're trying to get like within
And it goes for an hour?
It goes for an hour. At a half hour, when like most people are throwing stuff through the windows, I'm like, all right, we're on. Not only did I not make a single mistake all the way through, but I got better and better as time went on, because I'm just super, super competitive. So I'm kind of an anomaly on a couple things.
So in that race, when you got bored, I mean,
I wasn't bored. I just, it was surreal to me. Like, I'm still a fan of the sport. Like, I'm super stoked. I'm just looking, I'm like, I'm like 8 seconds out in the lead, 10 seconds. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, come on, this can't be right. And I don't think I just had big feet, and I went down a size on boot after that. My biggest regret is that when I crashed, and I hit pretty hard. In Anaheim, the dirt's really hard there.
Yeah.
And it took me a second to kind of like get my bearings, but I got up and the throttle was stuck. So I started it and it took off, and I'm trying to fool with that. And Laraco went by me while I'm full with my throttle, and the bars are bent down and the lever's down and whatever. It is what it is. And it took me about a lap to get going. And then I catch back up, and I ended up 3rd, just behind Laraco. Laraco wins last lap past on Villeman. I've never been so disappointed in myself, not for crashing, but that playing with stuff, like, just go. Who cares your bars? But like,
well, your throttle's sticking. You got to fix your throttle.
I know, but I knew,
you felt like you took too long.
I knew better than that from my upbringing. It was like, get up. My dad always said, get up. If you're broken, you'll fall back down. Like it's true. I did that at X Games. I got up, felt everything crumble, and it fell back down. I was like, wow, Dad was right.
If I'm really broken, I won't be able to stay up.
Yeah.
Okay, so you signed with them, and you were already doing freestyle at that. Like, when did the freestyle thing sort of get into your mode? Like, you were an amateur already, but doing nothings and like just having fun.
So freestyle really wasn't a thing. It was just, you had the Terra Firmas and the Crusties, and you had the Degans, and the guys that at that point was the guys that weren't quite the Meskers. They were good, or they might have had a shot, but they weren't quite on top of their game. And of course you had McGrath and that kind of stuff. But I was down. I had an opportunity. I had a friend that had a track in Florida, and all the Suzukis, all the test tracks, the factory teams came down.
Okay.
And he's like, hey, don't tell anybody, but Suzuki's going to be there. So I showed up just to watch. But I brought my bike, of course, because, just in case.
Of course.
And so Roger's there, and all the Suzuki guys are there. And I was 12 years old. Just local, like, whoop sand track. And Crusty Demons Dirt's there at the same time. Yeah, Bubba. And my dad actually knew Bubba. I didn't know he was a race tech suspension guy from, Northeast. Okay. And same Seth Enslow from Northeast as well, like Pennsylvania or whatnot. I had no idea. Like, it just seemed like California guys. But so my dad, like, knows Bubba, and he starts talking. And Anthony Pocaroba's down there, and there's this jump, and they're just taking so many runs up to it. He's got to come through the woods over like this trees down or something. And I looked at my dad. I said, "Can I do that?" My dad's like, "I don't know. Can you?" So I got the bike out, not to do the the riding with the factory team, as I'm watching like Pashan and those guys were all out there, and I did the jump, and then Pocaroba tries it and lands short, and he's got to go to the hospital because his throat's all messed up.
Oh,
and then Seth tries it, and he crashes and hurts his wrist or something. And Krusty's down there filming, and they're like, hey, can we film with you? And I was like, well, am I allowed to ride? So they're like, yeah. So I took a few warm-up laps, and I got now Roger and all the factory Suzuki guys are watching. So I'm going, and I'm wheeling through the whoops and feet off the foot pegs and felt like, just pinned like I always am and always have been. And so I started doing nothings, and I did a nothing, and I missed the break, and I went into the water, and my dad's like, oh, no, but the bike just got wet. Like, nah, just flip it upside down and kick it out. It's fine. It's not salt water. So, yeah, that's my start. So I was going out 2 weeks later to test with Terry Varner and Rob Hendrickson from RG3.
Yep.
And they said, hey, can your son come out to, talking to my parents, can he come out to do, we're going to go Glamis, and then we're going to go, we're going to hit Dumont Dunes, we're going to hit Pahrump, all this stuff. And my mom's like, absolutely not. I've seen your videos, no way. So my dad goes, look, I think this is a great opportunity. He goes, please don't make me regret this. So I went out to test with FMF, did a motor test, suspension test, and this was the start of my parents going the other direction. I went basically right outside of Vegas with the Krusty and the Dirt guys. Okay. And Mickey Diamond took me under his wing, and it was the greatest time ever. And I rode all day long, and I got to run the dunes and Dumont, and I got to do all the greatest things. And we ended up at the diving board, which actually I just saw that someone was still hitting that recently. But they said, hey, McGrath came out and didn't do the step down. Do you want to try it? I was like, hell yeah. So Deegan comes out that day, and Deegan's like, can't do it. It's like, wait, Deegan just said he's not doing it. You said McGrath. There was so many people that had tried this jump that there was a whoop section going off of it. So the wrap, went off, made it. So I tried to heel click it the next time, broke my wrist.
Oh, that's right. I know which one you're talking about. This,
and then the camera guys got there, and they got a picture of Deegan. He made the front cover of everything doing it. I was like, you son of a... Always coming in and stealing the glory. But he's
Brian
crafty. And I, we've got a history of
that. Okay, so the first freestyle contest, was it 99? That one in Havasu or Vegas or whatever?
Las Vegas Free Air Festival or whatever they called it. World Championships. E.T. Edgar Tronteras.
Yeah.
It was so cool because they had Imig and McGrath were judging, and I went over the jump on the last jump, and my handlebars were a little bit sideways. I was like, hands are staying off. And the bars just tucked, straight belly flop, jumped up. Imig jumped up with a 10. I was like, Jeff Imig just gave me a 10. So that was cool. Yeah. So I was 14.
And was that the one where you cased that jump and messed your pelvis up?
No, that was Havasu. Yeah, that was Havasu. I was 15 then.
I was there.
Really?
I don't know why I went there. What year was that then? That was 99?
So that was...
That would have been... No, it couldn't have been then.
It was 98. It was my 15th birthday, 98. So like October or whatever.
Okay.
So no, this was interesting story though. So I had done well, Laura Lynn's that year, like whatever, but here I am in a wheelchair, broken back, shattered pelvis, and Fox Clothing was like, yeah, we're not sure about, so we're mid negotiations for signing pro contracts. And Suzuki reached out, Pat Alexander, Colgrass, said, Roger, you want this guy. So they offered me, it wasn't much. But they said, hey, look, and we're going to put a good win incentive. And Roger goes, hey, like the 1 through 10. And my dad said, nope, we're going to do like David Bailey did and what Doug Henry did. So first through third. If he's not on the podium, doesn't even matter. Roger liked that. He's like, all right, makes sense. So I had a good.
But those numbers were big.
Those for the day and 125. Yeah, it was for us. Yeah, it was huge. Yeah. I mean, my dad was making less than $50,000 a year in construction, and my mom was a flight attendant making just over that. So, to sign a contract about that for Suzuki was
You're
like,
stoked.
Oh,
yeah,
dude. Yeah. It's we're on free money at this point.
But Roger didn't want you, huh? He was like,
He didn't. Well, I got a story on that in a second. But what was cool was, so Pete Fox and those guys who had been backed us the whole time, they're like, yeah, well, hey, let's see how things work and this and that. Jeff Sirwell, No Fear, comes on. And they said, hey, this is the most we can offer. We want you. McGrath's going to be on it. Wyndham's going to be on it. We're doing No Fear. Be a part of No Fear. And Dad liked that. Suzuki and No Fear, no one else was at the table. Kid in a wheelchair, hurt, freestyler, like who knows what.
Yeah, you were definitely an anomaly even back then.
I was a big gamble.
Yeah.
So Fox says, no, we're going to pass. So we didn't sign with No Fear, but everything's in there. So I go to Loretta Lynn's that year, was on the motorcycle for...
Are you wearing No Fear at that point then?
No, I'm Fox.
Okay.
So I basically go out that year, 99, win X Games, come out Loretta's, win 5 of 6 motos, Loretta Lynn's, over Justin Buckaloo at the time, who everyone thought was... I mean, he did phenomenal, but like everyone's like, oh, crap, he can ride. And obviously he's in shape. It's Loretta Lynn's. It's hot. It's a mud race. Like, hey, this is pretty cool. So Fox comes out and flies my family out and sits us all down at the table. And I was actually disappointed in my dad at the time, but they're like, hey, what kind of car you want? You're about to turn 16? I was like, I want a Viper. Dad's like, dude, that's just stupid. You shouldn't. And I learned later that was probably a better idea if I didn't have that. But they were like, yep. It was like $200,000, and it was like all these numbers were. I was like, "This is the greatest thing ever." My dad goes, "Nope, my son's not worth half that much. Thanks for your time," and walked out. I was like, "What the hell just happened?" We just got offered literally like 8 times more than any other company's willing to pay. I was like, "They're willing to throw in a car like as a signing bonus." I'm like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "It's principle." He's like, No Fear came through when you were in a wheelchair. Suzuki came through when you were in a wheelchair. And he didn't take any other. He goes, we're on house money. He goes, at this point, you're 15 years old. You just signed a contract for more money than I'm going to make all year in construction. He goes, enjoy every second of it. Make sure that you love every minute of what you're doing and surround yourself with people that are going to back you no matter if it's highs or lows or what you're going to do. And we've kind of basically lived on that. And then the bonuses worked out good because I actually had a good first season.
Yeah.
But back to the DeCoster story. Sorry about that.
No, I love it.
So Roger,
I love your dad, dude. I love a principled man who will even.
We really could have used the money.
I'm sure. That's what I'm saying. For him to turn that down, and the way he said it, no, my son's not worth half that much.
Man,
straight
up. Pete Fox was like, we could offer you less.
God, that's awesome. All right, so keep going. Sorry, Roger.
No, so Roger DeCoster. Now, everyone thinks Roger and I didn't have a good relationship. Roger was like a dad to me, man. He is one of my favorite people, and I mean, as much as I gave him more gray hairs, like we've still got an awesome relationship. Him and Ian, all the guys. But so I told Roger, hey, I'll be out. I'm going to do my first ever Supercross. Is going to be World Supercross at Pasadena.
I was there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good race,
Yeah,
actually.
it was a good race.
So I was supposed to be the next morning in California for my first test ever with Suzuki. And I go, and I had a chance to be on David Letterman. I was like, well, I can't pass up Letterman. So I go on Letterman, do a knack-knack. It's raining in New York. Slide out.
Oh, that's right.
Separate my shoulder. So I have a 2nd-degree separation. I can't lift my arm up at all. And I go to the track the next day, and I'm riding the motorcycle, and I'm like, hey, guys, let me just ride in the hills a little bit to get used to it. So this is my first time ever on a factory bike. Lee gets this bike. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I made it like halfway up, and I kind of got off, and I was on this pretty long, big hill, and I stepped off because I wasn't going to make it to the top, and the bike tumbles all the way down. Subframes smashed, handlebars, levers, like the whole bike just looks like a taco. And I ride back in, and they're just like, what? Like DeCoster at that point is just like, so you show up hurt, tired, no rest, like,
and you just destroyed our motorcycle.
Destroyed a brand new bike. And so they got everything fixed, and I rode, and I couldn't ride. Like I blitzed the whoops once, and I'm like, I can't ride. My shoulder hurts. And DeCoster's just about to like shoot Pat Alexander and Cole Gress, who's like looking down at the point. And Lee's like, what the hell did you just do? And I was like, Roger, I'll race this weekend. I said, I'll win. I will win this weekend. And that was obviously way out of where I should have been competitive, and I didn't get any practice, and I wasn't in shape for Supercross or any of this stuff. And I was breathing through my butthole and talking to Elvis by lap 4. I had arm pump so bad. I was hoping I was going to crash and just hurt myself bad enough that I didn't have to get up. Like, that's how bad it was. You were there, Talon Volan.
Ernesto was there.
Fonseca, yeah, who just dominated the Supercross last year. I hit Volan, so I couldn't stop. Like, I aimed for the inside. I had arm pump so bad. Shoulder wasn't where I hit Volan so hard. Over the berm, he landed on, can't say his nickname anymore, but a great dude. I forget what his real name was, but landed right on his mechanic. His mechanic's all pissed off. We were good friends before that. And I finished, and I won the race.
Yeah.
And somehow pulled it off. It was mostly because Ernesto was right behind me, but he ended up crashing. Somehow I didn't fall off the bike.
I think I crashed in the whoops.
You did.
And he either hit me or he fell after that or something. But
it was actually
a good race for a while.
Thank you for falling. I was cross-eyed. I lost my hearing. My vision came in. I was in no condition to be out there on that race. But I was like, I gotta go. I didn't quit, and I ended up winning. So thank you for falling and taking Fonseca with you. That was awesome of you. And then Volan obviously went down when I helped him. And DeCoster on the podium, he gave me a hug, and he was like, I think this is going to be the start of something great. And then 2002, it kind of went the other way again.
All right, well, we'll get back to that. That's crazy, man. What a story. Okay, so go back to the jump where you broke your pelvis. This was before that, right? 98.
Yeah.
When you got hurt.
End of 98.
That was in the Vegas one or the Havasu one?
So Vegas was the year before. Vegas was...
That was the very first
one.
freestyle event.
Yeah, we got there. Dude, we ended up getting $5,000 for the win. Like, we went out there. My dad's like, all right, what's last place pay? And kind of same deal with Laurel Lynn's. Like, can we make it out there and back, basically? And then, dude, people showed up. Dude, it was a party. It was amazing.
Yeah. Okay, so the Havasu one is where you got hurt.
Yeah.
Because I was there. And
why were you out there for the jet skis?
No, I just think we heard about the Vegas show, and then a group of us, Chad Pedersen and Chad Watts, who I was living with at the time. I don't know. We all caravanned out there just to watch, I think. And I remember you coming out of this, like, were you out of the stadium and to hit that jump or?
Yeah.
What kind of, it was like a horse arena. I can't even really remember the specifics of it, but I remember you just sending this thing and then to a stop.
I think St. Mars actually might have been Rourke. I forget. One of the guys jumped it first. So it wasn't like, it wasn't
you
impossible.
were on a 125, right? They were all on 250s.
So I hit it. And it was weird. I remember coming at it, and I just hit every other thing so perfect that day. It was literally my 15th birthday. And I was like, man, I'm really like, because all the jumps were always different back then. And that was kind of what made freestyle cool, was that you got to the track and you were like, oh, what can we link? And there was like an inner bowl and an outer bowl. And I tried to jump from a landing over the takeoff, basically over the whole bowl into another landing. And I was kind of blind, and I came at it. I was like, I didn't want to go too far. And that's the last thing I remember. I passed out on landing. Basically, pelvis just shattered. Every time I woke up, I passed out. Passed out. Learned that day that you can only take so much pain before your body shuts off, so that was good. I experienced the most pain I'll ever be able to take. There might be tougher men that can take more pain, but that was
you found
was
your
it.
limit.
Found my
multiple
limit.
times.
Happy about that. Woke up finally to my mom basically crying in Southern California. Had the third known case in medical history for that to happen without having bled out. So I bled 2/3 of my blood volume over 3 days. They finally got me put all back together, and at that point, my mom's like, "Are you sure this is what you want to do?" That week she had looked basically, aged her by 30 years, and I said, "Mom, I don't want them to take that jump down. I know I just got to shift up to fifth. Like it'll work." And she kind of giggled. And she's like, even right now, in the most pain you've ever been in, knowing that you're going to be in a wheelchair for the next little bit and hopefully we'll be able to get you back on your feet, this is what you want to do. And I said, yeah, this is, like, I love dirt bikes, no matter what the cost. Like, and it's amazing because as a parent now, that point to be able to look your kid in the eye and say, I'm going to let you chase your dream, when it had taken, I mean, like I said, at that point, we 3 mortgages on the house, hadn't really made a dime from anything, had freestyle that was, we won $5,000 in the first event, but it cost us, $2,000 to get out there, whatever. And this is that moment where they've put everything into it, but never hoping that, Mom was always hoping that I'd make something of it, but just to help give me the best opportunity to go through school and to whatever.
Exactly. As a parent, you want your kid to be successful long term. And I'm sure she's looking at it going, look, you're busting your ass, every other year.
Yeah.
We're totally broke. We haven't made any money. What are you going to do down the road? I mean, as a parent, that's your primary responsibility, right? Make sure your kids grow up and become successful in something. I mean, I can't imagine how stressed they must have been. And, this is a super common occurrence in everyone that comes on here, for the most part. because it seems like rich kids don't really make it in this sport. If you don't,
It's a tough sport.
If you can't appreciate how hard that you need to work and the sacrifices your family has made to get you there, you're probably not going to do it. You know what I mean? It's just too hard.
Yeah.
So,
but
it's just, as a parent, man, my heart breaks for your mom back then, thinking I'm watching my kid just put himself into a wheelchair over and over, and we're broke, and we're in debt. And,
and now, how hurt are you that you can't now? Maybe the fallback is construction, and can you work construction now? Like, can you lift that? Can you? And unfortunately, there's not a lot of, for all the parents and all the kids that get pushed into this. There's off on another tangent, but every time that I come home, I have a pile of letters, and it's kind of like David Bailey had talked to me about the same thing. I have to be in the right mindset to open it, because every single week I get 3 to 5 letters of injuries, of bad injuries, and they, for auctions or for charities or for friend passed away or whatever. And these, and it's not just with motocross, it's just life.
Yeah.
But I can't even imagine for the parents on that side and what you sacrifice to get there. But my parents, it was always about, let's live the best life that we can. Each day the best that we can. And when I was hurt, my dad, my uncles, everyone came together, and we got like a nicer wheelchair. And as I started to be able to go, my dad, he used to run 50-mile runs every year just for shits and giggles, and he would run with me. So we'd go to the track, and at first I could only do, he would run 5 miles and I would get around the track once, quarter mile, and got going. And eventually I got down to 8-minute miles in my wheelchair. And then we got kayaks that summer because I wasn't able to get on my feet for a couple months. And we'd go, and at first, I couldn't really move much, and my mom and my dad, we'd go kayaking every day, and we'd go to the track, because my mom she ran track in high school, and we got to come together as a family. And they helped me. My Uncle Alan, who coached health at the community college. We go to the community college. We had access to all that, and this whole family came together, not caring where I was going to come back to, but just, let's get you as healthy, and let's learn as much as we can. Let's do this as a family. And that was one of the best bonding experiences of my life. That 4 or 5 months where, I need a lot of help.
Yeah. Well, and that exercise probably sped your recovery by tenfold. Yeah. Unless you had just sat on your couch, right? Like, you probably you healed way quicker, I'm sure. I want to go back, because before we even get to that 99 World Supercross round at Pasadena, which was your very first pro race, right? You did the X Games, and that was a first X Games ever, right? 99.
First X Games was 99.
San Francisco, and you win the gold, right? Which,
can we go back to getting there?
Yeah.
So we couldn't really. We're trying to figure out how to make it out there, and my mom's like, X Games and talking to Davey Coombs and everyone, this is.
Had you already signed with Factory Team going into that?
No.
Okay.
It was, I could still mess it up, but we were pretty good with Suzuki. They were pretty sure what was going on.
Did they see the value in this yet, or no?
No.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be Primal Impulse, to be honest.
Okay.
But still, it was under Suzuki.
We could have been teammates.
Yeah. Well, no, but but Roger just wasn't. It wasn't until later that Roger said okay to go on the factory. But it still would have been similar setup.
Yeah.
So convinced my parents that I was like, X Games, I have to go to X Games. I have to go to X Games. And they're like, this is not where a career is going. This is not where we need to be. And I said, look, the weekend before, a couple of days before, is Mammoth Mountain. I said, last year I saw Steve Lampson go. I said, there's a chance to race some of the best riders in the world at Mammoth. We have to go there. And talk to Jeff Cernick, and Jeff Cernick's like, you know what, Mammoth's pretty good. He goes, I'll help you get out there. And we had a lot of people kind of help us. So we took the box van cross country, race Mammoth.
And your dad, who would be your mechanic, or who would go with you?
So
I guess you're a kid. Jeez,
yeah. So my mom was a flight attendant.
Okay.
So she would work the opposite days that my dad would work. So my mom and I drove to California.
Okay.
With the bikes, and then my mom went to work that weekend.
And he'd fly out.
And he flew out because we had the passes, which worked it really nicely.
Yeah.
So he was my mechanic. He was the first dad that factories know that was so excited just to he never touched a bike since I turned pro.
Yeah.
As soon as I had a mechanic,
he wanted to be
nothing to do with it. No, but he always did a good job. But so we went out, and I broke a foot peg on the downhill, and I knocked myself out.
Oh.
Like, I don't know. I was first moto, something stupid, and just tomahawk, cartwheel, knocked out, all banged up. So we get in the box van, and we're going from Mammoth. Practice is the next morning. And I'm
For X Games.
For X Games.
Yeah.
So I'm hurt, and you get 1 day of practice, and then they go into the event. And it was like on a Tuesday or something, a Wednesday, something like that. So the box van breaks down. So my dad goes out, and the alternator goes up, whatever. So he hooks the generator. He basically duct tapes the generator and hammers some wood that we had from firewood and puts it on the hood. So we get the hood off, and the generator's sitting there, and he's got them with jumper cables hooked
Oh my gosh.
to the battery.
Okay.
Eventually, it finally dies. Dad hitchhikes to Mom and I were actually, she had come back to that day. We were both in the motorhome, or in the box van, and we're there. It's cold. We're in the mountains or whatever.
Yeah.
Dad hitchhikes to, he doesn't get a rental car place because they can't rent it or whatever. So we ended up with some guy's van that he found, comes back, loaded the bikes into that, leaves the box van on the side of the road, gets there, and we made it just in time for practice for X Games.
Oh my gosh.
So,
And at no time in any of that were you thinking, maybe this is a sign I shouldn't
Mom,
do
the whole
X
time,
Games.
it's a sign. Not that she's like the psychic thing, like you said, but yeah, she was like.
Well, you get knocked out, your van breaks down.
Yeah.
That's a lot of roadblocks you plowed through.
Well, also, Dad knew that last place was like $1,000 or something. So
He's saying last place money.
Let's go.
Yeah. All right. So going into that, did you have a routine down? Like, did you know what? I mean, this was real early days of freestyle, obviously.
Yeah, I was the
Did
only
you
one
even
that took
have
it
a
seriously.
routine? Okay.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, so Mom was good. She, my mom, she said, going into that, she's like, "Look, I don't believe you should be here. I think this is dumb. I think this is you have a chance at a great career as a racer, but if we're gonna do it, you're gonna do it right." And she sat down, and we used it just like we did all through homeschool and everything else. Said, "Okay, what do we have to do to win? What does Twitch have? What does Deegan have? What jumps are they gonna do it? Where are the judges sitting?" And she used it as a full, because at this point, my parents are still not thinking career. They're still thinking, how can we use this to help you in life?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're like, okay, so let's think about this as a quiz. These are your judges. Who are the judges? What are their favorite tricks? Where do they ride? What do they like? What don't they like? So we went through everything, and that, a lot of times I'd win these. Like I didn't get beaten freestyle until I pretty much knocked myself out when Nate Adams beat me, 6 years later. It wasn't always the best rider there, but just having that, my mom thing, instead of ever just going out and riding.
Yeah.
Which was what. Now, to be fair, like Brian said, that's not really what the sport's about. The sport's about having fun, and you really ruined it. So I ruined the sport right off the bat. But
Well, yeah, but it was a really cool, dichotomy of you two. The metal militia crowd, and then you, and there were some other characters in there. Feist was sort of his own little kung fu deal, and there was different characters. Mad Mike Jones,
the Flying Hawaiian,
Yeah.
Mad Mike Jones, Cowboy Kenny Bartram.
Yeah.
Everybody had a gimmick there.
Yeah.
It was,
which it was very WWE, but with a real component. It wasn't fake wrestling; it was real jumps and really gnarly.
no, Brian Deegan helped make me a star.
Yeah.
Us combined,
Yeah.
but it, and I didn't even know I was part of the puzzle.
You didn't even realize what was happening.
Yeah.
So you get through that run. You jumped into this is when you jumped into the bay. How did that come up? I mean, who started that conversation, and how did that evolve?
Before I even walked the track, everyone was like, "Dude, I think you can make it into the bay," and everyone was kind of joking, but nobody really. I mean, nobody said, "Don't do it." So we had a guy, Trent Cameraman, and it was new guy on set with ESPN, and he's following my dad around everywhere. And Pete Fox was awesome, and he went down there, and they had the wakeboard boat from because at the time Parks Bonifay and everyone, they were Shapiro, they're all doing their wakeboard contest.
Yep.
So they had the boat out there waiting for me. Had to put a life vest because I had already won the event in the first round because I qualified first, and then I won in best 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I'm going. If I'm leading, I'm going.
That was the plan.
And my dad's like, you can backflip that. I was like, yeah, I could backflip that. And then I chickened out totally, and it was the lamest attempt at a backflip ever. But Dad was where I was going to backflip and come up short. So you can see he's out there like trying. I don't know what he was going to do. He was trying to catch me or something. Parents. So
I got you, kid. Do it.
Yep.
He's going to be coming at you at 40 miles an hour.
So I land in the bay and everything's great. And Trent, cameraman.
Was it sketchy? I mean, when you were coming up to it, were you? I mean, I know it's water, but you're still coming up from pretty high. Like
the pier's about 20 feet high or so. Plus another. I love water. I'm a fish. I like jumping off of stuff. I was bummed that I chickened out, but it was hitting it third gear on a 125, and it was pretty it was a kicky jump.
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah.
It would have been tough now after knowing how to backflip, and there was no way that was happening there.
Yeah.
No, but it was so. I didn't really think much of it, to be honest. I was like, dude, just won 10 grand. This is freaking awesome. Won the X Games. Like,
so
I'm pumped.
Was there any thought of like, okay, is ESPN going to get
No,
mad? Or what about the bike?
So they were.
Because I heard there was drama afterwards.
Huge drama.
Yeah.
So I come out, Trent cameraman, the film guy who became great friends, who then filmed like all of it. They're like, tape, and they just took the tape out of his camera. Like, he thinks he's going to get a raise, and they're like, did you know anything about this? And Dad's like, no, he didn't know anything about it. I'm like, why are we? Never mind, we'll talk to you later. Took us straight to the back room. That's where I met Steve Astafin.
Oh.
Super Agent Steve. He comes, he's like, here's my card. Anything you need, you tell us. And we're kind of laughing, and we're like, what? Like, we still had no idea.
Oh, okay.
No idea.
Yeah.
So we get to the back room, and this one of the ESPN guys, big dude, he's just hollering and screaming, and he's like, you're going to jail. You could shut this all. And my dad just starts laughing. And Dad almost fell out the back of the chair. He was laughing so hard. And the guy, you think this is funny? You think we're going to shut down the X Games? Your son's going to jail. Dad's like, he's 15 years old. He's like, then you're going to jail. He's like, for what? So it was really quite funny. But after about 45 minutes, and they're like, and we're taking away your winning, and we're taking away your gold medal. And that's where I started. I'm like, so my dad started crying.
He's mad about the money.
We're taking away your winning.
You're mad about
I'm
the
like,
medal.
You can't take away the medal. Like, I wanted in my first round. So they didn't. They took away the money.
They did?
But not the medal. So now my dad's actually crying. But so Pete Fox at that point, he goes, look, you let us have the bike. We'll cover the basically the
That's
fine.
Cool.
So that was really
and so
cool.
he has that bike on display somewhere. I
that
imagine?
bike, I think it's in Japan.
Oh.
Wherever one of their shops somewhere. But yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, it's in one of the Fox shops. But yeah. So it was cool.
And it was like an EPA issue, right? Like the fuel and oil that were in the bike, or
Yeah,
what were they
drained most
so
of the
balled
stuff,
up about?
They made me get a tetanus shot to get out of that. It was so polluted. But yeah, I think that was so Tony Hawk got in a lot of trouble, and I had no idea because he jumped his skateboard. So philosophically, I said, why do you think you're better than everybody else, that you get to do something that no one else did, that you can steal the limelight? And I was like, well, because I won. Like, if I didn't win in the first round, I would have done my second round.
Yeah.
But then the environmentalists came out. I just didn't really think about it because like jet skis or whatever. Like, there's not much in the bike. We got it out.
Yeah.
It was really deep, actually.
Was it? How deep
60,
right there?
60 feet.
So a dive team go down?
Dive team, yeah. Just cost more money.
I'm sure it did. Well, and at the time, like I just, it's amazing that you guys just weren't charged ahead on any of that stuff. Like I would think of the repercussions. Well, what if we get in trouble? You guys were just like, let's do it. That'll be sick. You don't think about it, right? And that, I mean, really, X Games, ESPN should be thanking you.
But they still never aired it. ESPN has never aired that footage. I think, you had Esther Van Hoisty. Like, there was a lot of people in there that they kept it, and it still exists, but
there's footage of it, though. Maybe ESPN didn't air it, but there's footage of it, right?
There's people had cameras, but yeah. No, it was. But again, along all the stuff,
they were just so worried about the environmental groups, huh?
They were worried they were going to shut down the rest. There were still 2 more days of events, and they almost shut down the rest of X Games, which would have been really bad.
Yeah.
So now I don't know. I was 15. That's my dad. Our whole philosophy on life has been live every day for the moment, have fun, and especially a lot of people on this podcast and the Racer X audience. I still feel like there's so much animosity towards anything freestyle, and definitely like you could have been so good. I don't think I could have necessarily been any better. I could have probably been less injured. I think what made me who I was, do I wish I would have won a Supercross and that kind of stuff? Yeah, but even if they would have taken all the money and it would have been shut down, I would have been thrown out of whatever, and it was pretty fun, right? I mean,
it's good times, right? Like, it's worth it. Like, yeah. Like I said, I think that there was a lot of talk in that, not that early, but later on in your career, we're like, man, if he would have just focused on racing, he really screwed up by doing this. And I think, and at the time, I might have been like, man, maybe you're right, because we don't know, right? We're just seeing that you're doing both things.
I wasn't as good as, like, I was in practice. Roger came out to me every single race. And by the end of it, I was like, Roger, like, I was 5 seconds off every single practice.
Is that right?
Like, if we had time practice now, I'd be screwed.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, I will take the risk that I need to take Glen Helen. I'm going to hit those downhills, and I'm going to make, like, Tortelli, he'd pass me in every lap. I'd pass him back on the downhill. And Tortelli he bombed the hills pretty good. But I'm like, it's free time.
Yeah.
And then I ended up flipping over, and, anyway, the bottom one of the hills, I caught a braking pump bad. But you can always go faster, but it has to be worth it. And if you're not having fun, it's not worth it to be on the ground every race.
Well, in retrospect, looking back at what you've done, if I could have, if you could have peeled right and won, let's say 5 championships in racing, but none of the other stuff would have happened, right? You gave up freestyle after that 99 thing, and that was it. You just were a racer. Versus what you've done, it's a no-brainer to me. I tell racing bye-bye, and I do exactly what you did.
Yeah, my dad always says, you've messed up in reverse more than anyone on the face of the earth. But if you follow your passion, you follow your heart, then every single day that you're doing, as long as you're doing what you love, then you're not wasting it. I mean,
yeah, but we get so focused on, and to your point about just living it and having fun, we get so focused on the end result. And okay, I need to make money because I want to, I want to be able to retire, whatever it is, And if you have goals, like if championship's your goal, which for me it always was, I was too scared to do the freestyle tricks. I did a knack one time and my left foot came off.
Oh, no.
And I was doing whatever that is. And I almost died, and I'm like, I'm done. Like, freestyle's out. But, man, I think we lose sight, and even current riders today, like we talked about, I think they lose sight of that, having fun and really enjoying what you're doing. And that will bring out a joy in your job that will just make everything better.
Maybe not. Carmichael did. I mean, you look at the greats. The greats are there because they hated to lose. The guys that were good, the guys you remember, are the guys that, not the guys you remember, the guys that were fun, like your Guy Coopers, they just loved to ride.
Yeah.
Doug Henry, dude, I mean, paralyzed now, comes out to the race we hold with Jeff Cernick.
Yeah.
Try to get everyone together at the end of the year, and it was snowing. Damon Bradshaw showed up. Like, I was so stoked the Beast from the East came, and he's like, I'm not going out there. It's cold, it's rainy, it's muddy, and there's no one out for, like, the warm-up lap. Like, it's just to, like, get on the bike. Freaking Doug Henry. He's out there with, like, 3 other people just trying to get it. I mean, he falls over, he can't even pick himself up. He just loves to ride.
Yeah. He's a special one, too, that guy. Well, anyway.
Sorry. I get off on too many tangents,
No, that's fine. Those are fun. Okay, so we get through 99. Your first full pro series is 2000. No, yeah, right? 2000.
Yep.
Yeah.
What were
so I thought you won your very first.
Did you win the West Coast in 2000?
No, I got second. Shea Bentley.
Shea.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Way to pick it a scab, buddy. No, it's fine. Roncada won East that year?
Roncada won East.
Yeah. And Sellards was in that mix too, right?
Sellers got second every single race until the last round. I think he ended up third or whatnot, but yeah.
Okay. Because I could have swore you won your first round, but it says fourth in the results. Is that right?
That is correct.
And did you crash on the parade lap?
Yeah, so that's a good story.
Let's hear that one, because I do remember that and thinking, oh, man, that's a rough way to debut.
Oh,
what
poor
happened?
Leroy, man. I tell you what.
You aged him a little bit.
Yeah, so... Well, it all started with Ronnie Renner. So day qualifier, my starts were never that good. I was even, I was 186.2 on.
Were you that heavy even back then?
75-ish, maybe.
Racing against guys who were 130, 140.
Yeah, what were you, like?
135.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, that's a tough.
Freaking jockeys.
No, I should have been a road racer.
So starts weren't the best. Suzuki, we had a good bike that year. It was before the 4-strokes came in the following year. But I could usually work my way around the first turn pretty good. But that was usually from having a good starting pick.
Yeah.
But the first round, I didn't have a good starting pick. And then, so I'm way out in boonies, and I was doing this triple in the corner, and most people were going double, single to the outside. But every now and then, someone would go double, single to the inside. And I was already lined up triple in, and Ronnie Renner, I didn't know at the time, goes double, single, inside, land on him. That was the end of his racing career. You're welcome, Ronnie. He did great in freestyle and step up. But then...
That was in practice?
No, that was in the day qualifier.
Oh, day qualifier, okay.
So I get dropped in the day qualifier. I have to go to like the LCQ day qualifier. So I'm starting, pretty far wide, get a bad start, whatever, make it through to the main. And then in the for the main event, we get a parade lap. And I go out, instead of looking at the track like every normal, sane human being, and I already have a cast on I'm riding with a cast guy at a broken thumb. So
I do vaguely remember that. Okay.
So
you just cut around the thumb or something, or what'd you do?
No, nothing. I just rode with the cast.
You just ran it?
Left hand, yeah, ran it.
AMA didn't say anything? They were a little loose back then.
Yeah, looser than now. Yeah,
Yeah.
we had Duke Finch. He didn't like me from the get-go. I don't blame him. It's already landed on someone. I'm already, whatever. So we go to the main event. Got a cast on. Do a heel click over the first jump. Crowd's on their feet. Heel click over the next triple. I'm wheeling through the whoops. I'm like, this is great. I haven't looked at the track at all. I haven't studied any of the ruts. I'm just like kid in a candy shop. And I go around the last turn, and I actually made eye contact with Jeff Stanton. And I just saw his crossed his arms, and he's just a smug Jeff Stanton look. And my heart kind of sank, and then I went to do a Superman C grab, but I have a cast on my left hand.
Oh, no.
So, and the time was a fender grab. So I'm reaching all the way back, and I missed. I blame Jeff Stanton a little bit and the cast a little bit and maybe nerves a little bit, but I missed. So I missed the bike. I Superman one hand, launch the bike. The poor camera guy jumps off the stand. The camera goes falling. So I don't know. It was a big camera. It had to be expensive. Bent the lever. The handlebars are bent down. I come back, and Leroy, you couldn't fluster that guy, man. He's just looking at me. He's shaking his head. No rush. All right, what do we need? Bend it back. We do this. He's like, you ready to stop fucking around now? It's like, yeah. I got the best start that I've ever gotten. And, dude, it was a pretty packed field.
That was a stacked season.
It was a stacked season. East Coast, and he had, everyone thought Fonseca was going to dominate, and Roncada was in shape for the first time of his life. And, Brandis or whatever.
Brandis.
I think he ended
Primal,
up
right?
winning that one. But, yeah, so however was stacking up. It was a good battle.
Yeah.
And Sellards. So lap 2 already. And I'm already running like 200 heart rate because I'm like, I was jacked up. But I got a good start. I think that helped me. Being so discombobulated from the completely messing everything else up that
I would
day.
be mentally, after that parade lap, I'd be mentally just destroyed. I'd just have Jeff's that look.
I still have that. I can picture him.
I can picture him doing it, and I didn't even see it.
So second lap, Sellards goes wide. I have a chance. I'm like jumping. I'm like, I'm going to take the crowds just still on their feet from the parade lap. They're pumped.
And they're all watching you at this
point. And
point.
he does double, single inside, land right on them, both of us. Whoom, off the course. Come back. I crashed another time, and then I still ended up fourth on that race. But, yeah. And I remember Art Ekman.
Yeah.
Art comes up to me, and he's just shaking his head. He goes, and just walks away. He didn't even say anything. And later he comes up, and he's
speechless.
He goes, you just seemed like such a normal, Art's great. I get along with Art really. But you seem so professional and articulate and smart. And then I watch you ride, and it's just chaos and mayhem. And Gary Bailey comes up to me. He goes, okay, first thing, because,
He's a longtime coach of yours.
Long time. Gary's he's awesome. He's been great. I basically lived with him for forever. He's like second father between him and Roger and my dad. That was kind of where my father figures, if you will.
Okay.
But so Gary comes up and he goes, I was like, talking about the race, and I'm pretty excited. I got fourth. I crashed twice and got fourth. He goes, all right, wipe the smile off your face. He goes, right now, you've got to go over to Brock Sellards. You got to go over to that pit. You got to look him in the eye. You got to apologize. You're going to go past a lot of irate family members. You're going to go past a lot of irate team members. And what you have to do right now will establish how these riders will treat you for the rest of your season. He goes, every rider that you knocked down, every rider that you jumped on, every rider that you injured out there, he goes, let's go handshake, let's go eye contact. And he goes, then coming for the next round, he goes, we're not going to worry about what place we finish. We're just not going to piss anybody off. It's like, all right, GB, thanks, man. So we had two more rounds in there before I won a race.
Then it started coming together.
Yeah.
Because I think you won. I've got the results here. You had that season. You had some wins, right?
Yeah. So Daytona
Let's take a look
Supercross.
So you ended up that first year, third overall in the championship, right?
Yeah, I think I was 1 point behind going in the last round. It was close.
Oh, let's see. And I was really shocked to see how few seasons you raced. I for whatever reason, when I think back to your career, I think maybe you went 6, 7, 8 years.
2.
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't race a lot.
No, 3 technically.
Yeah, it was a lot shorter than I thought. So, 4, 4, 5, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1. So I mean, definitely those first few were a little learning curve, and then you had her dialed.
So what was interesting, I got the flu at the second round, and I shook a lot of hands. Always did, always will.
Yeah.
Ran hot, always did, always will. Like just as far as just excited. When I was out there, it's always 110%, like whatever. Like I just had fun.
Yeah.
But that was an interesting round at the second round because it was pretty cold.
Okay.
And had jackets and whatever, and it's the first time.
Pontiac.
Yeah.
Right? That was talking about?
Yeah.
Freezing.
It was, like really cold.
Yeah.
Had the flu, and I would go to the bathroom. When I came out, there was people waiting for an autograph, and I'm sick, and I'm like, I shouldn't be like shaking hands or talking to, like, just because, and then I really got to get back to and then like I got booed a couple times, like just people yelling like, oh, don't even have to, because you'd sign autographs. That's what people don't really get. Like you'll sign a bunch of autographs or whatever, and then you walk around the corner and people are like, oh, I can't believe I caught you. Dude, you can just walk around here. No one's even, but you already told like 50 people there that you had to go somewhere. And then you're like, oh, so I got to go. And those people are like, what a dickhead, because they don't see or that you're sick or that whatever's going on or that you got to, like, it's your job is to not only say hi, but it's to perform. So when you see the guys, you're like, oh, they're just in their factory rigs chilling. No, they're going over every lap time, every data, now we got POVs, and there's all kinds of stuff like the telemetry and everything. So you're going over all this stuff with your team. But I was sick, and I stayed there till the last fan was gone. And right at the beginning, someone ripped my jacket off and just ran and took off.
A fan?
A fan. And I'm sick. I already threw up like before the main event. Miserable. I'm tired. All I want to do is just die, basically. And I didn't have the result that I was really hoping for. And I was kind of like, I got up and I was like, what the hell? And someone was like, oh, what do you care? You get them for free. And I kind of sat back down and I was like, yeah, but I'm cold now. like I'm sick, I'm miserable, I'm tired. I don't have to be here. Yeah. Like I was like, what are you guys going to chase him down or no? Anyway, but it was just, there's some interesting interactions.
Yeah, listen, that happens. There's nobody better with fans than you. In my book that I've ever seen. You will stay until the last person gets an autograph if you can. But to your point, you're also there to do a job, and that primary job is to win races. And they just don't see that. For them, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. They get to see you and get an autograph, and this is the only time they're ever going to have that chance. But you do this every single weekend, over and over, and this actually isn't your job, it's this. This is something that comes along with it.
Yeah, well,
frustrating.
Honestly, the only reason that it definitely wasn't my results. And if you stay at something long enough and you work hard enough towards it, like with car racing, this was the first year of my life that I actually felt like a professional race car driver. I finally had the seat time. Until then, I knew what my job was. My job is entertainment. My job is going out, talking to the reporters. It's going to it's doing press for the events. It's getting people to watch. It's, building up the series and the sponsors. And I'm good with that. You know why? Because that gets me the opportunity to be able to drive these awesome cars and to do things like Gymkhana and get to still ride dirt bikes. People still think I race dirt bikes. Like, shoot, I love riding, but like I haven't been competitive, like you said, since 2004 probably.
Well, my point is just you're never going to please everybody,
yeah.
and you have to just get okay with that. Because I thought I was pretty good with fans. I always tried to be professional, And I have people go, "Oh yeah, dude, I tried to get an autograph from you back in 2003, and you were a dick." And I'm like, "Really?"
But they don't see.
Who knows what? I don't even remember what he's talking about. But it's like, well, dude, was I doing something? Was I headed to the line to race? I mean, like, can't sign everything at any
Roger
time.
had to make me stop signing. He's like, when you're on the starting line, when you're walking to the starting line and you're on the starting line, because people would always, but they didn't call for like Ricky because I knew he wouldn't. But like, you seem so like approachable.
Yeah,
like, just come over and sign. The card's not up yet. And like Roger's like, no. Okay, look, you got to draw a line somewhere.
Yeah,
so
that's funny. Okay, so that 2000 season, what stands out? Because you had a decent outdoor year. Well, you won the outdoor title that year. So what stands out from that season, Supercross and outdoors? Really, you got a third in Supercross with a bunch of wins. You win the outdoor title. At this point, you got to be thinking, I'm the guy.
Yes, this is going to be.
I'm making it.
Motocross of Nations. Probably the greatest moment of my life, especially having Gary Bailey as a coach and looking up to David and Osho and Rick Johnson, all these guys, and kind of the prime for the U.S. going over and just dominating Motocross of Nations, and to have an opportunity to do that my first year when Steve Lamson and Talon Volan were both the sure picks, and then to be able to win the championship, it's the difference between first and second is 3 points. I won the championship by 2 points. My goal halfway through the outdoor championship was just to not have Roncada wrap it up before the final round. And then, interesting story though. Like, I knew Roncada was better than me, 100% in my head. And so if I got out battling with Roncada, I knew he was better. And I tried my hardest, and I wasn't giving up, but I was getting thirds and fourths. But I was battling with Talon Volan. And I knew I could beat Talon. And Talon knew he could beat me. And, dude, we hit so hard. So my first ever overall win was Southwick, Massachusetts. And I put Vaseline on the goggles so it wouldn't get dirt in them, but the goggles fogged up from the inside. So I threw my goggles second lap. My mom and dad are screaming at Roger and Lee, pull him off the track. And I'm battling with Talon for the lead. And thank goodness now we didn't, but they're like, his eyes are more important than this one race, basically. But they didn't pull me off. And I hit Talon so hard.
How are you battling with a guy with no goggles?
No, I pulled out at the end and I scraped sand out of the underneath of my, but so I break his foot. He rips the brake rotor, the front or the rear brake rotor off my bike. So I only have front brake, which in Southwick doesn't work very well.
No, that's a struggle.
And we've got no goggles, but we're just so worried about ourselves. We didn't worry about anybody else. And we're out there. We're like, we're gone. And I got no rear brake at Southwick. And I come down, I slam him 3 or 4 more times because I can't stop. I'm like, coming in hot. And I was screaming and yelling. And we finished the race, and he had lost that race, came over and gave me a big hug. He's like, best race I've ever been on. But I think you broke my effing foot, basically. And we had such a good kind of, I loved racing him because we always knew we were gonna battle. So season come around, we take off first and second at Washougal. Now, at this point, we're third, fourth place riders. We're just trying to hang on. But I knew I could beat him. He knew he could beat me, and we went at it. And every lap, I'd pass him through the whoops, and he'd pass me on this other section. I'd pass him through the whoops. He'd pass me on this other section. And we get the halfway flag, and I kind of looked around. I took a second. And I'm like, we just yarded all the riders that I thought were better than us by 35, 40 seconds. Which
would be who? Like Sellards, Ron.
Yeah, I mean, basically you had Stefan Roncada was definitely the biggest, and Steve Lamson.
Okay, Lammy, yeah.
So Lammy, Ron.
I mean, I was back there somewhere too, but I wasn't.
So I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, Supercross was always.
Yeah, I know. It's more of a Supercross guy. Well,
I didn't. Yeah.
So where were you guys in the points at that? Were you leading points by Washougal?
No, I was 42 points behind at Washougal. I won every single moto from that point out.
Ron was leading, and then who would have been second, third? Lammy and Volan?
Yeah, Roncada, Lamson. I was probably Volan and I were about the same.
Okay.
I had some good East Coast, West Coast. So I broke my wrist in the first round.
Okay.
Just scaphoid. So it's that little bone that doesn't really. Yeah. It doesn't do much. Although now my wrist is fused, so there's that. But yeah, so at the top, I just fell over. Stupid. At Glen Helen. So I go out now. The first year at Glen Helen, I get a 3-4 moto finish. Happiest moment of my life. Like, yeah, basically. And I broke my wrist on the fourth. second year, I get the same moto finish, and it was like everyone thought I was the worst rider ever.
Worst
like,
thing ever.
What would happen? But anyway, so go out there, break my wrist, race Sacramento with the cast. Blood just because it's 110 degrees out there, and I had
cast is digging into you.
Cast was digging. I went the second race, and I had no palm left, and just bled through the glove. And then I had it duct taped on, and everything like it just basically there was so much blood it got through all of the tape and everything, and the glove came off. But I was able to. I fought back to second in that moto to Lampson, who was pretty amazing.
Especially at Hangtown, he was the man.
He's the man. But then we go east. So super mud race. I love the mud. So was battling Kelly Smith.
Okay. Oh, High Point.
High Point for a lead. Went inside. Last turn, dove to the inside, and my spark plug comes off.
I don't remember
They
that.
used a jet ski spark plug so it wouldn't get water in it or whatever. Well, the spark plug comes off. So I'm done. Now, no one can see this. It's in the last corner. Everyone, including all my family, all my uncle, like what an idiot.
Crashed last
He
lap,
crashed last turn. So I never come up the hill until right at the very end, ended up getting 12th or something that first moto. But luckily they lapped through 15th. So I come up, and Roger didn't believe me. It's like, sure he didn't. So the guy comes up so a fan jumps out, puts the spark plug on my bike, and Roger goes, "What color is it?" He's like, "It was blue." Roger's like, "All right, I believe you. Spark plug cap fell off." So blah, blah. So that guy saved my ass because no one believed that I didn't just dump it in the last turn. And then was able to win my first moto. Heel clickered across the start-finish line first lap. Won the first moto at High Point second race. So that was cool.
Okay. And then, so you guys are battling all year long. After Washougal, that was sort of a switch mentally for you, huh?
We weren't.
When you realized you could beat these guys by.
So everything kind of got, at the beginning, there's four main guys. And there always was kind of, but Glenn Helen, I was in 20th at the halfway of the first moto, riding my ass off, just it just didn't spread out until people started getting tired and worked their way up, whatever. But by the end, I feel like people kind of almost, you start knowing your place, and you don't think about it, but mentally you're just like, this is where I kind of belong. So you kind of, there's a pecking order. Like if Roncata's behind you or whatever, you kind of think, okay, well, it's beginning of the race. Like I'm not going to fight him too hard.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It just kind of just happened. And then changing the guard, all of a sudden I realized we could do it. Talon and I go out, have a great race, win every single race. I knew I needed to win every one from that point on. Didn't think it was even possible, but was able to do it.
Isn't that weird where it just subconsciously, like you said, you just settle into, okay, I'm kind of right
You're
here.
still trying.
Yeah.
But it's when people think you're like, oh, I'm 2 seconds a lap off. No, you know what 2 seconds a lap off? 2 seconds a lap is a half of a tenth of a second in every corner. It's jumping every jump a little further. It's never just kind of settling in. And I think the only spot, because Roncata was still quicker, but he wasn't in great shape. So Roncata coming in, Binghamton. So he got the lead on me, and halfway through the race, he started slowing down. So every time I was in the same rut he would slow down. I could almost see his
taking a big breath.
Taking a big breath and take back off again. You won't get that nowadays, but
I used that technique before.
You can't pass me here. All right, let's go.
Yeah, a little tight S section. You just take her down to first gear. So you ended up winning this by 2 points. So it came down to, was it Steel City at the time? What was the last round that year?
Last round was Steel City. Had to win both motos. Won the first moto. Jessman, the second moto, Brandon Jessman, gave me a run. And he's on my team. And I remember thinking, I'm like, you know what? If there's anyone that I want behind me, it's Brandon. But Brandon hasn't had a win yet. He's a young guy. This is his hometown crowd. You don't give up a win.
Yeah.
And we were half lap ahead of everybody else.
But you had to win. If he beat you, you lose.
He beats me, I lose the championship by 1 point. And we're going, and then finally was able to start pulling a little bit. So last lap, I don't know what Roger was thinking, but I ended up, these whoops were really, really big, and I tire tapped through the whoops. No one could even see it, but tire tap all the way through the whoops on the 125, which real easy to loop out or do something stupid. Hit the back double, the big double, Superman seat grab, with off the fender, did an Indy air, lazy boys, heel clickers, all the way to the finish line, wheelie up the last. Yeah, Roger had to have been just having a heart attack, but yeah, it worked out.
Jeez, did you not? I mean, did the pressure of the championship not even really phase you? I mean, because
I got one whole shot all year. It was the final moto, final time. I do, the more pressure you put me under, it's just really hard to get in those situations.
Yeah.
You know, you got to have a really good season to get there. But when you put me under the fire, that's the best
crazy,
time.
man. That's crazy. Who does that? Who's going to do all those tricks on the last lap?
No one's smart.
You national champion, man. I don't know what to tell you. I really tried to get GL here to co-host this. He couldn't make it, but
I tried to get into the pit bike race. I really thought he was going to come out.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Well, he tells me a story. He really wanted to come because he goes, man, I've got some history with Travis racing at the Nations in 2000. But even going back, he said, did you go to South Africa or he came here and you guys raced mini bikes, right?
Went to South Africa with FMF.
Okay.
Broke my thumb literally 2 days before I went over. Had a cast on, cut the cast. Grant Langston over, so I was 11. Grant was probably 12.
Okay.
So go over there, and he is...
Was he the man? Like when you went there?
Dude, he was like faster than anyone over there other than like Greg Albertine.
Yeah.
Like, and he's on 80s. Yeah. And we went over there. Like, there was probably, I bet there was 30,000 people that showed up to this race.
Is that right?
And most of them were to watch this battle between us. So I cut my cast off race.
Was it a Supercross? Was it that Sun City one or what?
It was an outdoor, but it was very like South Africa had a lot of. It was a Supercross style track. It was all in this hill. I'm not sure where it was, but we had a big step down that went into it. And well, I went over with Robbie Horton and Mitchell Hodges.
Okay.
No, it was and Paul Curry. Actually,
right.
yeah. So it was pretty cool. But so we went, and he wins the first race. So I cut my cast for the second one. I'm like, I can't ride with this cast on. So I go and I re-break my thumb. But I'm like, I'm not pulling off until I'm ahead of him. So I go and I just park him in a berm, and I pull up to the start-finish line. And I just stop. And I just like re-broken my thumb. I was in a lot of pain.
You fell or just what happened?
No, I just landed. I cut my cast off. It wasn't healed yet, but I just still messed. Again, that whole wrist and that just never really healed right, but makes sense. So I got bagged on the whole time. They're like, "Oh, you knew you couldn't beat him," so which was possible. Next time I hear of Grant Langston, he wins the World MX
Championship.
Yeah, World Championship. I win the U.S. Championship, and we go over, and it's so Motocross of Nations. You qualify down, so it's all the lights, all the 125s, then all the 250s, then all the 500s or the open class. And we start out 1-2, and
this is I'm going to screw it up.
Saint D'Angeli,
France. Okay. And this was, I remember watching this. You jumping down that hill, like to the bottom, and I mean it was classic Pastrana, but that was a crazy race, huh?
We went back and forth, and I loved racing Grant because he was such an asshole, but he was crafty. It wasn't like so Talon Volan. He'd only hit you when it helped him go faster.
Okay.
Mike Brown, he hit you to try to knock you down if he thought you were better.
Okay.
So you kind of
you knew their mindset.
But you knew where you set. Grant would go out of his way just to mess with you, just mentally tear you down, just to make a point, even if it slowed him down or made his position worse or someone else went by. Like when he was crafty, and his brake checks, like Fonseca was pretty good at brake checks too. And you just didn't expect someone to be slower. You just expected them to do their thing.
Yeah.
And man, he took me for definitely schooled me on that first one. I got the best of him just because I was willing to launch the downhills further. But it was so cool racing Grant Langston there, and it was such a cool, like, we battled all the way across the finish line of that heat. And then he beat me in the actual races. He got better starts. So he was like 7th overall or something on a 125 two-stroke on a hill track against 500s and 250s and all the world guys in the U.S. Like, he did phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then he came over, and he was very hard to beat.
Well, so that leads us into our 01 season. And you moved. Did you race? You were at a 250 at Anaheim 1.
I think I did top 5 there.
You got a 5th.
Got a 5th, yeah.
Which was your second season ever of racing Supercross. You jump up and ride the 250 and get a top 5.
Yeah.
There's not many dudes that do that. I think Reed maybe had a good finish early on.
Reed was in that one.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
But I mean, his first year of racing 250s.
Yep.
Was it that year?
Oh, no, it was the next year. You're right. You're totally right.
He jumped in and did really well right away. I think, obviously, Jeremy had some good finishes early on, 93. Yep. Maybe even 92. He might have done some East rounds and did well. Anyway, my point is you're in pretty rare air there where you can just jump up and kill it.
Well, like I said, I could always go as fast as I wanted to. It just came at a very high price and was on the ground a lot.
Potentially, yeah.
So first round that year, and it was cool because it was Carmichael, McGrath, their era when they're crossing.
Yeah.
No, so I was battled McGrath in my heat race. It was right up there. Was running, moved up to fourth, and then got Tyler LaRocco past me on the last lap because he's in great shape, and I was running at 205 heart rate the whole time. And then the next round, knocked myself out and had a really gnarly concussion.
Where was that? What round?
San Diego. I was switching to fourth gear. Come out of the turn in third, switch to fourth. I don't know why. I was one of the Gary Bailey things. If you can grab another gear, grab it. But I was shifting, so I'd try to go 4 whoops in, and I'd shift to fourth on the 250 as I'm tire tapping my way through, and I false neutraled.
Oh.
I guess it looked like it anyway. Maybe I just suck, but
Ran out of talents one way or another.
yeah.
So when you say bad concussion, you're having symptoms for a while, just dizziness and.
So tried to race the following race after that. I don't remember. I remember getting to, I was fine that week. I was just super tired, and I got there and I just lost my vision. I lost my balance and I pulled off the track. I don't remember pulling off the track. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so that was one of those things. But then I went and started the East Coast. Because Roger at the time, he's like, dude, yeah, you're 17. You're supposed to be East Coast, but if you're running top 5,
keep going.
Keep going.
Oh, really? So
yeah.
that was a discussion early on.
Yeah, I just didn't. He was kind of begrudgingly let me ride it, and then after the first round, he's like, "Shoot, you got second or third in your heat race, and had a chance at podium in your first ever 250 race. That's not bad. A 250 to be in the main class.
Yeah,
at the time.
yeah. Mm.
But yeah, no, I definitely wasn't ready for it.
So, but you were able to come back and be ready for that East Championship, which you won, right? Well, what do you remember from that 125 East Championship season?
4-strokes were super. Had a lot more power than
was
we
it
had.
Ramsey? Was he riding it over
Nathan
there?
Ramsey was smooth. He was good. He was on fire. He had a lot of confidence coming into that season too. He needed that season, that championship. First round, I connected with my teammate going down the first straightaway with Jessman, and I got flung completely off the. So I think I might have won the first round, and then second round was Atlanta, I think.
Let's have a look. We're gonna go back here.
2001.
First round would have been. Well, 5th at Anaheim, 20th at San Diego. You raced Anaheim 2, 20th. That was when you pulled off, yeah. You won Indy, which was your opener. Then 14th in Atlanta.
So in Atlanta, going down the first straightaway, Brandon Jessman and we connected bars. And everything went right, and I went left. Luckily, I landed on a tough block and just tumbled down 2 or 3 tough blocks. But my bike I had no clutch, I had no front brake. So just getting it started was challenging. Mm-hmm. So I get lap there, and Barry Karsten actually pulls off thinking I was lapping him, so I got an extra spot there at the end. He's like, son of a gun, I want to stay in front of you. Yeah, so then pretty much I was in the same scenario that I was the year before in outdoors, and I was like, all right, well, this is great. I don't do well until I have to, and I have to win every other round. The championship is still in my hands. So then was a good battle because Ramsey's good, man. He was solid rider. Though you raced Ramsey Lux, he came from West Coast. He was racing you, I guess, earlier that year.
I raced him in '99, 2000. I don't know where he was. He wasn't on my coast, but yeah, I mean, I was living with Nathan in 2000, or '99. Anyway,
yeah, he's a super
awesome guy,
dude,
great
good guy.
rider.
The only rider I ever raced clean, except for this one time, and his family was really upset at me. But you try to race the guys how you race.
Yeah,
for a podium. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So Ramsey, I won pretty much all the rounds, but not by much. I was riding everything that I had, and he always got better starts. He had the first year they had the 250F, so the 4-stroke was out, and he could do stuff that I couldn't do out of the corners. Everyone's like, I thought you were a jumper. I'm like if you give me enough run, I'll hit jumps that most people won't hit, but I physically. I'm just not good enough out of this corner to make these jumps. So he always had something on me everywhere, every track that was extremely tough. So we come in, and I convinced Roger at this point. I'm like, Roger, let me run 250s. I'm like, I want another shot at this. My head's good. I've been training hard, and I got off. Ramsey didn't have a good run at one of the rounds right before St. Louis. And I was like, Roger, I'm not even tired. I haven't even like broke a sweat. I won my heat race. I'm like, let me race 250. So he goes, okay, we'll let you run 250s and 125 same night in St. Louis. So I go St. Louis. I had the second qualifier for the 125s, first qualifier for the 250s, and I had a knockdown drag out battle in the 125 qualifier.
Okay.
Go to the podium, and then straight to the line. Forgot 250 second gear, 125 first gear start. So I was first gear, botched my start, almost took Laraco out, hit him on the triple first lap. Like, we always came together. He was such a hero to me, and he thought I was retarded, I'm sure, because I could never talk well around him because it was like Lamson and Laraco, that whole era of like, dude.
He's a little intimidating too. He's just a very stoic and
yeah, he was like the first jersey that I ever had signed. I was so pumped. I was such a big Laraco fan, and then I always just step my tongue and say stupid stuff, and then I always ran into him somehow. But anyway, long story long. So I got second, I think, in my heat to McGrath, and I'm like, holy crap, that's pretty good. And then so in the main, but I raced.
So holy, you raced the 125 that night too?
Yeah, so I raced 125.
I don't even see you don't have even results there for St. Louis, just the 250 class. That's very weird.
Just the 125 class.
No, this is 20th in the 250 class, St. Louis. But
Yeah.
there's no result for 125.
So, yeah, well, 125 I won.
Okay.
So I had to. You looking at 2002, 2001?
No, it's 2001.
Yeah, 2001.
But
Yeah.
there's no result. I'm saying on where I pulled these out about the internet. It's funny. They just have you in the 250 class.
Crashed in the first turn. And so I go my heat race in the 125, knockdown, drag out battle. 250 race. From mid-pack or whatever, come up right on McGrath, but like pushing.
Okay.
I'm like, dude, I almost beat the king. This is freaking awesome. 125s, I crashed in the first turn.
Ugh.
Past Nathan Ramsey, which we needed to do for the championship, with 2 turns to go before the finish line.
Oh, my gosh.
Not last, there was a pile up, but like pretty much
Way
last to first. And Roger, Lee handed me the 250, and I said, absolutely not. I was like, I've never been more tired in my life. I'm gonna die. So I would have liked, if that would have been the round from the round before, it would have been interesting to see how that 250 would have gone.
That's crazy, man. I didn't know you did that.
So, but technically, I didn't
that.
race the 250 main event.
Yeah,
So.
well, that's why they show you as 20th. Yeah. But I don't see a 125 result for St. Louis. They only listed you on the 250. Weird stuff. All right, so you won that championship that year. Did that take how did that feel? I mean, you're already a 125 national champion at that point. Does the Supercross one feel like or? I
think it was expected from most people, including myself. And it's always tough when like I look at Faulkner right now. Faulkner, when I was riding with him at Raynard's place, he was the fastest rider I ever ridden with.
Yeah,
ridden with some pretty fast guys. I know they've gotten faster since we were in there, but like, dude, to see that he was battling with Ferrandis and now just mentally or whatever, it just something's not clicking. So you always think you're going to do it until you don't. And then I went out there, and now we have, who came over that outdoor season? It wasn't going great. You had Mike Brown was doing phenomenal, and you had Langston,
GL, and Brownie. And,
Langston won like almost the first 2 rounds. I didn't have a shot. Not a shot in hell at staying with Grant.
Was that an extra motivator for you, having the history you two had? Like, were you like, I want to beat this guy?
Yeah, I mean, he's the best in the world. He's coming over, won the world championship, and I mean, he thinks he got me in on 80s, and I think I got him, but broken thumb, whatever, he won. No, and just to prove that you could do it. So I think where it all came down to, he said he was the best sand rider in the world, and I was like, you're not touching me at South. I grew up at Croom, grew up with all those guys down in down in Florida. I'm like, there's no way you're beating me. He goes, I'm gonna whoop you like a girl. And beside the sexism out of the way here, I had an all pink outfit and pink helmet, pink everything. I was like, all right. So in practice, I was gonna bust it out for the race. So in practice, I had just won the first East Coast round in the mud, just because. Well, I love mud too.
Yep.
Being from the East Coast at High Point, I had a great race with Kamikaze. Last turn pass, it was an awesome race. I feel like every race I was in was a good battle. But so we go, Grant Langston. Here's the showdown. He's the dominated the first 2 rounds, says he's the best sand rider on earth, talking so much crap. There was no one, GL, I wish you were here. There was nobody that talked more crap and that was more conniving, smarter asshole racer that I ever raced against than Grant. And he just talks. It just made you want to just kill him. So I never looked at practice times. Like I said, I was always 4 or 5 seconds off. I didn't care. So I go on the first practice, and I was actually second quickest. Like I was carrying a little bit. And they're like, "Oh, Grant's 2 seconds faster than you. Oh, you're gonna get." So my next practice, we go out and I looked at Grant at the start line. I said, "Oh, you," because Grant was gloating. A time practice. I'm like, "Oh, you won practice, man. Congratulations." I'm like, "You want to go?" Like, "You're gonna get your ass whooped this practice." So we go out, and he rips his shoulder. He dislocates his shoulder or towards rotator cuff or something pretty bad. And I go out and I knock myself out. So we talked so much crap that
you're both in the Astros truck.
We were both, like he shouldn't have raced that race. His shoulder was destroyed, and I didn't know who I was for the first round. Luckily, it wasn't the same protocols we have now. And now that I know what was going on, that's probably not good. But they gave you all the tests, and I think I failed all of them. But they're like, I'm like, I'm fine.
Touch your nose. You're tapping your head. I don't know.
Remember these 3 words. I was like, yeah, that's not. I couldn't do that anyway. Come on. So I don't even think I wore any of the pink. And then still had a great battle, and I ended up winning the overall, but it wasn't a fair assessment. I would have loved to wear the pink
but he
outfit.
still raced, right? Yeah, he raced on that shoulder.
He did well dude, he's tough.
Yeah, he is a tough guy.
He still thinks he would have won. I still think I would have kicked his ass.
So you were going, that outdoor season was 3-2, 1-1, 4-2. I mean, you got to be up in the points lead with that kind of scores, yeah?
So I had a 40.
I thought you got knocked out at Unadilla. Was that 01?
Had a 48 point lead going into Unadilla. Led every single lap until the very last lap, get knocked out, made the biggest fool of myself because I woke up, didn't remember waking up. Heel clickers, cans, whatever, after the race has been done for forever. But I DNF'd basically the second race. Everyone was done.
And it was that sweeper kind of before you go back up the hill. And what happened? Just swapped? Don't know.
I watched it on TV like you did. I don't know. But so I'm doing heel. Everyone's like, "What an idiot!" So I just rode around the pits for a while. But so I made a deal with Roger Acosta before that race. I said, "Look, Roger, and Carmichael had been talks that if he had won he was going to try to get the 125 championship or the most 125 wins by dropping down." I said, "Carmichael's dropping down to 125's last round if he gets." Because we had both about 40-some point lead at that point. I said, "I want to race 250s in the final round." Roger's like, "All right, if that's what keeps you motivated, that's what keeps you going." So my goal was to have a 50-point lead so I could race the 250s in Steel City, and Carmichael was going to race the 125s in Steel City, which I think would have been pretty neat. But as it would turn out, knocked myself out that round. Was throwing up all through Troy. Didn't know and still from the concussion earlier that year, then went to X Games, and I could still do X Games because I wasn't like my equilibrium was a little bit off, but I could do a trick or do whatever, and that's what Roger didn't understand. But I couldn't. Once my heart rate got high, my world I just had vertigo so bad. Shouldn't have done X Games, obviously, but then kind of lost a little respect from Roger there to do X Games. Came out, knocked myself out again, real bad at Washougal that year. So now the points race
I remember that
went
one.
from a huge lead to I think down by 10, and I came in. So I did X Games straight into Millville. I was running second to Grant, and my world just started spinning. Throwing up my helmet, didn't know which way was up, kind of confused, pulled off. Championship was done at that point. And then I went back to X Games to do best trick. And I think that's the point where I think most of the moto industry pretty much gave up. I mean, they didn't really understand. I didn't understand. I shouldn't have been riding anything with those concussions. But from that start of the year with the really bad one on the 250s, and then I had
Unadilla,
Washougal, and then also had the dinger at Southwick. So you're looking at 3 bad concussions and one that I probably shouldn't have raced that race all in the same year. And for whatever reason, I went from being in the best shape of my life to I couldn't, when I'd stand up, it took me a while, vertigo, spinning, and walking to the mailbox was like, it was hard. Like
Wow.
it was like, and my mailbox isn't very far.
Yeah. It's not like you're running.
Not
to
like
it.
Wyndham's house.
So you would just lose. It was just vertigo was kind of the main symptom.
Tiredness, fatigue, vertigo, anger, sadness, emotions. Just,
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's concussions, which you don't realize when you have a concussion. Or other people have, you'll see nice people yelling, screaming, cussing, whatever,
Yeah.
or crying for no apparent reason. And you got a lot of stuff. It's just emotional roller coaster.
Is that something you worry about now? You're kind of through a lot of the motorcycle stuff, but you start adding up all those concussions you had cumulatively over time. And I know you're buddies with Dave Mira. We've seen some of these football players which is different. They're more like small hits, but repetitive. Ours are bigger hits. Maybe not quite as many, but it's still. Is that something you worry about over time? Do you have any lingering effects from that stuff?
No, I feel as sharp as I ever felt, for sure. I don't know how sharp that
Marble?
that is.
Like a marble? Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Good-ish.
Bowling ball, sharp, I don't know.
So, interestingly enough, I had the opportunity, a lot of military contacts from being on the East Coast, my dad being in the military, and just a lot of similarities now with Black Rifle Coffee and having some opportunities, a lot of physical therapy we went through, especially with Phil and it's magical after his big crash, just to going down with different SEAL teams and different stuff and their training, like Virginia High Performance, where a lot of those teams train, to kind of learn more, and had the opportunity through Morgan Luttrell actually, but Marcus Luttrell was a lone survivor. If you ever read the book or seen the movie, Mark Wahlberg played him in the movie.
Yep.
His brother, a twin, was also a SEAL, went down in a helicopter crash. They said he'd never basically walk again, figured out like head trauma, all this stuff, and he's seen it all. So he developed a program for the military specifically, but was able to go through boot campaign and basically all the fundraiser kind of guys we go through, and said, hey, what is that program? And paid to go do it. But they said, look, we're going to take a couple NFL players and we're going to take a couple from Nitro Circus, and you guys will help add to our data, and we'll give you some information and some stuff, the best in the world, the best that the U.S. has to offer.
Okay.
Kind of use that as, well, let's find out for myself, but for Nitro Circus, like, what are the protocols we need to put in? Because we just had Harry Bink did a trick, lands on his face, gets up, wins World Games, biggest event, lands the trick the second time, and he's on the podium, and he didn't remember what trick he did after he landed. And he said, oh, like, how do we...
This could be a problem.
Yeah, no, but just like, he should... And it's hard to take someone's dreams away, and yeah, it worked out for him, but like, what are the risks?
Yeah.
Should he have been stopped, even though he knows he could have done it, and obviously he did it. So we were able to go down to Texas and did like a 2-week program. Myself, Jim DeChamp, and James Foster. And we go down there, and what I learned the most was that they don't know a lot about head injuries and that each person is different. What I did understand was that repetitive head injuries are the worst, and motocross is actually a pretty good sport to not have CTE or long-lasting effects, because when you hit yourself hard enough to be knocked out, generally you're broken. So you're not going to hit that same spot again. CTE, the number one per capita, if you will, is female soccer, because you usually hit the same spot for it's that low impact, multiple time over and over.
So
and
headers just over and over and over,
in the same spot.
heads.
So even if you look at football, they tend to tuck the same way. Boxing, when you tuck, you tuck the same direction. You get hit in the same kind of way, and it's over and over and over again. They said airbags and resis are going to be the downfall of action sports, because we tuck the same way, but you're not broken from those. You get back up, but that's kind of where you'll see more, and you see a lot more with BMX than you with motocross as well, because you tend to have more smaller falls, and people tend to tuck the same direction. So we learned a lot about basically genetics and predisposition. A lot of people, if you make it in a contact sport, if you're a professional in football, motocross, boxing, you're probably pretty tough mentally. You're probably okay. Some people can get hit once, and they can have brain damage and lasting effects and stuff for the rest of their lives. And if you get hard enough, of course, that's with anything.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, it's making sure that you recognize I'm hit, I'm not 100%. And sometimes that could be a day, and sometimes it could be a year.
Yeah.
And it's being tired, it's being angry, it's being fatigued, it's being all those symptoms that you don't really recognize if you haven't had a concussion. And that's why they have the protocols in there for so long. But that doctor, the main guy in Texas, said, look, there's guys you could hit upside the head with a baseball bat. They could be out cold for 15 minutes. And he goes, the next day I had to prove them to go back to compete. And but
other guys are drinking applesauce out of a straw after that.
Yeah, 100%. And, each person's a little bit different.
That's interesting. I find that really, for racing, from a racing perspective, the AMA or Feld or MX Sports, whoever, has given Doc Bodner the authority to say, nope, you can't race. Like, he can tell guys you can't race. So
I think that's awesome, because I would have never said no. And Doc Bodner has helped me so many times, and it's so good to see him and that program's still doing so well. I know he's helped you out.
Look, he scraped all of us off the floor at one time or another, if you've been doing this for a while. But I think it does put riders in a tough spot. You've got to think long term, but if a guy's in the middle of a championship chase, which you have been in, and if you have a hit, and now you got a guy telling you can't go out and do this thing that you've been working for your whole life, that's tough too. It's a very tough position to be in.
We've pulled a couple of people from Nitro, and that's their livelihood, and they know they can get back out there and do it again, and be successful and make it work. Or like another Harry Banks situation where look in the eye, and make sure our doctor was like that. Rick was never again will that happen. He goes, I wasn't able to get over there. He goes, if anyone hits the ground, I got to be able to look them in the eye. I know these riders, other doctors out there might not know what their function is, but if you have 2 injuries to the same spot before it's healed, and the rider is the only person that's going to know if it's healed or not, but there's no rider, there's no athlete that's ever going to say, I'm fatigued, I'm tired. You know what? I mean, they might, but there's no rider going
goes
for a
against our
championship.
nature.
How are you feeling? I feel fine. You seem angry. Not at all. Why are you crying? I don't know, but it's not from the concussion. It's the wind, So it's you need someone there that can put that into perspective, but also know that there are some riders that can get up and they're not tired. They truly aren't. They're physically 100%. They pass all their tests, and that's why the impact test has been really good, because the impact test doesn't, wherever your baseline is, that's got to be your baseline, because there's some people that are still better than other people's baseline, even half concussed.
Yeah, right. It's just a tricky subject. To your point, and that doctor confirmed it, it's like it's just still very unknown, and it's very different person to person. So, like, to your point, if the doctor knows the athletes, like Bodner knows the racers, your guy knows all your Nitro Circus guys, he can pick up like, he's a little off. He's either his eyes look a little glossed over, or his personality's not quite right. You know what I mean? That would be a better assessment than going to a doctor who doesn't know him, and he'll go, okay, let me see your pupils. They're equal. Do you remember what happened? You know what day it is? Okay, well, cool, you're good to go. Right? Because those can be passed by certain people.
If I could give any advice, it's just from the concussions that I've had, from what I've learned down there in Texas. If you feel tired, if you're angry, if you're emotional, it doesn't matter if it's been past the time they say you're good. It's your best interest not to go back out there. It's your best interest to get your brain fully healed. But at the same point, if you are 100%, and it's hard to tell a lot of times that day, but you'll find those fatigues and the different symptoms that, after you had a couple concussions, you kind of understand, and your body, and you'll know when your brain is healed. The problem is, they said if you ever have 2 hits to the same spot before it's healed, and your body will tell you by the tiredness and the mood swings and the crying and the random stuff, you will have brain damage. 100%. If you get hit twice in the same spot before it's healed, it's brain damage. So that's one thing they do know.
Brain damage.
Yeah, exactly.
That's scary stuff, dude. That's like the one, I tell people, protect your torso and your head. Everything else you can snap almost off and they can fix it.
Or you get a new one.
Yeah. But your head and your vital organs, sometimes, there's only so much they can do. Okay, so tell me
how many concussions have you had?
Like, I'm the one guy I protected my head with my body when I fell, apparently.
Nice.
Like, I've never been knocked out.
Never?
Never.
That's an anomaly.
It's very weird. I mean, I've had a couple of big crashes where you get the little sparkles or whatever, but like never knocked out, never like retrograde amnesia where I couldn't remember what happened.
Really?
Never. Super weird. I always put my arms out or my legs and snap those off.
Well,
So.
I honestly, it's probably best long-term policy.
Well, we'll see. After I get my knee replacements, whatever I'm going to need. My knees are you're probably the only person that I know that has worse knees than me.
Yeah, well, McGrath already had a knee replacement, I guess.
Yeah, he's riding. He's doing well with it.
Looks fine.
It motivates me. That year then, what was going on with freestyle in 2000? Back to X Games. Gravity Games happened as well. Was that new for that year?
2000. So I missed Gravity Games. I was actually at Troy, Ohio, racing.
Okay.
And Kerry Hart.
That was the
first
backflip. So I always was surprised you weren't the first one to do that.
Kerry, so TJ Lavin was a big influence on this. So TJ's a BMX guy, looked up to him my whole life. Like him and Nyquist were always battling at X Games. And TJ's like, why don't you guys flip? Flip your dirt bikes. And we're like, that can't be done. And he got that bug in our head. And so we went to, Kerry and I both learned right around the same time, pretty much at Woodward. And doing backflips on BMX and Resis, and we're like, all right. And then Kerry, so Woodward started working with him and trying to get airbags, and then he landed on the airbag, and it was a crappy original airbag, and he bounced off and broke his collarbone. That didn't work. So it was really TJ Lavin that kind of put that ball rolling. Like I had talked about doing a backflip, and I'd done one on like a Z50 into like the water, and I'm like, it's got to work. My dad, who can't ride dirt bikes at all, was like, yeah, it's got to be easy. He's like, I'd do a backflip, basically. And he did after, we all started doing
I'm sure he did.
So it was interesting. But Kerry, that divided freestyle. Before it was a bunch of guys that maybe or maybe not could have made it in motocross that were just having fun. And that took it to a sport. And as much as Davey Coombs and Racer X and all of the moto industry kind of hated freestyle and really thought that was going to ruin it and there's going to be a lot of deaths and everything that came of it, it really separated freestyle in, I think, a pretty positive way from that point on.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I'm just outsider looking in at it, but it was almost like what Ricky did for racing. Pre-Ricky, it was a lot of good times and partying, and guys were serious, but they also had fun. When Ricky came along, it was like it's all business. If you want to even be in the ballpark, no more fun and games. This time, you're just gonna have to work hard. Yeah. And when that happened,
the backflip ruined freestyle as much as Ricky ruined racing, but also both elevated that to the next level.
Totally. Because, the Clowers, the Mike Jones, the Ranners, I don't think he really got into flipping.
No, I was not into it.
Those guys time to do something different.
Yep, Drake McElroy. Yes, there was a lot of guys who were really on top of their game in FMX that just did not want to do that.
And I don't blame them. I mean, it's scary. If you can't get that out of your head, what could go wrong right? You just got to.
So a couple weeks ago, I had an 11-year-old girl from England. She had come to a Nitro Circus show when she was like 3 or something and convinced her dad to get her a motorcycle. They don't really have a lot of motorcycle background, and she went on. She's pretty much the best female, under 18 in England. She's a great racer, but she's doing nothings and all this stuff, and she reached out on Instagram and was like, hey, I really want to come to Pastrana Land. So we're trying to get her over last year before COVID, but she came over this year. And actually, Jack Sipes, Ryan Sipes' kid, was over. He was 5. So Sipes gets a flip around on an electric pit bike into the foam pit.
Okay.
Which,
is that the youngest one ever?
Yeah. He's still he got it. I mean, it came around. Jack just wasn't quite ready. His motorcycle skills are enough. He just couldn't piece it together. He's 5.
Okay. Yeah.
Understood.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Might have been just turned 6, but like right in that area. And then so this 11-year-old girl, second day in the foam pit, she was like, no problem.
Just sends it.
And she got it, and she landed it to it was like an airbag landing, but she's on a 65 KTM.
Jeez.
And it's like this trying this trick got Kerry Hart a date with Pink, like a rock star. Yeah. And now there's 11-year-old girls. Yeah. It's so cool.
Oh, the evolution and progress of it is wild. And I always think, okay, it's gone as far as it'll go. And then you see, was it Sheehan? Sheehan just did the triple?
So, yeah, that was 2016, maybe 17.
I don't know. It just keeps getting crazier.
What I like, though, right now is it's going like Axel Hodges and Behrman and all those guys. They're bringing it back to where the Clowers and you guys really, like,
free riding.
It's free riding. It's fun. It's technical. It's, okay, let's, instead of seeing how big we can go and how many flips we can go, and, dude, don't get me wrong, that's where I'm all about the big stuff. And that's, the bigger the landing, we invented so much stuff, like the airbags and all. Yeah. We got so much flack at World Games for running airbag landings, but I'm like, dude, the guys are going 80 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Like we can't not. It still hurts to go to an airbag landing. I mean, we had Harry Bink broke his femur on it, but you're dropping from 80 feet in the sky. Like, we have to do something that makes this safer, or we're not going to have a sport.
Could be the difference between living or dying.
Yeah, no, 100%.
For real. Yeah.
So Josh Sheehan does a triple backflip over 100 feet off ground level. So the landing was 65 foot tall, and it was a wooden landing. So he's still dropping, 35, 40 feet onto a wooden landing after flipping
and rotating
a 450 cc motorcycle 3 times. Dude,
you guys are all insane.
Video
as far
does
as
not
I'm
do that
concerned.
justice. No, that's when I realized, though, I was coming up to that jump, and I had been trying this with Red Bull and with Nitro, and then Sheehan's paying his own way to get over there, and we're James Foster's welding his ramp to try the quadruple backflip, and it's all of our own money, like putting into to do this, and we're building it ourselves. And I was coming up to I did my first triple that it came around like where I belly flopped, and Sheehan had belly flopped and was pissing blood. Just the airbag, like everyone's like, oh, I'd do it if it was an airbag.
No, you wouldn't,
dude. It's brutal still.
Yeah.
You're still dropping a long way. But anyway, and you got to hit the airbag, which we found has been difficult for people to do too.
Yeah.
So coming up to the ramp after my first run, I'm like, all right, it's a little more pull, a little more, and my heart's through my it's. I think I'm gonna have a heart attack on the way up. I thought, all right, I'm old. That's where I finally stepped aside, and I was like, if I'm scared to do this to an airbag, what makes me think I'm going to be able to come up to this jump at 70 miles an hour, wide open? I was trying on 125. I thought lighter was better, but the 6-gear pinned, as fast as the 125 would go, all the way up, and just pulling and everything you have just to try to get it around perfect. I'm like, it's not worth it.
Yeah. So when was that? When was this point when you hit that?
2017, I think. Whenever his triple, and it's the first time I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do the best that I can to help the people that are going to do this stupid stuff anyway, learn from the mistakes that I've made and give them a chance with the technology that we have to make this safer.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I still love doing stupid stuff, but there's a difference between doing stupid stuff and trying to be the best in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's at a point, everybody at a point has to go, all right, time for the next guy. I've gone as far as I can go with it. Okay. So what year was you said 2002 was when you got really serious and tried to really dive into the training and just be focused. What year did you get jacked up at the Castillo Ranch?
So coming into the 2002 season, that sucked. So it was 2003 actually was the year that I was with. We really
that was 2003.
2003 was the year. But
okay, well then let's hold on. I'm gonna get to that. Let me start with 2002 then. You get through 2001. You win the Supercross title. The outdoor title goes to Brownie, but you're in it. Good season, right?
Yeah, 4 concussions or whatever. Yeah.
Lots of concussions. Any fallout from that? Did you still won X Games gold? I mean, by and large, still a great season.
Yeah, just understood a little bit more. Took a lot of heat from that. A lot of flack on just.
That's when it was coming heavy at you.
Yeah, and why are you doing the freestyle? And you got to focus one way or the other. And I did. That was the most I worked in the off season. Usually I'd start December 1. I'd usually get surgeries because I always had
September, October, your surgery months.
Yeah, no, but seriously. So, I'd do Thanksgiving at home, and then I would go west because East Coast was my main thing. But I came into that year and I was like, oh shoot, I got to skip Thanksgiving. I got to actually as soon as I'm done surgery, I'll do physical therapy here, and then I'll go to Castillo Ranch, and I'll go out there, and we're gonna come into that 250 season more ready than I've ever been. And my head felt good at that point, had lingering effects to ish. But I came in, and I was riding mountain bikes at Castillo Ranch, and cow poop, because I was always on the cow trails. So I got cow poop in my mouth, didn't know it. I ended up with parvo.
Oh, really?
So parvo is something that dogs get because my immune system. So
that'll kill dogs at a very high rate. Yeah.
So I just thought it was the flu. So then I got the flu on top of that, and I had chronic sinusitis just because I had broken my nose before, and I deviated septum and whatever, and nothing that really mattered too much. But I just kept piling it on. I kept training. So I got basically mono or Epstein-Barr, which I know a lot of people are like, oh, that's a scapegoat. But it was just the weirdest thing. I was just tired all the time, and I kind of thought it was concussion related, and I wasn't sure what was going on. But I had basically the flu for 2 weeks, and I was too sick to really train. So I so I finally stopped training. I was way past where I should have stopped training. And I'm now 2 weeks out from Anaheim 1. And I hadn't ridden, like I was in great shape right after Thanksgiving. But
the whole 2 weeks on the couch.
2 weeks on the couch.
So when did you learn about the parvo? Did you go get blood work eventually or what?
So, yeah, well, so I came in and went, saw Roger and got all that stuff down there. What we were doing is trying to do testing through this. But now I'm getting in worse and worse shape and trying to now go through. I didn't know about the parvo, to be honest. I just knew that I didn't know about Epstein-Barr. I just thought I had this cold just wasn't going away. And, heart rate, because you're resting heart rate in the morning. And usually at that point, I was like a 38 to a 40. And I'm running a 55 heart rate in the morning. And I'm like, well, something's off. But, like, I don't know. Like, just keep training. That's all I knew is military. Hey, train through it, work it out, sweat it out. So I was like, I got to get back on the bike. And I went out and I did like 3 laps on the Supercross track. And I was spent. I was like, I can't. I'm about to throw up my helmet. Like, I can't train. But I want to ride. So I went out and just started hitting the hills. And at that point, Greg Godfrey was out there. They were filming something. It wasn't even with me. It was just whatever. I think Albrecht might have been out there and Dave Castillo and the guys. And there was a jump. And my dad was like, don't hit that jump. What are you doing? And I was like, hey, just go build something around back. And he was building it. And I looked at it. And I came at it a couple of times. And it wasn't. I was like, I'm not going to clear over the landing like what we initially planned. But I was like, I'd make the 2 barbed wire fences. I'm like, it's not that high. I'm like, and looking at it, everyone's looking. I'm like, it looks okay. Chuck Carruthers out there. He's like, yeah, it looks all right. And every time I came up to it, I'm like, dude, I just feel like it's going to kick me over the bars. And Godfrey's like, just hit it, man. What are you doing? I was like, you're right.
But it was, if I remember, it was like there was no transition at the bottom. It was like a V.
Yeah, kind of. But it had such a flat, long top. It just, visually, it looked like it was going to, but I hit it, went up, and this is where I realized I was really mentally had some issues. Because I was flying through the air, 50, like as fast as the bike would go, 250, and just hit it, buckled on the takeoff, straight off. And I'm flying through the air, and I'm like all panicked, and I smiled. You ever had that where time slows down?
I've had time slow down. I never smile when I'm going over my handlebars, though.
Dude, and I was like, all right, well, I can stay on the bike, but I'm going to catch like the front tire for a second before this thing just eats me. So I jumped off, and I'm just floating through the air. And I was like, this is the greatest feeling I've ever experienced in my life. I'm like, and I had so much time to like all the sights, the sounds, everything. I'm like, I feel like Superman.
I believe I can fly.
Going like literally 70 mile an hour flying up this thing. I'm like, I can't run this fast, so this is gonna really suck when I hit. And I should have tucked out of it better, but and then I knew it was gonna hurt. I knew it was gonna be bad, but like. It's like, enjoy this last second before everything's going to suck.
Life's going to be terrible when I hit the ground.
Yeah,
so.
And I hit, and I blew out my knee, ACL, PCL, tibia plateau fracture. I tried to convince everyone I was fine, and I didn't get checked out, didn't go to the doctors. I was still sick. Tried to race the first round. Like, it was just miserable. So there was that.
That was before the 03 season or before 02?
That was before 02.
This is because 02 is the year you said you tried super hard to train. You were getting all serious.
Yep. So no, this was 02. Because I didn't do 04. So this was 02.
Okay.
No. Yeah. So 02. No, I got parvo and all that stuff. Shoot, you know what? I'm messing this
Are you
all
mixing
up.
years up? Look, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
In 02,
Dude, it has been that long since we were.
You got 19th
racing.
at Anaheim, 2nd at San Diego. So like, you had speed. It wasn't like you were putting in bad results. 3rd at Anaheim, 2nd at Phoenix.
Yep. And
7, 8, and then it kind of went.
I got sick.
Yeah.
And then I pulled off. I threw up my helmet and pulled off in Atlanta, and I got so much flack. The world was
that
on me.
for the Epstein-Barr?
Yeah. So that was being sick.
So it was dragging the whole first part of that season.
I didn't know what it was though.
Yeah.
So it was coming in 2003 that I got the knee. That's
Okay.
where the
I think that sounds
blown
right.
out knee.
So 02, you had the sickness. That's what you're trying to fight through. And, damn it, I think the frustrating thing is you were getting great results. And that was being sick and, not having the health, right? Until it caught up to you here. It looks like mini Atlanta, you went 19, 20, 27.
Yeah,
it
got
caught up
bad
to you.
quick.
And then outdoors too.
But mentally, so I landed on LaRocco. Again, my hero, who I'd always looked up to, who still thinks I'm handicapped. and always came together because he did random things. Laraco was most people you could kind of they stuck with the same rhythm or whatever. If Laraco had a bad whoop section, he cut that. Like he just went places that I just wasn't. I would set my passes up probably too far ahead, obviously.
Yeah.
But like, okay, I'm better here. He does this. He goes there. And when stuff changed, a lot of times, like when you're going through whoops or something,
you're too committed.
I was in.
Yeah.
So
well, you have to, a guy like you that can just generate a bunch of speed, whether it's through whoops or jumping something big, you've got to be able to anticipate what that guy's going to do. And if he deviates from your plan for him,
yeah, it might have been his plan the whole time, but it's on you.
Mike, you were supposed to go left. That's how I had it figured out.
It wasn't your mistake, but it is your problem.
So, all right. So this is the thing I think a lot of people would look at this set of results, right? That 02 season. I mean, you're starting off with all these podiums, right? And 02 was heavy competition still, right? That was a stacked field between K-Dub and Jeremy and Ricky.
Yeah, Villeman.
I mean, Lusk. It was not an easy class, and you were able to be up there at will. So I think for a lot of people, they go, well, man, if he would have just stuck with, gotten healthy, and I think that's where the question comes in about that.
You know what was cool for me coming into 02, other than starting to get sick at the beginning of the season and kind of getting more and more sick throughout, and not really stopping to understand that you got to take some time off. Like it was the military kind of mentality of just sweat it out, train through it kind of deal. But coming into that season, Carmichael, you never knew if Carmichael was hurt. And that's what was really cool. I had so much admiration for him. I know I called him a weeble wobble a couple times and some other short jokes, but like at the end of the day, as far as his riding and his training and his work ethic, you got to have respect for someone that just put it all in, and he never showed weakness. He was like, Rick Johnson was like, hey, if I knew David Bailey had a broken foot, I'd line up next to that side and I'd kick it before when the car had been sideways. And you don't see that type of mentality anymore. And I don't think that you could. In social media, everyone they'd kill you for it. When you see Damon Bradshaw launching his bike at Chicken and vice versa, it's just like, that's not racing anymore, but that's what it was. And I liked that a little bit. And I liked that mentality. But Carmichael broke first round Anaheim. He breaks his foot. I cracked my bike ended up overheating or something. I broke my radiator on the first lap, and then I only made it halfway through. Second round, Roncada actually had the fastest lap time of that race, and he was a lap down.
Is that right?
Just goes to show you. So I came around. I lapped Jeremy McGrath. I lapped Mike Brown, who had been battling with that whole year before. Messed up in the whoops, and I was just so jittery out front. I had pretty good arm pump. And then I kind of settled back in, and I'm like, Villeman was leading, but I'm like, I think I can catch him. And 2 laps from the end, started making a charge, and actually came across the finish line pretty much right behind him. I'm like, all right, I'm in good enough shape to do this. I'm fast enough to do this. I belong up here. And Carmichael being hurt, like he was still out there. Nobody even knew he was hurt. No one knew he was broken. I mean, I think he might have had a broken hand.
That's when he ejected over that before that whoop section.
And I think even coming into that season, he had something else that he just didn't tell
He caught his leg. Yeah, he crashed and hurt his leg. Cut it with a foot peg or something.
Yeah, but what people don't understand is that it's really hard to stay in shape when everything's healthy. But when you have one crash and you got a sprained wrist, it's not a big deal. But okay, now you hurt your knee, now you can't cycle. Now you hurt your shoulder, now you can't swim. It takes all of your kind of weak away. And yeah, you can always compete, but you don't just compete. You have to be in shape enough to compete. So when you get hurt, your weak's screwed. So Carmichael's fighting through all of this, and I'm like, I got a shot. I believe I can kind of beat everybody else out there, and I was pretty confident in general, and just knowing that I could go the distance, knowing that the work that I put in. So then we go second round is Anaheim 2, had the lead, was like, holy crap, like I'm way out in front, and just never mind, I was going to use a phrase that I probably shouldn't, so I'm going to not use that one. But can we? Is there like pauses during this or no?
Sure.
Okay, so I was going to say I stepped on my dick, but I just want to don't
you
put that whole
totally
thing in. You can
totally say that if you want. There's nothing here that we don't really have a lot of rules.
All right. So anyway, Anaheim 2 comes around. I knew I had the endurance to do it, and had this awesome like jump into the whoop section. Everyone else was doing like, wheeling in or jump. I just launched all the way, jumped into the whoop section, was making up like a second there. Wyndham and I had an awesome heat race.
This is A2?
A2, yep.
Okay.
Felt good. Ready. We had awesome no fear gear. Just everything felt great. Dude, Roger DeCoster gave us the best 2002 Suzuki RM250, best two-stroke ever made, bar none. We had everything. We were getting out. Our starts didn't even have to be good. We still get to the first turn on time.
Is that right?
Like, these things were, this is what we were made for. And, so went around and had like a 10-second lead. And I was like looking around, I'm like, what the hell? Like, there's got to be something going on. Like, how am I this far out in front? And I stepped on my dick and right over the bars. And the most disappointed I've ever been in myself as I throttle was sticking when I got up, and I'm messing with stuff, and I'm like, oh, the bars are bent, and I didn't blitz the whoops, and Larocco passes me. Well, Larocco goes on to win, and I'm like, but I matched his pace. Mm-hmm. And back to the Nathan Ramsey thing. This was the only time that I was ever aggressive with Ramsey, and kind of the same deal. I came in, and I'm like, I was probably 8 bike lengths back, starting the whoops, and I'm like, I got him before the turn. And he had a pretty good whoop section, and I was not making that time. And I came out the end of those whoops, and I was like, sorry.
I'm already committed.
Oh, I was fully committed, and I leveled him. And it was sucked because it was a podium for him. But for me to have crashed, have all that, to come back, got third, and at the end, I never really got to tell him this, but like, I'm looking at the championship. I'm looking at me with a DNF in round 1, with Ricky had a DNF in round 1. I'm like, Ricky is going to be healed up soon. I believe that every single point that I have is going to matter when it comes to the end. At this point, I believed in myself. I believed it was going to be, like, I was going to be in this hunt.
Yeah.
So I go out, and in practice at Phoenix, I blow out my ACL. And I still won my heat race, and I did a heel clicker in the heat race, and that was probably the most excruciating thing I've ever done, and I wasn't thinking on adrenaline. And that, honestly, the heel clicker is kind of what made the knee swell up. So and it was a good race still, but that's the race that Carmichael came back. And Ricky and I started out like 4th and 5th or whatever we were, and we came through, and we're passing people at the same time. He would move up to 3rd, and I move up to 4th, and he moved up to and it was an awesome race. And that race, I rode the fastest that I've ever ridden, and only experienced it one other time at Budds Creek with Stefan Roncada, where a person is 2 bike lengths in front of you, and you were riding everything that I could. I always said I could make up time. I can always go faster. Phoenix that year, I could not go faster. I could not do anything that could go any faster than I was riding. And I did 20 laps.
On the limit.
On, like, every risk that I could take, every chance, every berm, every aggression, every half a tenth of any second that I could get, and Carmichael beat me. And I could not make up those 2 bike lengths. And at that moment, I was scared. And I had a torn ACL, and I had parvo. And the rest of the year just went to absolute shit from there. So I'm throwing up one of the next. So Anaheim doesn't go great. Anaheim 3.
Okay.
We go east, right?
Okay.
So Indy, I was convinced this line that I could make this line work, because I hated this triple whatever out of the corner. And then all the 125s hit it, and they took out my jump. So now I had to do a line that I hadn't really practiced all day.
Oh.
Throwing up all day. Sick. Horrible.
From the parvo? Or
I had just flew everything. Once your immune system was down, like I was
catching everything.
So after, and I wasn't riding in the week, or I couldn't cycle. I couldn't, and then I had hurt my shoulder. I was a train wreck, right?
Okay.
And I'm still trying to pretend like I'm not telling the media and everything this. I'm just going downhill, and I can't train during the week. I'm racing on the weekends, but every weekend I'm getting in less and less shape, and you're having more and more issues, and you're not as comfortable on the bike. So then you're not in as good a shape, and then you're also not riding as fluidly, so you're using more energy.
A little more tense, holding on tighter, yeah.
So I'm just trying to save up. So if you watch the race at Indianapolis, the race that everyone stood up until everybody was gone and booed Ricky Carmichael out of that stadium, that was not on Ricky at all. That's on me. I line up on the starting line. I can barely lift my leg over the bike. I am absolute miserable. My knee's screwed. I'm a pile of crap at that point.
Are you still just telling yourself, though, I can do it? I mean,
I'm going to train through this. I'm going to get better. No problem. So I go out, and somehow I ended up with the lead. And I'm like, okay. And I did.
Oh, this is where Ricky hits you, right? Knocks you down or something, or what happened?
I did what Roncata did and what you said. Every time I got to a corner that they couldn't, and it had like a weird over-under crossover. The top 10 riders at the halfway mark, lap 9, there's 10 riders still bottlenecked. And I don't know if you like have the footage and you actually like look at it. I was going it was the slowest race ever led for that long. And I'm just wheezing, snot's coming out of my nose. I'm just like trying not to throw up. And then Ricky goes by me, and I'm like, oh, man. And then he messes up the whoops. I'm like, I got it. And I shot back by him, and I'm still blocking. And everyone's just riding around the slowest pace that's ever been for any race ever at a Supercross. And I messed up that line again, the triple out of the corner. And I'm like, ah. And I just took my whole body, and I just, like, dropped it in on Ricky. And he gave me a little extra push. But he was like, dude, you're going so slow. And then I just got sicker and worse, and that was the end of. Then I found a good trainer, and then the next year was actually the story we're telling, where we came in, got sick again before the start.
That fence jump. When we used to do ride days up there, I'd tour people around and show them a couple of different spots, and that I'd always point out, this is where Travis ruined his knee in whatever the year, and I said he tried to jump this over there, and they'd be like, why would he try to do that? It doesn't even look fun. Like, even if you cleared it, you were going to land into an uphill face.
When we built it, I thought I could get over the uphill.
You did.
I was as fast as the bike would go.
Yeah, I know. Well, you had a habit of that out there. I remember one year, I think we were on 125s, both of us, and the big jump kind of out in the middle there where you drop down the hill. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You built it, I believe.
Yeah.
And it was the first time I'd seen it. You're out there riding with somebody, and I go, hey, what gear do I hit this in? And you go, see, give me 6 fingers and then wide open. And I'm like, huh, all right. I guess that makes it easy.
The landing was forever.
Yeah.
It was good. Chuck Carruthers.
Still one of the coolest jumps I've ever done. Like, just because you're still going up and the land starts to drop away.
Like, I've messed up.
And you're looking down into a valley that's hundreds of feet down, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a neat jump.
I like the lower side before we put the lip on it. It's more fun. Doesn't hit as hard.
Well,
so I got a fun story for you on that. So we got this thing together with Black Rifle and whatever, and we're setting this thing up for a video we're doing called Action Figures or whatever. And so we got a helicopter shooting a minigun, blowing up some cars. Like a minigun's like shoots like 100 rounds a second, or probably more than that. Something ridiculous. And 50 cal rounds. Oh. So. And then I'm going underneath because I had a broken wrist at the time. So I'm going underneath, sliding a car. And we got Ronnie Mack to go over the top.
Oh, I saw clips
with
of
an
this.
American flag.
Okay.
I'm like, this is the most American thing we can ever do. It's way over budget and has no use, but this is great. So Ronnie Mack, he breaks down on the way out there. And then, so he misses practice. And then that night, there's some kind of a concert in town. And he goes out in the concert and he parties. And he shows up and he's probably not completely sober, definitely not rested. And he misses call time by an hour and a half. And I'm like, dude, I built the jump the best that I can, but I can't jump. I've got a wrist. Like, I think you're good, but we got to, like, we're filming right now. So he walks out, he looks at it. He goes, how far can I go? And I was like, the jump's 150 feet. And he's like, no, how far can I go? I was like, I don't know, landing's like 100 foot long. He's like, and the jump's 150. He's like, so what are we talking about? I was like, what do you mean? And he just hits it the first time, boner airs across. He's like, I'm on a 96 CR 250. He goes, if it's over 150 feet, or if it's under 250 feet, I can't go that far. So you're saying my landing goes to 285?
I'm wide open.
Like, I have nothing to time. Yeah. Like, it blew my mind. I've never thought of it like that.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
Ronnie. Sorry. That sounds like exactly like something I'd expect him to say. I'm curious when what you were making racing between Suzuki salary, No Fear, all of your sponsors there, versus what you're making in freestyle between X Games and whatever was. Were you making more money at that point in freestyle than racing?
Everything was really convoluted because Suzuki sponsored me until 2007, I believe. as a racer. They never sponsored. So I had to buy my own bikes for X Games and stuff like that. They never supported X Games. I had to be on my own bike that they didn't provide, like that kind of stuff.
That was a legal issue.
A legal issue. But I didn't really, like, they still had me under contract and still getting paid until, I think, 2006, 2007. And it definitely wasn't for my racing. I didn't do much. After 2004 was like my last hurrah of like when I was really trying to buckle down. So I got my years confused at the beginning of this interview, but yes.
Okay.
Nothing really, like, I never had a travel budget. Like, so Steve Astafin, super agent Steve, who we met in the Bay, he did a really good job and put me with sponsors that were just like, here's your budget for the year. We don't really care if it's racing or freestyle or whatever. I didn't even really get like bonuses and stuff. I just got kind of like Carmichael when he signed on with Suzuki. It's like, this is what we're paying you to be you.
Yeah.
So after probably 2003, I just got contracts to be me.
Yeah.
They said nothing. They were like, here's
just open-ended, basically.
Be you. But it was really difficult for my wife. Like when we come in and, it looks like on paper you're making really good money. But then me being me, my budget, like for travel budget, for build budgets and whatever, like for instance, we did action figures. As a movie, Nitro Circus says, okay, we think we can make probably $400,000 on this movie. Your budget is $300,000. Well, I spent $1.1 million. I knew I wasn't getting it back, but we were building the ramp for Josh Sheehan. And Josh was paying his own money too, and we're welding our own stuff, and we're building all this stuff, and we needed an airbag for him to land on. So we had to design an airbag with, with those guys, and that's a $200,000 bag the first time with bag jump, and we had trial and errors and all this stuff, and it all helped Nitro Circus as a brand. It all helped me as a brand, if you will, and I was very fortunate to be able to do that. And I'm still, my wife never understands it, but it's still kind of like, I'm not saying it's house money. Don't spend on well, I guess you could say all that stuff, stupid stuff. But it's about what can we do to make this kind of work. So
you're investing back into your own brand. Yeah.
When you have, say you're making just whatever, say you got $2 million in sponsorships through the year at like a great year, but you're spending, almost the same amount or more at doing what you love to do. So it's a really interesting thing because like we look at the next action figures. So I only spent $800,000, but we knew the budget was $400,000. And then at the very end of it, I wanted to do a trick that I'd never done because I knew if I didn't do it then, I wasn't going to do it. And the first time I hit so hard, I didn't think I had a concussion, but when I woke up, someone had shit in my pants and all my friends were already around me.
Did you ever figure out who did that?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, it was so quick too. It's weird. But anyway.
Was that the TP7 or whatever?
Yeah, so double backflip 360. So Lindsay walks over to me and she's like, we have just spent like our kids' tuition money for college. Yeah, that's coming up, in like 10 years. Like you spent $400,000 extra dollars on these that we know we're not going to get back. On these ramps, on flying other people out here, on building whatever, on doing all this traveling. And now you're probably going to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair because you're too stupid to notice that you're old and you can't, like, what are you doing? Who cares? You don't get a dime extra for landing this trick. If you do it, still who cares?
Yeah.
And you just landed so hard, you've shit yourself. You're laying on the ground in the fetal position with not just a little shit, like a lot of shit in your pants. You're concussed. You know better than this. And Trevor Jacob looked over and he goes, can you do it? I was like, yeah. He's like, well, then if you go again, do it. And they're like, you're going to go back, change your pants? I'm
Clean the shit out of your pants and get over there.
No, that's what everyone said. So I'm like, if I go back and clean the shit out of my pants, I'm going to sit in my hot tub and I'm going to call it. I will never, ever come back to this trick again. So I did 2 more crashes.
With poopy pants.
With poopy pants, and I landed it with poop in my pants, and I rode out, and I did it. Double backflip 360 for no reason, having spent way more money than I was ever going to. But what was cool about my parents and growing up is that this has all been house money, so invest back in. People always say, how can I get into to rally? So we were just talking Axel Hodges.
Axel's story, yeah.
Dude, he's like, dude, I want to go rally. I'm like, it's $300,000 to well, we should be paid to do it. I'm like, well, they don't know if you're good. He's like, well, I could win. I'm like, well, if you can win, if you can be top 5, then Invest in yourself. Let's go do it. He's like, well, I'm not sure. I'm like, all right, well then do what Ken Block did and these guys, and go and invest $50,000, $100,000 in yourself. Go get training from the best drivers. Go karting every weekend. Well, that seems like a lot of work. I'm like, well, how do you think you get there?
Yeah.
Tangent, 365.
Yeah, no, it's a good one, though. That was a good one. Okay, so in 2002, you don't have any outdoor results, really. No. It ended quickly. What happened there?
So
you did Glen Helen and Hangtown, and those were 34, 38 OA.
So I got really sick by the end of that Supercross season. Took a little time off, basically, to try to get better. Didn't understand anything. Parvo was cleaned up. Didn't understand anything about Epstein-Barr. Basically, chronic fatigue. I see a lot of people say they have Epstein-Barr. You've got to really work. You got to grind yourself into the ground. And when you get sick and you get tired, you have to do that for a long time to really get chronic fatigue syndrome. It was difficult to get. Like I feel like there's not a lot of people that could put themselves that hard
to get that.
But so I didn't know about that. But I'm not sick. I don't have the flu. Start training again, but I felt like I was concussed. I'm like, I haven't hit my head recently. Like I just didn't understand what was going on. Raced the first round, basically Glen Helen, not well. Go to the second round at Hangtown, and I was battling with Robbie Raynard for, I don't know, 8th or something, not where I wanted to be, and I broke my wrist, and basically went to Roger after that race and said, look, I'm sorry, I'm not your man. I'm basically not enjoying this anymore. I love it. I think it's the greatest sport on earth. I have so much respect for everyone that does it. I'm having so much fun with my friends, filming Nitro Circus, traveling around, riding my motorcycle because I love it. Like I spent my whole life riding the motorcycle with my friends, just couldn't wait to race Supercross and to be there. And I spent every day there wishing I was back riding with my friends. And I actually had this opportunity. I didn't have friends. Like, honestly, I didn't have Christmas. I mean, you know, it's the same thing. You're at the test track Christmas morning. Like, there's no holidays. There's no whatever. You have acquaintances. You know, some people had good clicks. I just wanted to win. And I think the worst years of my life were probably 2000, 2001, 2002. And they were the most successful years of my life.
But you just weren't, that wasn't your happy place.
It's the first time I wasn't, in my life, it's probably the only time I wasn't happy. Like, I didn't mind being hurt if I loved it, but I didn't have that group. I didn't have that camaraderie. I didn't, you know, it just wasn't there.
Yeah, and it's, you know, like the racing scene is tough that way. It's, the 90s were maybe a little bit better where guys off the track would be friends, but it's shifted. By the time you came in that 2000s and on, it was like, it had gotten serious enough since Ricky had come in that you didn't really hang out with friends. You didn't hang out outside of the races. You know what I mean? There was, like you said, some cliques of guys that hung out, but it definitely changed.
So when I came back to Suzuki just to do a couple one-offs, I wasn't allowed on the track the same time Ricky was on the track. So, you know, because Gary Bailey was always filming him, and I understand. But, like, and I had nothing but respect for that. Like, dude, that's what it takes to win. Now, what's really interesting is that the times through the early 2000s where everyone was kind of on their own, I mean, there's a couple clicks here and there, but it switched. And all of a sudden now you have all of these areas where riders, not even on the same brand, ride together. And I think it's so cool. Like, I love that.
Yeah.
What do you think about the kind of the new?
I think it's good. I think that guys doing this, like pulling out of high school to go down and live at a camp, I mean, it's a little bit, I don't know. I worry about that. Like your folks were adamant you get a good education. 1 year I brought home an F on a report card, and my dad sold every motorcycle I had. And it was a lesson, you know, I thank him now for it because it made me focus on getting my grades back up and making that a priority. And once I had them back up, we bought new bikes, we went racing again. But even if you are very successful in motocross racing as a racer. And you're like I said, you're an anomaly with what you've done. But
what's the oldest Supercross champion? 29, 28? McGrath? Maybe?
You're done. I mean,
no, you're not going to make a living past.
No.
I mean, there's Wyndham. There's a couple.
There's a couple guys, but if Wyndham was just living on what he made racing, he'd be having a job right now.
Yeah.
He invested good money with Planet Fitness. He's done some other things that have generated now wealth for him, long term. My point is, you're going to have to do something when you quit racing. And if you're a type A guy that's going to be successful in racing anyway, you're going to want to work. So what are you going to do? At least have that in the back of your mind. Like, okay, I need to at least have a high school diploma so that I can figure out how to be successful post-racing in something. And I'm a big believer that if you apply the same work ethic and dedication and focus that you do to be successful racing to anything else, you'll be successful. You know what I mean?
People don't realize how difficult racing is. And anyone that's made it in motocross or, even if you look at military, you look at the top, the elite of whatever, if you've been the best at anything that you've ever done, and it's a contact sport, it's a physical sport, it's one that you got to you put your body where your mouth is, really, and you get out there and you do it. I feel like that applies so much to the rest of the world. You can go do anything as so long as you're able to walk when you get out of it.
I agree. Anyway, so that worries me a little bit about those camps is that it's making these kids just go, okay, forget about everything but just racing, and you're 13 or 14,
Yeah, it's a tough line because you have to, nowadays, to get to the top, you kind of got to go a similar route. You got to be with the best. You got to be training. But at the same time, I know if I didn't make honor roll, I understood that was, I graduated high school. So I started in the 6th grade. My mom said I couldn't turn pro until, you're already thinking that then, you couldn't turn pro until you finished high school. So I said, okay, what's that going to take? So it was 7 days a week, 12 months a year, except I got a week off for Loretta Lynn's, was my 1 week off of school.
Oh, so you're doing summer school and...
So all the way through. So we were homeschooled. My dad and mom were against homeschool. They said, look, my dad's like, I work full time. And by the time I was in, 6th grade math, my parents were like, all right, like this is already... Yeah. Now they changed math. I don't even know what's going on there. But
math, you can't even do math anymore. It's somehow racist or something. I don't know.
So, but, so I graduated high school at 15 years old with a 3.9 GPA, and actually started college before I started, because I was in a wheelchair, so I had nothing really else to do, but started college before I turned pro.
And did you have a grandpa or an uncle that you went to the same college he did, and he was an athlete there or something? Or
so, my Uncle Alan, he was University of Maryland.
Yeah.
So I was online at University of Maryland, UMUC, but then I also went and attended classes at Anne Arundel Community College, which my uncle was then a professor and a coach.
Okay.
So yeah, it's all kind of family stuff.
Yeah,
but
that's cool.
No, I figured I'd take stuff like speech, and my major was communications, minor was English. Okay. I feel like it was that Simpsons show though, when the football player gets hurt, he's like, "Don't worry, he has a college education." Oh, communications, you're in trouble.
Well, you've done pretty well with it, with that education. Go back to that conversation you had with Roger. How tough was that for you to have? How did he respond to that?
So I walked in.
And when you went in, did you already know, like, I'm done racing? Like, racing's not for me? Or were you just thinking, I need a break? Kind of what was your mindset with that?
All I knew was that my dad, he just had a long conversation with me. He said, look, I don't care what you do. I said, I'm proud of you no matter what. You made it so much further than I expected. But you sign a contract with an organization. You look a man in the eye and you tell them that I'm going to be your racer. It's like, yeah, he had Wyndham and whatever, but like Roger really put a lot of what they were building around me. The bikes were evolving around me, and they were taller. Everything was. They put everything into it.
I hated the Suzuki in 01 because I loved my 2000, my favorite bike I ever had. And when I got on the 01, I was like, this is awful. It's it's tall, it's long.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot.
So he's like, but when you look a man in the eye and you tell him you're going to do something, that's kind of what I was brought up on. Mm-hmm. He said, you can't do this other stuff. You can't, you have to make a choice. And I said, well, if that's my choice, I said, you always told me to do to follow my heart. said, I can't, the faster, 2004, I think it was 2003, 4, whatever that year, I trained. I did everything that I could, and I didn't get better. I'm like, what makes me me is that I'm able to go and have fun. I said, the second I stop having fun, I start thinking, is this worth it? Is it worth it running so hard? You're talking to Elvis and breathing through your butthole if you can, and you got arm pump, and you're still just absolutely pinned. Like, racing is so much more dangerous for me than freestyle ever was, because you had all these other elements, and didn't matter. Like, Roger DeCoster told me once, I came off the track in second. I said, I'm not even tired. He looked at me, he said, if you ever come off that track again and you didn't win and you tell me you're not tired, you're fired. I said, all right. He said, you got to leave it all on the track, and you can always go faster. You can always find more time. Until that checkered flag goes, you keep going. And I just said, Roger, I'm not willing to give motocross and supercross everything. I said, I'd love it, and I'll never stop racing. I still jump into races here and there and do whatever, but there's a difference between me going out and riding a couple laps with Chad Reed or Sipes or whoever, or then trying to go out and actually making a living of it. So that's where cars really came in.
Yeah. So it wasn't really that hard for you. It was pretty clear cut. Once you kind of had your dad's approval, for you, it sounds like you kind of had a decision made.
It wasn't really approval from my dad. He just, and kind of what
confirmed what you were thinking.
Yeah, I've always said follow your heart, but you're an idiot if you don't go back to racing, basically.
Oh, really? He said that?
No, I mean, not outright, but that's kind of what I was getting out of it. And my mom, she was my biggest supporter from the start, and I was very fortunate to have a family there. But it was funny. My dad goes, at that point, he goes, hey, you can quit racing, but I have to tell you, as broken as you are, I don't know that I'm going to hire you back on this construction site because you're gonna really slow our crew down.
Thanks, Dad. I know you always have my back.
Yeah.
You're fired. Okay, well, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to jump back into some X Games stuff, all your car racing. Stick around. This is your TLD timeout. We're going to be right back with more Travis Pastrana. Cheers to 2022 and resolutions you can actually keep. How about having clean and shiny balls all year round? Our sponsors at Manscaped are here to save your balls this year and make the ball drop into 2022 the cleanest and sexiest ever. Set your first New Year's resolution with good intentions and join the 4 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with our exclusive offer. Go to manscaped.com and use the code WhiskeyThrottle for 20% off plus free shipping. It's the new year, new me with the global leaders in below-the-waist grooming. This year, take your package to the next level with their Performance Package 4.0 and brand new Ultra Premium Body Wash. Inside the Performance Package 4.0, you'll find the Lawnmower 4.0. This electric trimmer is designed to trim hair on loose skin. The advanced skin-safe technology reduces cuts and nicks on your delicate nuts. It also comes equipped with a 4000K LED spotlight that will shine a light to the promised land 2022 looks to be. A grooming routine isn't complete without applying Crop Preserver and Crop Reviver before showing off your 2022 self. These unique formulations take care of the smelliest parts of your body and are a big boost to your confidence into the new year. To complete the set, Manscaped threw in their Shed travel bag and anti-chafing boxer briefs as free gifts to keep all your goodies stored comfortably. And the new product that needs no introduction, the Ultra Premium Body Wash from Manscaped, solves all three for the perfect addition to your daily grooming routine, but in the shower. I shower every day. Certainly hope you do too. This body wash smells great too. It's cologne infused with aloe vera and sea salt to keep your skin feeling clean, nice, and moisturized. So kick discomfort and poor hygiene to the curb this year and use the best tools for the job. Whether your resolution is to work out more or travel to new places, be sure to travel to manscaped.com for our exclusive offer of 20% off plus free shipping using the code WhiskeyThrottle. Cheers to new balls in 2022. So, one more time, 20% off and free shipping with the code WhiskeyThrottle at manscaped.com. This is an offer you don't want to miss. It's New Year, no pubes in 2022 with Manscaped.
Dunlop. There is a reason every AMA championship in the past decade was won on Dunlop tires. They are the best. Choose the best performing tire and a brand that has never wavered in their support of our sport. Choose Dunlop. Pro Circuit. Pro Circuit products are designed with one goal in mind: winning. Through passion and hard work, Pro Circuit has operated the most successful 250 team in the history of the sport. They use that same formula when developing exhaust, engine, and suspension parts for every brand. When only the highest level of performance is acceptable, trust Pro Circuit.
Since 2009, Seat Concepts has been dedicated to making the best aftermarket seats. More comfort, more grip, more riding. For 10 years, we've continued to raise the bar. Innovation and American craftsmanship make Seat Concepts the world-leading manufacturer of power sports seats.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
Specialized Bicycles. Specialized leads the way in the world of bicycling. Whether it's cross-country racing, downhill, e-bikes, enduro, road, gravel, dual slalom, dirt jumping, or all mountain bikes that do it all, Specialized has the perfect ride for you. The brand is synonymous with engineering excellence and innovation that steers the industry. Visit your local Specialized dealer for a test ride and see just how good Specialized products are.
I try to keep on keeping on.
OGO Power Sports. OGO has perfected the carrying case. Motocross gear bags, helmet bags, boot bags, hydration packs, backpacks, and travel bags, to name a few, have all been meticulously engineered to maximize space and surpass durability standards that would make NASA proud. Simply the best. OGO Power Sports.
Connected. Mesh intercom on.
It's cool to be able to hear what they talk about and how fast they go, throttle control, braking. Really cool.
Extend your leg out. There you go. Good job. Good throttle control, Lonnie. That's a great training tool. It was a lot of fun to be on the track with them. Hey, Lano.
What?
Can you pull off over here when you get to me and your brother?
Okay.
With a rich history in motocross, ProX has been dedicated to supplying quality components since 1975. Whether you're rebuilding an engine or just need a new chain, ProX Racing Parts aims to bridge the gap between OE quality and affordability. ProX has over 9,000 part numbers and over 60 different product types that are manufactured by highly reputable or even OEM suppliers and are offered at affordable prices to help keep riders on the bike instead of in the garage. Visit ProX.com to search parts for your bike or check them out at your favorite online or local dealer.
Audio Jungle.
The guys are just breaking in their race bikes, which will leave on the semi this Saturday to go to the first Supercross for our coast in Orlando. So the guys are just be goofing off a little bit, do some cool photos, do some cool videos. When you go racing, you want to do well, but a big key is keeping the bikes on the track. That's why we chose to work with Motul.
Expectations coming in as a rookie is just to try and get my feet wet and honestly just send it, see where I end up and do my best out there, but just ride aggressive and ride like myself in practice and I should have a good time.
Challenges of this sport, I believe, is just simply staying healthy. With how fast we're going,
and what we're doing, your margin for mistake is really, really small.
Stay sick. If you have little rippers, then you have had to have seen Stay Sick bikes by now. We have created bike and experiences that allow kids to develop sooner and empower them to find their own ride. From learning to ride to sharpening skills, the Stay Sick promise is accelerated growth. Whatever path your family chooses, it's going to be the ride of your life. Stay Sick Stability Cycles.
I'm on vacation every single day, cause I love my occupation. I'm on vacation. If you don't like your life, then you should go and change it.
All right, welcome back. That was your Troy Designs timeout. Get over to troydesigns.com and look at the brand new SE5 helmet. It's out. Improvements over last year, more EPS, better ventilation. It's got a brand new MIPS Integra system. They're first to market with that. All kinds of features into this thing, making it a very, very safe helmet. Very cool looking. It's always got Troy's very, fast, cool looking design. So check them out. Really, really cool helmet. They've been working on this thing a long time. So coming out of that Manscaped commercial, they sent a little package for you. I wanted to make sure we got to you. So it's a weed whacker for your nose hairs.
Weed whacker.
This is quite a tool. We got some lip balm. We got a T-shirt. This is all going to be going home with you today, so I hope you brought some extra carry-on baggage. This is the Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0.
Dude, I've been waiting for the 4.0 to come out. I'm really excited about this.
Well, Lindsay's just going to love it because everything's about to get tightened way up. And then we got some shampoo and conditioner and some body wash. This is brand new products out of Manscaped's collection, and it's rad. You're going to like it. Very good stuff. So. Stoked to send you home with that. Thanks to the guys at Manscaped. They make great stuff.
Great company, dude.
You've worked with them a bit. You said, huh?
They've helped us so well. I don't know how many people they've helped in how many different ways, but no, it's been awesome. Just the support, just a fun company.
Yeah,
always it's a good time.
I love that they are just they're just not trying to be super politically correct. It's just like, hey, we make a device to clean up your body hair and your nuts, and here it is, and it's good stuff. I dig it. So I got a couple questions before we move on to all your kind of post-racing stuff. 2 stories. First thing was you mentioned earlier something about how kids have taught you about fear and how to deal with that or something, a perspective you got shifted.
I want to hear, because you said you had a story on this.
I did. So here's mine. There's obviously everybody's got different parenting philosophies, right? And I'm not going to name any names here, but we have somebody close to us who overparents. I mean, we call them helicopter parents. Just they're constantly, oh no, don't touch that, no, don't get hurt there, careful, and it's too much, right? And we're pretty loose with our kids. Even if I'm nervous, like, ooh, I don't want them to get hurt or whatever. Like if they want to take off snow skiing by themselves or they want to, whatever. I try to give them some room. Yeah. Yep. And so there's different philosophies there. We were down in Belize for a family vacation with my nephews, my sister and her kids, and my daughters, and they were 12 and 13 at the time. One of my nieces was even younger than that. And I'm thinking they had never been scuba diving before. I've done discovery dives, so I was a little bit familiar. And then the program down there in Belize is super loose. Usually they'll take you down 10, 15 feet, have you pull your regulator out, fill your mask up and clear it, just so you kind of know what to do.
They just said go.
They were they took us in 3 feet of water, made them dunk their heads under, pull their
that's my kind of place.
Yeah, it was super loose. And so she's like, okay, let's go. And we started diving down, and we were only 40 feet.
Only 40 feet, but you can't come back. You got to,
It's deep enough that I'm going, dude, and these kids are clanking into each other, bonking, and there's a lionfish, and they're right over the top of it, pointing to it. She never said anything like, oh, hey, there's poisonous fish down here. Don't touch them if you see something that looks like this. Or my youngest daughter's grabbing plant life, and, I'm trying to scream at her underwater, don't touch stuff. But what I learned was, because if we had overdone the precautionary stuff up top, hey, listen, okay, there's fish down there. They could kill you here. If you get stuck by one of these, we don't have a good hospital around here. It could be big problems. If your thing comes out,
freaking out.
Yeah, you'll scare them, right? To where then it might not have been a good experience. I just found if you give them a little bit of instruction and let them go, kids are capable of doing incredible things, right? And I think that's not just kids. Maybe they don't have that full perspective of what can happen, what can go wrong. And as you get older, I think that becomes more clear and we become a little more cautious, like you going for your 4 backflips.
But I think people say that kids are fearless, and I've found that's completely not true. There's naive. There's certain things they don't understand can hurt them. But I feel like that's the same for adults too. Like you go on a trampoline or something, some of the most scary times when the kids were young, like I bounced the kids on the trampoline and another parent will get on that's, 230 pounds and is like, oh, check that. And we got a really bouncy trampoline. I'm like, okay, kids off. Like, oh, what, are you scared? I'm like, yeah. You double bounce my 3-year-old, they're going to die.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I like that. Like a little bit of information, but not too much. I think it's also personality. Like if you look at, even today, like you look at a guy like Kenny Bartram, he wants every instruction. Everything can go wrong, everything can go right, and he can put it in this little box and he can make it work. And until he's got everything, he can't figure it out as much. Like where the rally drivers, you always, in motocross, you always going to have stuff that's going to come in that you can't really account for.
Yeah.
So what I learned about my kid, or from my kids, I thought was the most fascinating thing I might have ever experienced. And that's when my wife gets nervous, and I didn't notice this so much until we had kids, but when she's nervous for one of our daughters, she gets angry. So I always see these mini parents that are yelling at their kids for crashing, and I'm like, why are you yelling? But so my wife, Lindsay, she's phenomenal. She's a lot less helicopter parent than even I am. Like she's like, oh, let them do stuff. But if they are in a situation that she's a little hesitant on and they trip and fall or do something that scares her,
she gets mad. She
gets super angry, but it's her fear factor. So my oldest daughter, she's exactly like me. And that's why you see, especially when I'm racing or whatever, I talk at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I can't ever complete a thought because I'm always on a tangent. And I still do that when I'm not excited. Okay. But you get any bit of nerves, any bit of anything, and everything for me slows down, and I get just this antsy feeling. So my daughter, when we went jumping into this big canyon in Moab, and one of my daughters started talking super fast and faster and faster and faster as we got up there. And she just had this smile. Like she had a smile like I've never seen on her before. And she's speaking so fast. Everyone's like, what the hell are you talking about? And she just yells, Cowabunga! And she jumps off, and it's like a 4-second free fall. It's a 500-foot drop, basically.
I saw this on your Instagram page, and I absolutely would not have done it.
And she, well, yeah, I mean, no normal person should, but she actually saw it on in her friend's YouTube or Instagram or something, someone else doing it, and she's like, Dad, we got to do this. I was like, I might know these guys. And we had Pit Viper and Plammer. Anyway, long story long, we actually knew the exact people in the exact spot that she had seen, so we went out there. My other daughter didn't want to be outdone, but she also has a different reaction. So when she gets nervous, she locks down. So my oldest gets giddy and just like me and excited and happy. When shit hits the fan, she's like, oh, I did launch her too high on the blob. I sent her probably about 70 feet in the air, and she was doing fine. And then she saw that she was like 70 feet in the air, and she was like 6, and she did panic. So there's a limit to your how happy you can be and how high that affects you. But my youngest shuts down completely. So my oldest has never really had any injuries to speak of. Like she just always makes it, no matter how bad things go, she tucks and rolls, she's smiling, she bounces. My youngest doesn't do any, she's more like Kenny Bartram. She does everything, she wants all the information. We go to iFly, like where you fly around, she'll listen and she will do exactly what you say. My oldest, if you talk to her for more than 3 seconds, she's out looking for butterflies. Like, just put me in and I'll fucking figure it out, man.
Yeah.
So my youngest wanted to do it. She wanted to be outdone. And I wanted to, like, I didn't want to, like, push her. She's like, Dad, push me. I'm like, I'm not pushing you off a 400-foot cliff. Like, no, I can't do this. And she's like, okay, jump with me. And I'm like, I felt like it was like a dad starting a motorcycle. Like my dad always said, if you can't start it, you can't ride it. I'm like, if you don't have the guts to jump off, I'm so proud of you. Like, but you don't have to jump off. Like your sister likes this. She likes being scared. When she jumped off and got scared, it was like the greatest moment of her life. You're going to jump off. You're going to black out. You're going to wake up crying with snot all over your face.
Yeah.
Like, it's just how you react. And they had same upbringing, same, one listens, one doesn't. One likes to be scared, one doesn't. And then I learned with my wife, like, some people, when they get scared, they get angry. Some people get happy. Some people, like, they just black out.
Yeah.
And it's so cool to have two kids that had the exact same, maybe not exact same, but as close as I could give to the same upbringing. And the oldest, like, I'm not like my like parents were and whatnot about correction, but my wife lost it with Addie one time, and she just gave her a handprint across the butt, like, and Addie just looked at her and said, "That didn't hurt." And what the?
Oh, that's not the right thing to say.
Holy cow! Like, and then my youngest, if you even look at her, she'll just start crying, and that's like all you need to do. So it's so cool with kids to understand how different, and like you think about with like Alden, and Roxon, and now this year, guys go different directions. Some people need that structure, and some people need. And Alden does a good job of kind of working with his riders, but the same philosophy doesn't work with everything. And I was very fortunate that my dad's philosophy worked really well with me, and we had a lot of fun. But it was also work your ass off and don't make excuses, whatever. But my kids, it's just amazing how differently they react to the same situations, having been raised the same way.
Nature versus nurture, right? We were talking about that earlier. You were
the
saying
cab.
the Caballero show. You like that conversation, and my producer Mike, he thinks Cab's wrong on that. There's definitely, like, he says, what about Mozart? He didn't outwork kids at 4 or 5 years old, and I go, man, you're right, but I don't know. There's a good argument both ways.
So my 2 cents to that argument, like, just looking at baseball players, hitters, great hitters, they all have like 25 vision. Their vision's so good. They can they can actually see and break down which way the ball is spinning, and they can see that at that high speed. And there's nothing that makes up for intelligence at a certain rate. And intelligence is different. There's there's book smarts, and then there's every day-to-day smarts.
Learned smarts, yeah, sure.
But in my opinion, there's certain traits that are going to help you. Certain traits, like one of my daughters, like I said, when she's scared, she works better. When one gets scared, she works not nearly as good. Yeah. One takes instruction better, one doesn't. So there's going to be certain things that you're going to be better at innately than other people. And you're going to thrive better in different environments than other people. But at the end of the day, it's time. It's time in a vehicle. So I'm looking at this poster over here that's Troy Lee Designs with Brandon Semenuk. Everyone's like, oh, man, overnight success. I'm like, you guys don't have any idea. Semenuk, since 14, has been driving cars around the mountains. Like Brandon Semenuk, for those of you who don't know, he's the world's greatest mountain bike.
Legendary mountain bike dude. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Look it up. And he came out, and in his first full season on Factory Subaru, he ends up winning a rally. This year he was ahead of Ken Block almost all the way through the championship, and had to miss around going to Rampage, where he won the world championship again in his spare time. Like, guys, he's a phenom, and he's super smart, and he's great. But they don't realize that 15 years ago he started rallying on his own. He bought his own car. He goes out to all these races in Canada, and he got a small sponsorship by Subaru, that not a lot, still putting a lot in, racing a cross track, and he gets second in a cross track at a Canadian National Championship. He goes for a driver search that Subaru Vermont Sports Car put on, and he was hands down the fastest driver there, and this was 5 years ago, and he's still putting his own money, his own time. So when he comes and he's an overnight success, and all the action sports guys, they get everything. No, he's put in hundreds of thousands of his own dollars and hours of his own time. So I believe it's something that you're innately works with whatever your skill sets are, whether that's good vision or good. Dude, Sebastian Tortelli, that son of a gun, his VO2 max was in the 80s. Like, it's ridiculous.
Oh, really?
Like,
so he was born to be an endurance athlete.
And he's like, yeah, I get arm pumps sometimes, but I don't really have to, train to do outdoors, like, at all. Like, I'm like, man, that sucks for us, but yeah, good job. So you look at Heath Voss, didn't start riding young enough to have that natural ability, which in my opinion is starting really early age and kind of adapting it as you're like learning and building and growing. But his resting heart rate was 28.
Is that right?
Same as his number. Yeah. This guy had a resting heart rate under 30. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's impressive. Well, I just think that that's a fascinating concept. I wanted to ask you about it. Another story.
Tangent 852.
The Corvette story.
Oh yeah.
This was gnarly, if I remember right. You guys crashed it, and it was pretty gnarly. And what happened? Take me through the whole thing.
I had just basically stopped racing. Love driving. Love driving. We'd go out in the middle of the night, and Bud's Creek came around, and some of my friends stopped by, and they're mechanics, and they stayed at the house like we get every year. Just the privateers come in.
Yeah.
Paul Parabinos and the guys. So Matt Bigos, guy that never met before, and we get up. I'm like, oh, cool. It's 2:00 in the morning. Let's go for a rip. And got in and, made a really bad mistake. Went too fast, ran out of talent, and changed Matt's life, his whole trajectory. He says today, he's like, if I worked half as hard at just learning to walk again at racing, he goes, I might have been a whole different career for me. So he went over and did the Paralympics. Bicycles, they have different levels of paralysis, and phenomenal athlete. Went over there and he won, and he goes, hey, he hadn't told anyone the stories of how he got hurt, and so I just want to thank, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that man in the back, and everyone stands up and cheers, and I'm like, fuck off.
It's not really the credit I wanted to get.
Yeah, no, but
was that tough for you? I mean, having somebody else get hurt in an accident you were involved in like that?
It still sucks. And there's a Smagical incident that, just when they can do something or you can do it, it's worse when it's your fault. But even when someone else knows the responsibilities, but you're the one that's the stunt coordinator, or even allowed them in a situation that's over their head, but you're like,
you feel a sense of responsibility.
Yeah, I'm like, I still know 100%. Like, these are the speeds, these are whatever. This, but you got guys like Andy Bell, right? Andy Bell's a cockroach. He's going to live forever, and the reason for that is Andy can always, in the worst situation, whatever the Canadian redneck does, he always thinks, what do I have to do to survive? And his self-preservation is amazing, and he doesn't mind, like, if you're in the air and you're crashing, most people are like, oh, this is going to suck. Well, Andy will be like, well, I'm going to break my back if I stay on, but I only break an ankle if I jump off here. And if I tuck and roll, I'm able to, so it's that thinking process all the way through. So Andy, when we're doing like big car jumps and stuff, he's the first person I call because I know that at the very least, the speed has to be exactly right. Even if you go off the ramp right or left, like you'll roll, but at least you catch backside. So it's understanding what'll kill you, what'll hurt you, what you can live with, and what you can't live with.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between a great athlete and a stuntman. And unfortunately, we've learned very hard lesson in a lot of cases with Nitro Circus, where stuff can work, but it doesn't, and people have been hurt. And for me, Matt Bigos, he's gone through some of the toughest times that anyone could ever imagine. And, he's back right now, just trying to get back on his feet. No pun intended. He's walking and everything, but he'll be in pain for the rest of his life for a mistake that, as 18 and dumb, and just didn't. I was more worried about getting caught by the cops for speeding than I was. Never even thought about crashing. It never even really crossed my mind. Some circumstances outside of your control, which happen when you're not on a racetrack.
Yeah.
And that's, and plus thinking I was a better driver than I was. So it sucks. And
just the nature of what you do with Nitro Circus, those guys are obviously responsible for the tricks they do and all that stuff. But if someone is to get hurt, it's still your event, right? So you have to feel, I'm sure that you feel some level of responsibility for that. I mean, when I was managing Troy's team and Christian Craig crashed and broke broke a valve, and he crashed and broke his back. And thank God it worked out okay for him. But I mean, as he left in the ambulance, for all I knew, he was paralyzed, and it was heavy, even though it was nothing we did wrong. Still, he's on your bike. I'm the team manager, right? At the end of the day, it falls on me. And so that was heavy duty for me. I just wondered if that bothers you or affects you.
in a lot of ways. It's changed a lot that we've done, and a lot of things go right over the years, and you just think, oh, and you're with this certain crew that, when you kind of understand what people's capabilities are, and they kind of understand it. The hard part is what we found with, especially my house. People either come over there and they're just shut down, and they say, I'm not doing anything, which is smart.
Yeah.
Or they come over and say, I'm doing everything. And they don't understand that you can still break your neck in a foam pit. You can still miss an airbag. You can still die in so many different ways. And people always ask, can I do a backflip? And my answer is always, I don't know. Can you? Like, what? Yes, of course, physically you can do it, but what's your background? Like, I don't know do you lock up when you get scared? Do you get happy when you get scared? Do you have a shoulder injury you're gonna pull one way or the other? If you get excited and yank really hard, you have one arm that's stronger than the other. Like,
a lot
do you
of
whiskey
factors.
And everyone wants to come over and learn and do that stuff. And I've been, everyone goes, oh, you push these guys so hard. I'm like, no, I'm actually I'm safety. Like, and it doesn't really show so much. And I know a lot of people always think the opposite. Like, I encourage people definitely to reach their abilities, but at the same time, you have to understand. And, I think Phil that was the last one. Like, I sold my house at Pastrana Land, and like, I was so close to selling everything. And I'm like, I'm just not willing to be in a position again where anyone can get hurt on this stuff. But I realize these guys are going to do it anyway. But if they can learn from the mistakes that we've made, and we can give them something that's a little safer to try it on, and help at the end of the day, like, which is better, being on the couch playing video games, not having a passion, or having a passion and a drive and a motivation and building these friendships and then not being able to walk the rest of your life. It's a philosophical question that I can't answer.
Yeah, it's a heavy duty one for sure.
Yeah,
anyway.
So I think I started on this and I got off on a tangent, but going over mail, every week I get something in the mail from, and multiple, usually around 5, of people that got paralyzed, people that got hurt. I think I did kind of mention this, but so many times, like, I go to schools and encourage kids to be active. I encourage them to get on a bicycle, to get on a scooter, and we sell all these things, and with Nitro, and we're selling fun and we're selling passion, and I love it, and I love the crew, but the flip side to that is that not everybody makes it all the way through without an injury that's going to change their life in some way, shape, or form. My parents have given me an outlook that's a little different, and coming from the military background where a lot of friends are losing limbs or whatever, and they come back, but it's how you deal with those times that makes the biggest difference. It's when I'm in a wheelchair, and that was a great time for me because my family figured out a way that we could be involved, and I couldn't go anywhere. Like, we became a tighter knit group. It's taking every time when I would break a wrist or an ankle or something, where a knee, where I couldn't get out on the dirt bike, where I'd go, go-karting. I was very fortunate to be in a position where I could go-kart, and we had the guys at No Fear and Boris Said and those guys at Spy and everything, and we could go drive on those times when I was hurt, and that led to a whole nother career. But everything that gets shut down, every injury, if you have the right attitude about it, you can take that and grow from it and learn from it and learn physical therapy. Like, I now learn so much about my body and what it takes to keep moving and to be functioning, even more so than someone that hasn't been hurt.
Yeah.
To a certain extent. We both got up for halftime and took us a while to get moving, but
limpy knees, very, very achy knees. It's better than limpy other things. I figure I better address that word since I said it. All right, let's go to your X Games stats, because this is wild, man. I pulled some of this stuff off. In fact, I think, do you have more? You're one of the top 3 guys for the most medals, yeah? Palmer
gold.
and
we only count golds.
Oh, we only count golds. Yeah. Okay, copy that. Okay, so
but now, honestly, there's been more, and there's been a lot more divisions. It's like, looking back at Loretta Lynn's, everyone's like, oh, he won so many championships. I'm like, well, we would have won a lot of championships. They broke the age group down into like 2 and 3 years and had a stock and modified for everything.
Right.
You were national champion. You were the best of the 7-Eleven group. Right?
Yeah. 7-Eleven kids with blonde hair. So what was it about X Games for you that that just clicked. I mean, you kind of mentioned you like the pressure. You thrived under that. And these were like super high pressure events. I mean, even like I did Supermoto for 3 years. And even that, like they got you waiting for TV and you're sitting down there and it's
nothing.
Are we ready to go? No, we're not ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready to go. No, we're not. I mean, it's all this tension that builds up. And the kind of what I took away from my experience at X Games is they take very good care of you financially. I got a bronze medal and I made more money than if I had won a Supercross. It's definitely not catered to live spectators. Like it's all about TV for them. And it's I guess it's very Hollywood. Like I guess you get a lot of see of that TV production side of things. That's kind of was my vibe. What did you take away from it? And again, other than just being good under pressure, what was it about this you loved so much?
At the end of the day, it was being able to. I always loved showing off. Obviously, I loved.
No.
Yeah, a little.
Are you serious?
But I loved being able to push myself, and I feel like there was a couple different foundations of riding for me. One was winning. Mm-hmm. No matter what, like X Games, it was never about winning for me. I always thought you couldn't really judge style. There was definitely like I knew kind of what it was going to take to win. I knew what the judges wanted. I treated X Games from my mom like school, like homework. I studied. I did more work and prep. I really was the anti-X Games person. Like I just was so confused. It's really what changed my life is when you go to X Games and I'm like, yeah, I won. And all your best competitors were coming up and high-fiving you and just hugging you. And like, they're like crying. They're so, dude, you did that. I was thinking about doing something like that. And that was so cool. And you're like, wait, what? You actually like genuinely what's the stick? Like, what are you trying to, mentally like,
you trying to get into some of my TV time over here or what's this about?
No, but I just didn't understand.
It was a cool camaraderie you guys all had.
These guys just loved to ride their dirt bikes, and they were all friends, and they'd ride together and train together and practice, and it was these groups, and I was like, man, this is something that we don't get. I'd knock my grandma down in the last turn and not think twice. You see a red cross flag out, and you're just thinking one more spot. It's a different mentality. So I kind of compartmentalized X Games is solo. X Games is seeing what I can do that's never been done, and trying to push myself and kind of outside the box. And then racing it doesn't matter what your style is, just get across finish line first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you did the double backflip, I want to talk about that a little bit because it's funny when you mentioned you start chattering when you get nervous. I've heard backstage before you went and did that double backflip, which there was build up to that all day. You were just in the back room and you wouldn't stop talking. Guys were like, what the hell is Travis on crystal meth right now? Like, what's he doing? just about whatever, but you just wouldn't stop talking. Your mom's crying her eyes out. Like that was, and I think ESPN ranked this as the second biggest event in X Games history in terms of like their top 10 moments.
Yeah, I got the second because Staples Center changed the name, and they got the second highest.
That's what it was, Staples Center.
Yeah,
right, yeah. And what was the first one? Was it
L.A. Coliseum? Or no, what's the basketball team plays there?
Lakers.
Yeah, it was one of the Lakers.
It was the Lakers
finals or something.
Okay, so that's what it was. It was Staples Center moments, and you're number 2 in that. Pretty crazy, dude.
For me, the wild thing, and you got to go back a little even further, kind of. I was pretty much done at that point in my head with freestyle. I was like, man, I've taken a lot of risk. I want to get into car racing. I've worked really hard at this. At that point, I was on Subaru, but I hadn't really won. I won one event coming in. It was with Ken Block. We had some good foundation coming up, but like rally was where I wanted to go. And the double backflip was something I knew I could do, but when we got there, the setup, dude, it's rock solid. And the jump's small, so even setting the takeoff up to where I needed to, I hit it in practice when they just literally jacked up on car jacks and 2x4s. So it was like wobbly, and I hit it, and I was like up 5-6 feet from the rafters, and I landed perfect, and I landed like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, that landing, it was hard. It was hard as
hard
rock.
packed.
Yeah.
It's flat. It's just, it's blue groove. And I thought, shoot, even if I land this perfect, it's going to hurt. If I nosedive this inning, like that's end game. Like, I don't know. That's paralyzed or broken neck at least. And then I was leading because rally they did first, except for the super special. Colin McRae, all-time rally legend, comes over. Everyone thinks he's going to absolutely dominate. I'm 1/10 of a second after 60 miles of racing behind Colin McRae, coming in to the final super special stage. This is like, I'm a kid that's not, I strive under pressure, and it's only, like usually a rally's 200 miles. And Colin came over to jump into our format, which is American format, where you don't get to make your notes. They make the notes for you. So it took him a little bit to adjust. But I got a shot to beat multi-time world champion. That puts my name on the list. Like even just competing, like I got to go there. I have all my team. They're all watching. And I'm sitting second place after the first round.
And it was the next day, right?
It's the next day. I still got freestyle motocross, my best sport. I'm like, I got a podium here. Silver medal. Still, like you said, pays good. It's cool. Didn't take a lot of risk. Tomorrow I got freestyle motocross. That's my best. And which was last day. And that's after rally, which is super special, where I got a chance to beat Colin McRae. And played rock, paper, scissors.
No, you didn't. That's how you decided it?
Did. Played with Hubert.
Oh, my gosh.
Because I was on the fence, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. And then a reporter comes up to my mom, and I saw her. Like, they were literally, like, coming out of the bathroom. And a reporter, I never came so close to strangling anyone in my life. And this girl goes, Miss Pastrana. She had her little recorder thing. Your son could die today. How does that make you feel as a parent? And she's, like, shut down. I, like, looked at her, and she's like, do you feel like you could live with yourself if you got him into this dangerous sport and then allowed him to do something so dangerous as a double backflip? And my mom just, like, she shut down. And I was...
Did you say anything to this lady?
No, I went to my mom. I just kind of, like, I should have, but, like, I'm like, what? But that's... And they did a good job of getting that out of her. And that, it broke my mom. Like, absolutely. Because she was okay. She's like, all right, I know you're not going to do anything that you don't believe you can do. And at that point, I was like, you know what? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And I told my mom then.
That was same day?
So that's why I apologized. I apologized after because I told my mom then, I'm like, I'm not going to do a double backflip. Don't worry, like, we're good. And then I went and I was talking to Ron Meredith and everyone, and we looked. I'm like, that landing kind of sucks. I'm like, it is what it is. And I thought, you know what? I can fucking do this. Like, I'm 8 for 10 in the foam pit. Yeah, the other two are going to be really bad.
When you're not making it, those other two, were you short?
Yeah, always short.
Okay.
It was everything I had at the time for that ramp and that setup and my skill level and whatever. So it was just, if I pulled too hard, sometimes it would put my body weight forward. And once it went forward,
that actually is counterproductive.
So
right?
I'd get a better snap, but then it wouldn't continue rotating at the same speed. So rock, paper, scissors with Hubert. I won. Nitro Circus, we play winners win. I was like, all right, meant to be, fate. I don't know, whatever. So I get up there and then they're like, okay, 2 minutes. So I'm like, good, get the bike started. Raffy's up there, whatever. And he's like, oh, commercial break. And I thought about it. I looked around. At this point, I'm not even nervous anymore. I'm like, why am I not nervous? I'm like, all right, well, I already committed to doing it. And I was like, I guess I've committed that no matter what the outcome is, I'm going to give it everything I got on the takeoff, and I'm not going to bail out. Because if you bail out, something you don't think about, there's a lot of centrifugal force with the bike and you. So if you let go, which I've done in the foam pit, I almost missed the foam pit.
Oh, it sends you out.
You get sent 30 feet one direction or the other, or down faster, or you could go 30 feet up. So I could go, if you let go right here, you get sent into the rafters. So there's a lot, like, I'm like, once you're committed, like there's no...
Yeah,
you're in, 100% in. So I was like, okay, and I mean it's just double backflip now. It's just a trick. It is what it is.
When you're hitting that and you're spinning, can you spot like, okay, roof once, roof twice, land? Like, are you spotting where you're at, or is it just a blur?
Yeah, and one of the scariest things was because right here, so I was about 6-8 feet from the roof. So if you're looking up to, like, basically look up to the ceiling, and as you're coming along and you're 45 feet off the ground, 50 feet off the ground, and you see that roof, it kind of gave me a little fright. And then right after the roof, you see that you're 50 feet off the ground. So, and plus you get the lights that are on top of the stable center. So you're blind when you go up, and then you kind of get, anyway, all kinds of stuff going against it. But I dropped in and everything kind of went slow motion. And it was the most calm I probably ever felt in my life, because I was like, all right, like this could be it. Like, because usually you only get that moment like when you're in a bad crash or like you're already crashing. I got that feeling.
You
like,
could still say no, and you're just like...
I was like, yeah. I was like, I remember the smells, the sounds, the everything. It was all like so clear and vivid, because I had somehow talked myself into, no matter what happens, you can't bail out. So you're committed. You said you're going to do it. You're in. Let's make the best out of whatever happens. And it worked out perfect.
Well, I mean, and you landed it perfectly. Like, I don't know that it could have ever gone any better.
It could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah. Obviously you can see in your reaction just the excitement of pulling it, but like,
well,
that was like such an iconic moment in action sports, obviously freestyle, but just action sports in general. Like, I mean, how did you take that in? I know you went to Texas the next day, and
yeah, good times.
We heard about that story, but we'll leave that off the air. But
well, come on, it wasn't that bad.
What's the response from that? I mean, what's the feeling you get after that when you pulled that?
As an athlete of any type, but especially action sports, most of the things you do are with you and a buddy or a couple friends or maybe a camera. But the biggest things that you do are within. It's you want to see that it can be. It's a very self sport.
Self gratification.
Yeah, you do it for yourself. You do it to see if it can be done. So in that moment, it was one of the few times that what I felt inside was magnified by every single person watching it live. My grandma watched. I get so many people that say, this is where I was when you did that. And it was cool. Like the military, I didn't realize that so many people in Afghanistan or Iraq or wherever the war basically was going on over there and all the outposts, they're like, we don't get many stations. And they played X Games live. And they can all tell me where they were and where they were deployed. And like that for me still, like I get it at least once a week.
Yeah.
Where someone tells me where they were during that moment. And that's what's cool about that for me is that it's so much stuff you just never have a chance for other people to feel what you felt. And yeah, all the reporters asking those horrible questions to my mom really brought out just the seriousness of what we were doing. And as much as I hated it at the time, like it was the first thing and maybe the only thing I've ever done where the whole, what felt like my world anyway, was on their feet and they were all watching. It was cool.
Dude, I had the chills watching. My stomach was sick. I'm like, I didn't want to see it go wrong. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, what is this crazy guy doing?
But now Josh Yan does the triple. Like it's just at the end of the day, it's just a trick. But it was cool to have a moment where the world kind of like almost stopped. It was like when Carey Hart did the backflip. Like it wasn't live. If that was live, that would have been. But people that didn't know anything about motorcycles, all of a sudden were stopping me. Hey, aren't you that motorcycle? Did you see that guy do the backflip? Like it just wasn't. It's cool, you know.
Yeah, it definitely transcended motorcycles by a long ways. You know, I would say Tony Hawk's 900 was the same type of vibe where even if you weren't watching it live, you watched the replay and you were just like, wow, you know, the whole build up to that. But I would say your penalty for getting it wrong, way worse than, you know, he could slide out of that 900 over and over and over.
Yeah, with that jump set up, you weren't getting up.
No, very, very dirty. Of all of your golds, and you have a lot, was it 17? Am I wrong on 17?
No, 17 medals.
17 medals, okay. Which ones mean the most to you?
You know, I'll start with the one that means the least.
Okay.
It changed my life. So, and
Biker Sherlock, Street Luge.
Dude, that was awesome. I love that. And that's what X Games is kind of missing. I think that's what people, tangent 19,000, but people wanted to see the unexpected. Yeah, they had, X Games went from this place where they had freestyle bungee jumping, where they were jumping off with all kinds of like shenanigans, and they had downhill skateboarding and luge and all this stuff, and super modified shovel racing. Like they were just race shovels downhill. And now we take it so seriously, and it took a little bit of the fun out, and you know, now it's an Olympic sport with you know, skate and snowboarding and BMX and all this stuff. But yeah, so my least favorite medal, and that was also that same year that I was trying not to hurt myself because it was during basically 2001 championship.
Okay.
And I knew I had to basically fly to Millville, compete, and then fly back for the final. And I had been concussion and everything else that year was not good. But I went out and I did what I needed to do to win. And I got a gold medal, and I thought, I don't come here to win. I come here because it's the one chance that you have that the world watches for you as an athlete to be able to show something that's never been done, to be able to prove to yourself what all you've been working on, that you could make it work. Well, I mean, yeah, it's all the stuff we do is goofy. We're doing ballerina tricks on a motorcycle flying through the air. Like it is what it is. But I was like, man, I had two tricks that year that I really wanted to do. And I didn't do either of them. And now they're random tricks that have been done and whatever. But I was like, that's what I came here for.
You kind of just did the stuff you've always done that you had down, and it was just good enough that you won.
Yeah, I didn't have to do anything to beat that year. The other, like, no one had really stepped up that year much, and I was a little bit ahead from the year before, and I stuck with what I had, and I thought that was the most depressing day. Like yeah, you won the gold. I'm like, it kind of sucked. Like, I didn't come here to win. I go to Millville this weekend to win.
Yeah, right.
I come here to do something new.
What about when Metzger, and I don't remember the year, it was the year after Kerry did the first flip, when he did the flips kind of back to back.
Yep. So that was actually, I was hurt that year. I think it was 2 years after. It was like 2002 maybe.
I can't remember.
Back to back
Yeah.
flips.
2002.
Yep.
You were out with an injury. Metz was the first rider to flip.
That's not accurate.
It's not? Well, in X Games, right? To land flips in X Games.
So what was interesting was Gravity Games was 2 weeks before. So I was actually the first rider to flip in competition.
Is that right?
But they did not air Gravity Games until after X Games, because I blew out my knee at the end of Gravity Games doing Step Up, which you know. You did Step Up, right?
No.
You didn't do Step Up.
No.
What did you get?
Just Supermoto.
Mm-hmm. Podium Supermoto.
Mm-hmm.
That is really good.
Yeah.
Who won that year?
Wardy, Burkhart, and then myself.
Nice.
07?
Dude, that's rad.
Oh, yeah. That was a fun sport. I wish it would have stuck around. You did some, huh? Yeah.
Did a little bit. I was okay until people got good at specific what they were doing.
Yeah.
You remember that first year when, because you had Chad Reed and
I think I saw you at one in Colorado.
I actually had a chance to win that one.
And Henry got hurt, right? He crashed on a step on, step off, and got hurt pretty good.
Yep. And then
you did Reno? Did you do the one in Reno downtown?
Did downtown? Yeah. I got whooped there. No, but so Kurt Nickel and all the guys, but I was doing after Henry did the on-off, and he got hurt there. So there was an on-off, and then a right, and then you had I could tire tap over, but everyone else was doubling, and then they would single, like they had a full single and then double, and I was just hitting it, and I broke a chain.
Oh.
So I was second behind Wardy, but I was like 2 seconds a lap slower, but I could make that all up right in that one jump.
Yeah.
Chain broke. Dude, I don't remember the whole weekend.
Oh, another concussion.
Yeah, weird. Best part, I don't remember any of them.
Well, that's probably best. They probably hurt. All right, what else do we got here? 04, crashed while trying a 50-foot 360, sustaining a concussion.
Weird.
They just copy and pasted that into a lot.
Sustaining a concussion.
Sustained a concussion. 05, fifth gold medal in freestyle. You know what? The bar spin bike. Do you know what's up front here?
It's here.
Yeah.
No way.
It's in the showroom here.
Dude, that's cool.
Yeah, I'll have to take you over and show you.
Is it broken still?
No, it's back together. I don't know. Tell me what happened with that thing.
That's actually, we were working on decades. I was really disappointed in myself for only doing basically a backflip bar spin.
Okay. A decade goes around, right?
No, that's a tail whip.
Oh.
Tail whips were really hard. Like, you had to hit the brake, and I wasn't even close. But we had the bike for like a week of practice.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, it was just like, all right, lock the front brake, bar spin, it was kind of cool. But with the bike, it was kind of, the throttle was on a remote. So when you gave it gas, it was like
a lag.
It was a lag, but also when you let off, it accelerated.
Oh.
And it only had a couple inches of travel in the front. So I didn't do the big jump, but I was just doing the small, like what Carey Hart did the flip on.
Yeah.
And it was the weirdest feeling because did the backflip, did the bar spin, landed, just a little over-rotated, but the bike broke when I landed. So as I'm going down the landing, my face is hitting the ground, but my feet are still on the foot pegs and my hands still on the handlebars, kind of like probably what you felt in, was it Phoenix?
No, it was Phoenix, Yeah. That all just sounded really familiar.
No, but seriously, I was meaning to ask you about that. Like, I was hurt. Like, I was on the ground hurt, confused.
Holding on to handlebars.
Still, like, I didn't crash. What just happened? How did you feel when you did that?
Well, it was the same thing where I heard the tone of the bike change as I left the triple, and I'm like, that was weird. I'm going to come up a little short, obviously, and I'm panic revving, trying to bring the front end up so I can take the case. Well, it's locking up, so it's dropping.
Oh, no.
And by the time I computed, like, something's not right, and I went in just short, and it snapped this way. So there's a picture of me with the bars, front wheels underneath me, and I'm about 6 inches from hitting the ground. So I did the same thing. I hit the ground with the bars in my hand.
You're like, I can't hit the ground here like this. I was so confused.
It just happens so quick, just like you. Like, that's not supposed to happen. Like, what just happened?
Yeah, well, you had a double. Like, you had a bike seize and a broken half.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad it broke in half. It saved me. But did you get hurt when that thing broke?
No, I just had a
sustained a concussion.
Subdermal hematoma of the right quadricep. A little bruise.
So when did you get into the car racing? When did you first do that?
So I had always been into driving since I can remember anything that I could get my hands on. Usually old cars. My grandma actually called my uncle. I thought everyone was out of town, but she said, "Hey, someone stole your Jeep and they're driving like a bat out of hell."
Oh no.
So yeah, that's the first time I got in big trouble there. But no, racing cars, I always wanted to race World Rally. I didn't even know about U.S. Rally. And Gabrielle from Alpine Stars in 2000 was trying to get me to go back to Alpine Stars, and had some other companies like Alpine Stars, like, we don't pay anybody. Like, just like, we have the best product. Your ankles deserve the best product. You should be in Alpine Stars. And at the time we were like, yeah, that sounds good, but we're being offered X, Y, and Z from whoever else. And he goes, what can I give you that nobody else can? And I said, well, I see Alpine Star suits on the Subaru World Rally team. I said, you get me in a Subaru WRC car, I will wear Alpine Stars for the rest of my life. Hands down, no contract needed. I'll buy them if I have to. Like, this would be awesome. And he said, okay, you win the championship, I'll get you over there. Well, that was actually, ironically, at Washougal. I didn't lose another race for the rest of the year. Maybe slightly motivated by that. But so went over. He brought me to Sweet Lamb over in England, Wales, to watch the last round. Richard Burns won the championship for Subaru, which was Alpine Stars team.
Okay.
I got to drive Toshi Arai, like the other driver, but the same basic car, like the WRC championship winning car, that next year. So he took a year to be able to fulfill his promise, but in 2001 went over there. So I'm 17 years old, got to drive a $750,000 car, and they said, you got 10 laps around this, and I flogged it.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely awesome. And from that point, Subaru goes, okay, you actually didn't suck at this, and you definitely have courage or stupidity, one of the two, because you were sideways everywhere. We're going to take you over to the U.S., where I met Mark Lovell, who ended up passing away rallying, and got to watch some U.S. rallies. And once I figured out that was on, I was like, this is great. So I went and I bought a rally car. It cost me $60,000, and I sold it a week later for $8,000, and then decided that practice wasn't something that was going to happen in that sport.
Did you just destroy the thing or what?
Yeah. I was at Kenny Bartram's house and Guy Cooper, and we just I didn't know what rally was. I thought it was like jumps and stuff. So we built like a motocross track. It was rallycross, basically. Yeah, it didn't hold up. So anyway, but yeah, from that point on, we just, anytime I was hurt, I was in a go-kart. Anytime that I had a chance to go rally, I would put my own money into it. So I literally took everything they had out of racing and put it into driving cars. And then with Ken Block coming in, it was really a good deal. And that was another thing that came back to Alpine Star right before, was it 2000, I don't even know, 2004 maybe, 2005, when Ken Block, before he came into rally, I was Alpine Stars and Puma. Puma makes driving suits. Right. They said you can't be both. And Puma was my biggest sponsor, financial. Alpine Stars paid me nothing. And I said, well, it's good doing business with you. I'm going to stick Alpine Stars. So I went to Ken Block with super agent Steve Astafin. Literally, this was like 3 days before X Games. He said, hey, can you sponsor Travis? He'll run DC stickers and whatever. He likes your shoes, blah, blah, blah. Ken said, okay, but he has to get me involved with the team. He goes, I always wanted to rally. He goes, I think I'm pretty good. I was like, yeah, sure, man, whatever. So he bought his
So you
ride.
didn't really know Ken prior to that? I thought you wore DC shoes like way back.
No, this was, this is 2003, 4, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
But so that X Games, it was because, and honestly, it all came down to me making a handshake deal with Gabrielle. Yeah, you get me a drive in that WRC car in Subaru, and I will never switch.
Yeah.
And dropped a couple $100,000 deal because of that handshake deal. But Gabriel has helped me so much. He got me in. So I raced the Porsche Cup when I was 18 years old, 18 or 19, which is basically these GT3 awesome Porsche like road cars at Indianapolis during F1 weekend. I'm sharing a pit stall with Juan Pablo Montoya. Like, I'm like kidding, a candy shop.
Yeah.
And he lied so much. He's like, oh, he's got all this experience. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm a rallier, and I've done this. And what, Gabriel. Yeah. So he just forged all my stuff. Somehow I got a license to race this thing, 160 mile an hour down the front stretch. I had no idea what I was doing. It rained in practice, and I'm like,
oh, no.
Everywhere. I went, the first turn goes right, left, right. I missed the first turn completely sideways through the grass and hopped back on and punted someone off the track. These are pretty expensive cars, and I had no idea. But anyway, it was a good experience.
So the handshake deal cost you money, but he brought you opportunities you couldn't probably even pay for.
He paved the way for me to do exactly what I'm doing right now. Yeah. And another thing that I'm so happy I learned from my parents on, there's relationships and just
integrity.
Integrity it goes a long way.
That's awesome. I love Gabriel too. He's such a nice guy. I hear he can be pretty shrewd businessman, but he's just always ever been nice to me. I think he's a great guy.
He's always helped out for me.
Okay, so
business-wise, I mean, I've never been paid, but like,
well, so there you go. To his point, very shrewd businessman. But yeah, I mean, he helped you in ways that you couldn't. Like I said, you probably couldn't have bought those rides.
No,
so. Okay, what else? What were some other big moments for you in X Games? Like, if you had to have your top 3 big moments, obviously the double back's got to be in there. What else?
I mean, you pretty much nailed him. You had the 99 just to make it to X Games and to go against the grain of everyone's like, this is not what you need to be doing right now, and then breaking down on the way and being all messed up before I got there, and then the whole fiasco with jumping into the bay and everything that came with it. But I'd say that one, the double backflip, and then that same year, McRae. Racing McRae.
Did you end up winning that one? I can't remember.
He rolled. So Colin pitches the jumps that's the only reason I'm still competitive in rallycross right now. In rally, just learning how to position cars and vehicles. Uh-huh. So he pitched it into the corner, and when it hit, one of the tires blew out, and it dug into the rim and rolled him. And the coolest part about Colin McRae is his in-car. As it's rolling over, he's putting it into gear, and it hits, and he lands. He actually made time on that corner, but he had a flat tire, and he had 2 more corners to go. And he dropped probably a second and a half, 2 seconds the last 2 turns, and ended up winning X Games over Colin, which was the biggest thing, probably still to this day, that I've ever done as far as what the world has seen as far as me being a driver. Just Colin was Colin was Colin.
The man. Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
That's crazy. What about the TP7?
Yeah,
I can't remember the year. Was it
2 years? Exact same results.
09. That's when you didn't land it, crashed and broke your leg. Yeah.
Yeah, shoot, what happened? No, 09 landed. Actually, still have back problems from that. No, bulged a disc, but yeah, still competed the rest of the time. So then you move to 11, I believe, and so I'm racing NASCAR, and my first NASCAR race was going to be right after this, and got all my sponsor deals. Everything's lined up. I got a great with Waltrip Racing. We had a car that year. Like, they were actually the team was winning. Everybody was good. It looked.
Okay.
It
and
looked
are
cool.
you in? Is it a legit Cup car? It's the same one they're running on their top guys, or is
top guys? So it's nationwide. So it's you had like Carl Edwards was dropping down, but you had Trevor Bain, who won the Daytona 500 before that, was running that car. So it's basically the lights class, if you will.
But it was a legit lights or a nationwide car. It wasn't like a practice car or some step down. It was legit race car.
No, so
full factory deal.
I'm full in.
Yeah.
On this deal with Waltrip Racing.
And are they paying you? Is it just sort of a free ride? Like, how does car racing work that way?
So it was my only chance to get paid, and I blew it.
Okay.
But so we go in, and so the thing was, I'll do X Games, and then I'll do the first. We'll set up because it's ESPN was doing some of the stuff there, so they're like, we'll do this through NBC or whatever, and we'll feed this into promoting NASCAR.
Okay.
And NASCAR into promoting this. Long story long, shattered my ankle. So I go.
That was the TB7
Yep.
jump?
So I try it the first time, and I had this dialed. It was so dialed, and then I lost it. Like the trick.
You had it dialed at home into a pit?
Just into a pit. I've never
Okay.
done this. I'd never at that point done it to dirt.
Okay.
But I was 100%. I couldn't go wrong. And then something's changed. I don't know what it was. So I came out to Red Bull, the foam pit out here, and it was on scaff. And I don't know if it was moving or I wasn't getting the same pop or the bike was there. No idea. But I lost it. So I went in knowing, I'm like, shit, I haven't landed 1 for 15 in the foam pit the day before. So a little nervous jumping in, and adrenaline took over and over-rotated. Same thing that happened 2 years before or whatnot. And I landed, and it's going to sound like I shit myself a lot, but that was that was one of only 3 times in my life that I've hit hard enough. And the other time was off a bridge, so I don't know. It was different.
Who are these people shitting in your pants?
No, I remember this one. This was me for sure.
Okay.
I don't know. The other one, random. That was weird.
That's gross.
Yeah. But so I hit, and I was sore. I slammed the ground, and I got up, and I knew it wouldn't count because you got to do your first round, and then you wait until everyone else goes, and then do the second rounds. But someone had just crashed on a front flip, and it was just the vibe was really bad, and I went up to the top, and Cam Sinclair was about to jump, and he's freaking out because this is the first time he's done a double backflip since he had broken his neck and didn't even remember anything about his life for like 2 years. So he's up shitting a gold meat axe, and I'm like, hey, give me another run. I got to do this right now because, I had pooped my pants, and I just wanted to prove that I could do it. And I spun and did the same thing, and I landed, and I put my foot down, and the bike landed on top of my foot. And it's called a Liz Frank, when your foot breaks everything across the middle, and the top of my foot went over the bottom of my foot, and it just crumbled the whole thing. And then tib fib, it
was a mess.
They said 40 fractures over 7 bones. So I don't know if they rounded up or down, but it's basically powder, as my doctor said. But my dad always said, get up. So I hit the ground, I got up, and I just remember hearing crack, crumble, pop, and I fell down, and I actually kind of giggled a little. I thought, Dad was right. If you're broken, you'll fall back down.
Yep, you sure enough fell back down. That's awful.
Now, interesting moment, though. So we go into the medics, basically. They're like, oh, it's probably not broken. I'm like, dude, it's broken. They're like, okay, we're going to pull your boot off. I'm like, you got to put me under before you pull this boot off. So I'm still sitting in my poop pants. No one knows I got poop in my pants. So I had forgotten this point. So now we get to the hospital, and they're like, dude, your foot's fucked. So they cut the whole boot off. And then Chad Keggy comes in. He had a broken femur. And the doctor puts his hand on Chad's femur. So Chad's screaming. I mean, you wouldn't believe the screams that guy was making. And I'm kind of making me almost laugh because now I'm on painkillers and whatever else because my foot's just jacked. And he comes in, and he is screaming bloody murder. And the doctor, they're trying to reset his femur to where they can get the traction to where it's lined up.
Yeah.
And he's cussing every name in the book, and his wife's yelling at the doctor, and so I just start yelling because I thought it was funny. So I start screaming over my side, and we're all in just that initial place, just bed. And one of the Red Bull, the younger skaters was 13 years old. I forget who he even was, but he walked in at the time, and he had a jammed thumb or something. And he just turned around and walked back out. It's like this, I can't be in here.
Yeah.
So as that story gets longer, that night I get released to go home. And
surgery already or no?
So no surgery. So
okay.
Dr. Chow, he's been great. And he goes, dude, you're not going to be, you're not only can you not compete, because I asked him about NASCAR and stuff. I'm like, oh, well, I'll be good to go for driving cars. He said, you're going to be 6 months before you can put weight on this again. He goes, I can't do anything with it. So I was like, well, hey, if you can't do anything with it, can I race tomorrow? And he laughed. I was like, what if I get hand controls? So I called up my team, and we got hand controls, and that was pretty cool, a whole separate story. But so, and then Ken Block goes, well, you can't have any painkillers in your system if you're going. So I've got this foot that's just unbearable.
Oh my gosh.
And as I'm coming to that night and pretty much just about thinking I'm going to die, I remember Lindsay going, you stink. I had made it all the way back to the hotel that night before I realized I had
poop pants.
I had poop pants.
You had spackle up and down your whole crack.
Yeah, I mean, it was solid spackle.
Wow.
Yeah.
It had firmed up at that point, probably.
Yeah. So thank you, Lindsay, for staying with me through that.
Did you ever break both arms?
Yes.
And were you married at that time?
So my right arm, I didn't have, the cast only came to here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Did you have both?
I had both.
All the way up?
No, but it was around both hands, and it was just such that I couldn't get in there, and my wife had to Give me the old wipes. It's a bonding moment. Like, you really find out what your spouse is made of. But I wonder what a single guy would do.
That could be fun.
I mean, I think I would just roll a towel up and just scoop my butt along. I don't think I'm bringing a buddy in there to do that.
No.
Just throw away towels. There's just towels in the garbage every day. Okay.
I don't even want to think about that. Yeah.
Moving on.
Next.
So the Nitro Circus. Tell me about what was the genesis of that. I mean, you kind of alluded to it earlier, like where X Games is kind of getting rid of the fun, goofy stuff, and it's getting more serious. Was that sort of a concept for Nitro Circus? Let's bring back the fun to it.
Nitro Circus was it evolved from injuries. It involved every time I got hurt. I basically had the only foam pit at the time. We just built a foam pit, and I would get hurt. And Greg Godfrey, when I was 18, we were working on a project called Global Addiction, just a video, and we got to jump in the Grand Canyon. And he gave me a Sony 2000, a piece of crap video camera, and I didn't know any of the settings or whatever. But I started filming because I was hurt at the end of the year, weird, and had surgery or something.
During surgery time?
Yeah, surgery time. End of year, surgery time. So I got all my friends, my cousin Greg, he was rugby and football, and he just moved into my house, and we all just...
Special Greg, right?
Special Greg. I was 18, had my own place, and all the fun toys, and I was hurt. Yeah. So I would just get out on the Bobcat and make jumps, and they'd jump them and crash, and I'd film everything. And Jim DeChamp was also living in my house, who was the first guy to front flip a mountain bike and first guy to front flip a dirt bike without the
I remember
ramp. So we had a lot of guys doing a lot of stupid stuff and all the time, and I sent all the footage to Godfrey, and he's like, this is the worst quality stuff I've ever seen. But everyone around him was like, dude, this is so great. He's like, damn it. He's like, all right, so maybe we'll do something with this. So he's like, hey, I'm going to send you an app called Final Cut Pro 3.
Okay.
Now they're on like Final Cut, I don't know, 10 or 20 or whatever they're on. But so it's just a computer editing app. So I was like, yeah, I want to edit.
You did that?
So started editing. So I edited about half of the first Nitro, and still do quite a bit of
I didn't know that.
editing for stuff. I mean, there's obviously a lot better people, but yeah, I enjoy it.
But you can do it. And,
I enjoy it. Well, there's just people that do it a lot faster.
Yeah.
They have all the shortcuts that I haven't figured out. But yeah, so I was hurt, so I just started editing. So we started putting stuff together and doing short clips. And so that changed my life, because it was right around the time that I was pretty much getting out of racing, or I wanted to race, but I was hurt all the time. And all of a sudden we're filming, and yeah, I'm hurt, but I'm still, it's not just like training and riding. It's like kind of
hanging out with your friends, and having fun.
And like you start, all of a sudden you're digging and you're doing all these horrible tasks, but it's still fun. And I'm like, man, I'm having more fun digging BMX dirt jumps in my front yard with a shovel than I had winning a Supercross. I was like, this is kind of weird, but I just like that concept, that camaraderie, and that hey, so we came out with the first video, and then Godfrey's like, hey, okay, yeah, we didn't make much, but here's $30,000 travel budget. I'm like, wait, we got $30,000 to film stuff? It's like, yeah, where do we want to go? I'm like, let's go to Costa Rica. So we went to Arenal, Costa Rica. We got, at this point, Red Bull's starting to come on and help with different sponsors. And we're like, yeah, the video was pretty good. It reached X amount of people. It was before YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube might have started, but it wasn't.
Early days.
Yeah, it wasn't his thing. Street Bike Tommy became a legend.
I don't know how that guy lived. It's still one of the ugliest crashes I've ever seen.
It's bad. But yeah, anyway, it's just fun.
He's okay?
Yeah,
he pulled out of it all right?
Pulled out of that all right.
Femurs or something, right?
Yeah, the tib fib. I think he got his femur and his ACL. His heel. Yeah, it was bad. But so I guess
So that was Nitro Circus that turned into the MTV
So
program,
why that
right?
turned into TV is when Evel Knievel passed away. I got a call from Matt Hoffman, BMX Matt Hoffman.
Condor,
hell yeah. We're dating ourselves, but yeah, no. I do one of my, still to this day, my all-time, like, if I have a hero of all heroes, it's Matt Hoffman. Just legend. But so Matt calls me. He's like, hey, I just got a call from Johnny Knoxville, and they're doing a tribute to Evel Knievel. And Knoxville wants to know if you can write down some ideas on a piece of paper, and they might have you do something. I was like, okay, cool. So I wrote Knoxville like 15 pages. And I got a call from Johnny that afternoon. He's like, can you do any of this? I said, I don't know. We'll try it all. And a week later, we're out in California, and we're in some of the studios, and we could never have a meeting. Greg Godfrey and I like, hey guys, we want to do a TV show. Yeah, whatever. We walked in with Knoxville and Jeff Tremaine, and we go in, and Knoxville has a whole bunch of duct tape balls with really long wicks.
Okay.
And he just walks in, fire in the hole. Like there's people, like poor interns and everybody at MTV, they're all on phones. And he just lights this wick and throws it, lights another wick and throws it. There's people diving over desks. There's people like all phone calls are dropped and the wicks just go into like it looks, they're thinking it's bombs and it's Knoxville. So it just goes into a duct tape, nothing. And we walk in and the whole office is just shoveled and it's hilarious.
Of what studio? What is this?
This is wherever they do MTV. Like they had a bunch
MTV Studios, though.
Yeah, but it's like whatever their network.
Okay.
But it's a big network.
Yeah.
So we walk in, and Knoxville's like, "Hey, you guys just don't talk, all right? We got this." I'm like, all right, like we're gonna get thrown out. We're gonna get thrown in jail for what just happened, but okay. And Jeff Tremaine. So they said, "So what is this new show you guys have?" And Tremaine goes, "Wait, Johnny, you take it." Knoxville's like, "I got this. It's like Jackass, but they don't do drugs." And he sits back down. I'm like, all right, sold. Like, we shouldn't talk because that's the pitch you wanted to give? That was it. That's all that was said. And then we had a show on TV. They bought it. It was great. It's good to have pull, right?
So I guess it is who you know, not necessarily what you're presenting.
I feel like we had some decent pitches beforehand, and we couldn't even get in the front door.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's great.
So that obviously did well. And then did that lead to the Nitro World Games? That was sort of a spinoff from that? Or when did that come in?
Yes and no. So we started did a live tour. The guys that did the Crush Teams, the Dirt Tour, they said, look, these tours are extremely successful, but the guys, they've destroyed all their relationships. We can't go to any of the hotels anymore. We had to change the name. He goes, we like the show, but it's too out of control we can't do this as a business. So he said, I like Nitro. You guys seem similar, but it's about family. You know, it's not the party, sex, drugs, rock and roll kind of thing. It's, it's families, it's people that love what they do. And the difference between like Nitro, like there's everyone tries to be cool in action sports. Nitro is not the cool guys. Nitro are the people. I don't care if you're on. We had Pogo Fred, Pogo Stick out on the first one. He was one of the best acts. If you're, we got rollerbladers, we got scooters.
I went to the show at San Diego at Qualcomm.
Yeah.
I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago.
Snowmobilers. Like,
it's good entertainment. It's fun. You can tell you guys are just having fun. It goes like exactly down your path of what you like in your wheelhouse.
Yeah. So we don't care if you're the best in the world. You got to be good, and you got to either be doing something no one else can do, or one of the best at what you do. That's how you get into Nitro. But all the guys, they go and they shake hands. They sign autographs. So they're from the first person that gets there to the last person's gone. They do it's just a good, solid, wholesome-ish group.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's got their quirks, but like it's so we got brought on to do the live tour, which was pretty cool. And then in the live tour, we have a triple backflip, double front flip train.
Okay.
Like where all the BMX guys are doing triple backflips. And that's like your entry level, you have to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And we're looking at, so then, we go back and I'm filming for a video and we've got a quadruple backflip on a BMX bike and a triple backflip on a dirt bike that just happened in my backyard. And I watch X Games and a single front flip wins best trick. And I'm looking at the year before, like no one even does a double backflip. I'm like, no one's even doing a double and yet we're doing triples. And we've got, on BMX bikes, no one did a double backflip because the jump was too flat on Mega. And we got trains with every single rider doing triples because our ramps are better. I'm like, these ramps haven't evolved since 2002, and they expect, like, that's why the sport's going stagnant. So I said, look, we don't want to take over X Games. X Games are like the Olympics, but we want to be the big air of action sports. And scooter's not cool. Who cares? You guys X Games used to have, like I said, downhill shovel racing.
Yeah.
Like biker Sherlock. Like it was fun because it wasn't cool. It was fun because it was fun.
Yeah.
So we want to be the fun. And that's the same thing we did with Nitro Rallycross. And we were able to we got Kyle Busch came over and raced with us. So did Chase Elliott, 2 Cup champions, just because it looked fun.
Yeah.
Joey Logano wants to do the whole championship next year.
Did the guys that do it enjoy it? I mean, did the Chase and those guys come out of there going, that was rad? Or were they kind of like, okay, that was fun, but I'm not doing that again.
No, I think Kyle might be doing more rounds. Same with Chase, which is really cool, especially because they race. They probably race 100 races a year. So.
I just wonder with like the jumps. I mean, you guys had some pretty big gaps and
Kyle had his track was the jumpiest track we had on the championship in Phoenix. It was gnarly.
Yeah,
and he did it. He flew it nose down. He couldn't figure out how to get the car level, but he did a good job. I mean,
that's got to be out of their wheelhouse, right? They've never done that.
So far out of his wheelhouse, but he ended up 4th, and then Chase made the final in 9th, which is really, really good. I'm going to get Kyle Larson. I think would probably beat us. He's phenomenal. But what was cool about that was it just showed that there's so many drivers that want to have fun, that they race what they do, and they do it for a living. But when they came over, it was kind of like Villapoto before he became Villapoto now.
Yeah.
And I was like, Kyle, how you doing? Or, like, meaning like you enjoying it. And he said, well, I'm 2 seconds off pace. I'm like, dude, that's really good. He's like, looked at me. I'm like, all right, I know you expected to beat me for sure, so I'm not even going to say anything. You are Kyle Busch. Like, that's awesome. But I'm like, do you enjoy the jumps? He's like, yeah, it flies a little nose down. I think I'm losing a little time. I'm like, yeah, but are you enjoying? And he could not comprehend that lap times had any all
He's
the bearings.
back to the Cincerillo mentality, right?
That's
of just like lap times.
Yeah, and the same thing. Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott has a little bit more fun, and he's most mellow, laid back guy. And I raced him quite a bit growing up through the K&N series, and like he was like 15 kicking my ass then, but like we were a little more competitive than now, a Cup champion at 24 or whatever. But he was just so chill. He's like, hey, you want to jump out of my plane? And then they wouldn't let him jump out of his plane, but he borrowed another plane and went skydiving the morning of like the World Championships, and he just had a blast. But at the same time, he was more about the lap times too. At the end, like he was scared to death of the jump. Man, he had
really.
It was one of the smaller jumps, but there wasn't a lot of room. There was like a 3 mile an hour room for margin kind of. Oh God, he was scared.
Do you tell them, like, you kind of pre-run and go, okay, guys, the speed for this is this?
Yeah. So, that's been interesting. Like, you got a couple guys that can do it. You got, obviously Ken Block, a lot of the Americans, but a lot of the Europeans that come over, they don't know really anything about jumping. And then you got a couple different divisions with the lights cars and the supercars. So they all have different speeds and whatever. But I hit it on motorcycle first. So I never build a jump that you have to jump faster than 73, 74 miles an hour. Because one, I can't jump on a dirt bike, and two, I just feel like that's, if someone goes into a tree or something, or like the worst case scenario, I feel like that's a pretty good gauge. So for me, it was a difficult job this year trying to make sure to balance that. I wanted to go out there, hit all the jumps on a dirt bike, get the speeds, all the speeds, minimum, maximum. And a car flies the same up until about 70 miles an hour, because that's aerodynamics start changing then. Wind resistance basically is more than weight. But the motorcycle will fly the same. So I can get within a half mile an hour minimum speed, because I can pretty much case it.
Yeah.
And then maximum speed, like go until I'm like landing where I'm like, oh, that's probably going to hurt your back if you can't stand up. So we do everything there. And then I go, and I'd like to do it in a car. But for a couple of the events, towards the end, I'm battling for the championship. I'm like, if I touch a car out there, like I would like to, but then we get, I just tell like Tanner Faust, I'm like, hey, can you go out there and hit this? Or whoever, one of the other supercar guys, just because
you don't want them to be like, well, he's got more track time.
Yeah, which really it's just me destroying the Subaru, like my car, and trying to get the jump dialed in. But yeah, so it's it was an interesting role this year to be in charge of kind of a few different elements of a series, and to go into the finals with a chance to win it.
Yeah, well, and you won. I mean, it was amazing thing to watch that whole deal. I saw the Glen Helen race, and super, super fun. Is that building some speed? Like, you think next year it'll be
Huge.
back and bigger? Yeah.
Way bigger. It's, I think
Are the European, like, so for people that don't really follow rally, and I'm not super following it closely, but from what I understand, World Rally is like Supercross here, maybe, or something. And you know what I mean? That is the premier rally racing series in the world.
Yeah. I mean, they get 40,000, 50,000 spectators to rallies, and but the courses are there's a lot of bumping and there's a lot of stuff that they've been getting less and less cars. There was up to like 30 supercars on the grid, and they still have some good in the Nordic area. Rally still huge.
Yeah.
But we got the 2020 world champion and the best team from this year. Those guys came over, the Hansons, and we got to compete against the best.
Yeah.
And that added so much kind of
value.
validation to to what we're doing over here. And now we got guys from IndyCar, guys from NASCAR, guys from the World Championship, from WRC, from every different aspect. They're like, man, this looks fun. And it's one of the few motorsports right now that's really building. And I think everyone was a little scared this year, and I was so stoked of the drivers that came in. I mean, Scott Speed, you got to time the jumps, and he went too far and he broke his back. And 2 years ago, but he came back. He said, "Look, that was my fault. I was trying to get that extra, tenth of a second." He goes, "I got to picture this like corners." He's like, "I couldn't wrap my head around a jump being an element. It was just hit it wide open." So that's what we had to break. Not metaphorically, hopefully not physically, the mentality of. Like even off-road, I believe we can have so much more technical stuff, and so much more like motocross or supercross. Can you imagine supercross? You come in and just hit every jump wide open, and then complain because
hey, that hurt. Yeah, no, I get it. I get what you're saying.
So I think
they've never had to deal with that technicality before. The timing and stuff, right?
But by the end of the championship, all the drivers were starting to get the jumps. They were starting to figure out how they had to fly their cars. Every car flies different. I can't tell you how to fly a front engine car to a rear engine car to how your downforce is set up for the weight distribution, but I can tell you how fast you have to hit it and where it's going to land. You got to figure out how to get it to fly. That's just cool. But so many more people now that they saw it, made it a whole year, no injuries, limited car damage. The car damage comes from, I think, the tracks, if the tracks aren't set up right, but it doesn't come from the jumps. And I feel like that was a huge...
It's more hitting each other, hitting stuff, or what?
Yeah, so my biggest thing now is coming in and the tracks in Europe, there's just so much... And then they don't allow bumping. And we had the last track for our championship, unfortunately. We had more pavement, which pavement can be good, but there was a lot of 90-degree corners and 180s and short where it kind of balls up. And then you have a lot of contact.
Impact, yeah.
As opposed to like Glen Helen was... dirt and super wide. It was fun. I mean, it was really simple track, but it was super fun.
Yeah. Sometimes those, just like Supercross, sometimes just because there's more jumps or more technical doesn't always make better racing. Sometimes it's just the layout, right?
Yeah. No, for sure.
Okay. Tell me about, you have so much stuff you've done. Tell me about boat racing. You jumped into this for a little bit. I just saw a video of you racing one and you guys connected with another boat. I'm like... That's got to be sketchy. And what are you looking at? There's not windows in there, is there?
They're really small.
Yeah.
It's like NASCAR. So I got to drive when COVID hit. I had the opportunity. They needed an American driver because the driver, the guys were from England. They couldn't get over during COVID. Our throttleman could. He's got citizenship, Steve Curtis.
And so how does that work? One guy's just doing throttle and one guy's steering?
So the throttleman has a lot more. The throttleman has to. We had twin 1,100 horsepower turbo, so twin turbo 1,100, 2,400 horsepower, 4 turbos on these. You hit the gas at 60 and you're pushed in the seat.
That's incredible.
Miss Geico was fantastic boat, but as a cat, 50 foot, it just gets up and goes. And you're offshore, you're going, 6 foot rollers, just do like it's like an off road truck. It's brilliant. But I had a 8-time world champion, and he goes, "Look, we can't get our driver over. We want to drive." Sign me up. That sounds great. Yeah. So went in, and we won technically with an asterisk, the world championship.
Why the asterisk?
Because it's the world championship, but it was basically like the Miami rich guys and me, because all the other countries couldn't come over in 2020. So big asterisks, but still, it was a great learning experience for me. And I'm like, man, this is cool. Like, it felt like a car. Like, I understand this. Scary as all hell. And then my buddy.
What speeds are you guys doing through that kind of water?
150-ish. Through offshore, waves breaking, and it's cool. But the cats, especially with Steve Curtis at the throttleman, dude, it's pretty smooth, and like it's a good boat. Like, it's a $5 million a year program. Like, they've got their shit together, right? Yeah. So then I got my buddy Britt Lilly.
Okay.
And he runs V-bottom boats, multiple-time world champion. It would basically be like the ARCA and the Arena Cross champion.
Okay.
And he's like, "You got to come race this." So I was wheelman with him once, and that went horrible. I didn't V-bottom. If you're leaning right and turn right, it goes right. So we were going down the first straightaway, and I had to do
a different feel.
Everything opposite to what we almost rolled just getting to the first turn. Now, these boats top out at like 90 miles an hour, so like half the speed of the cats, right?
Okay.
It's like taking a shifter cart through the Baja 1000. Yeah, I mean, whiplash. It is the gnarliest ride you've ever been in your entire life. And dude, scariest thing I've ever done in my life. So we switched. And I'm like, I want to be the throttleman. So now I'm adjusting so you add bow weight, like ballast, and you can bilge pump it out.
You're adding weight with water? It's not just trim?
So you got trim. So you got right trim, like your right side and your left side. That kind of like balances the boat out. And then you got the trim on the engine that comes up and down.
Yeah.
And then you got ballast. So he's just yelling out. Now he's a couple-time world champion. He's yelling out what to do. And we go down the first straightaway. He's like, all right, we got to put ballast in quick because we got no weight in the front, but we take off and we only got X amount of horsepower. And he goes, we have to be as light as possible. So as soon as we take off, get the ballast in. We round the first turn and all the waves are coming in. It hits, rogue wave, straight up. All I see is sky, 80 miles an hour, down, hits, turns, water's coming in through the top. There's a boat to our left that I don't know, we went under him or over him. The boat to our right, the guy lands and he's like, they didn't get as lucky. They didn't have quite as much ballast in. He rips open the canopy. He breaks his femur. So this poor guy's, and we got two more classes. We're the top class in our, like whatever. So there's two more classes of boats coming through at 100 miles an hour, and he's swimming in open water with a broken femur. Oh, it's great. You're going to love boat racing.
It's great. Yeah, it sounds...
So we're racing a championship this year, but I don't get Britt Lilly as my wheelman. I'm back on the throttle, which is way above my pay grade, or skill level, I guess I should say. And then I got Jim York, who's the pit viper guy that crashes everything. So between two of us,
there's gonna be some boat damage. Is that what
I hope not. We bought the boat, so if we sink it once, we're done.
And this is the V bottom that you're gonna race.
Yeah.
And
the Twisted V. We got Twisted T as a sponsor.
Perfect.
Couldn't be better.
The cats, are they more expensive then? Obviously.
Yeah, there's this.
That's like
we got like a $150,000 boat compared to like $1 million boat. So,
yeah,
but they're more fun.
So you're gonna do some more of that. You like that?
Yeah, I like that a lot.
It seems like it's right up your alley.
Yeah. So the breathalyzer in the morning.
They do breathalyzers for everybody.
They don't do breathalyzers. So I was like, hey, what do I need to do to get in here? What do we need? Suits and helmets and Hans and whatever. Like, no, whatever you need to go swimming in. You know, if you fall out, you'll be in that. So yeah, board shorts.
That's your race kit, board shorts.
Board shorts, T-shirt. You know, you can church it up a little with a collared shirt or something. So I have my open face helmet. I'm in there. I'm going to run Hans this next year. That's some of the worst whiplash I ever had. And they run in, so nothing on their feet. They just either barefoot or they got sandals.
So there's water coming in. I thought
it's supposed to be sealed, but when you submarine a boat at 80 miles an hour, sometimes it's not quite perfectly sealed. But it popped back up. It was great. So we come in. They said, okay, yeah, you don't need anything for a license. Just show up. I'm like, all right. So you got to get a APBA or whatever license, but there's no like real requirements, at least that I figured out. So we showed up, and they're like, okay, so everyone's going to go out, or everyone's going to have a few beers tonight, but you just got to be able to catch a stick tomorrow. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, you get 3 tries to catch a stick. And if you can't catch, so they put a stick under your hand, like a broom handle, and they drop the broom handle.
And you got to grab it.
And they're like, oh, but if you miss the broom handle, then you get your breathalyzer. So you got to be...
Wow, so it's a pretty loose program over there.
It's like racing in the 80s, man. It's great. Before my time, but it sounds like fun. No, sorry. This sounds worse. They're obviously, there's rules and regulations.
Of course, but it definitely sounds a little looser. Okay, NASCAR. Ricky's tried this. Reed has wanted to try it. I feel like we have all these guys that want to go to NASCAR because they're amazing motorcycle racers, and it just doesn't seem to translate. You and Rally and Wardy in open wheel racing, I think, are the only two guys.
Off-road trucks. Off-road trucks translate straight. It's a direct correlation.
Sure, I suppose so. I just mean like road race stuff.
Yeah.
Whether it's NASCAR or open wheel, it's a very different animal. Or why are more guys not successful? I mean, I think it's crazy that we think we can just do that just because you're a good racer and you can drive go-karts. These kids have been driving karts since they were 3, right? The NASCAR guys, right? They start at a very young age. It would be like saying, I'm really good at golf. I'm going to go race Supercross next year.
A little more translation than that. But yeah, I'm good at golf, so I'm going to go play, or I'm good at rugby, so I'm going to come over and play NFL.
Okay. Yeah. There. Yeah, that's maybe a better metaphor.
Sorry. But for me, when in doubt, throttle out has been my motto. Like a Jean-Michel Bale going and racing MotoGP kind of makes a little bit of sense because he was super smooth. He was very meticulous. So if you look at an open wheel racer, generally you're looking at someone that they're a little OCD. How they present themselves, how they carry themselves is how you have to be as a driver. Your breaking point at 200 miles an hour has to be within a millisecond is worth so much time because, it's just, it has to be.
It gets incrementally bigger at speeds, right? Higher speeds.
NASCAR is less of a fine-tuned, and you see that in the drivers and how they carry themselves and how they just are in their personalities and who's successful in that. Like I said, nature over nurture, nurture over nature. I feel like you see similar people that get involved in similar things. I feel like NASCAR is very similar to motocross. The tracks, even though it looks the same, they change as they start to groove up, as rubber starts to get in there, as the sun starts setting, as one side of the track gets hotter, the other side. There's a lot to NASCAR. I didn't know anything. I was cold trickle, jumped in. Oh, this sounds like fun. Why can I do it? Learned a lot, but like motorcycles, you can carry the bike. I swear Ricky Carmichael, back 2004 or whatever, 5, could have won the outdoor championship on a box stock bike straight out of the crate, maybe even not even adjusted the clickers. I think he would have been competitive for that championship. And I honestly believe that. You're not going to do that with a NASCAR. You need to not only know what the car's doing, but what you'd recommend the team to do. And you got a good crew chief and they can kind of see this stuff and that works. But you're not going to just, like, I would qualify well a lot and I would go out there and, the first rounds, you'd be like, all right, I'm running 5th. I'm pretty excited about this. Like, whatever. They said, what change you want? Like, car's perfect. Don't change anything. I'd go out and like running 25th. I'm like, were those the other cars? But the guys do such a good job. They're very smart. They're very articulate. They work very, very hard at what they do. They're always driving. So if you look at Kyle Larson, phenomenal driver, but every Monday he's racing dirt track, and every Tuesday he's racing go-karts, and every Wednesday he's racing whatever, and then Thursday you're doing the and everything is on the clock. It's all timed. So you take the best drivers in the U.S. and then you have them drive every single day of their life where it's always on the clock, and everything that you do, you can learn a little bit about the next race, and it's so hard to jump in there. And especially, I'm not saying that Ricky or myself or Rich Johnson didn't put in 100% effort, but there's less motivation, I feel, when you come in from a different sport, and everyone's like, oh, well, it's not a motorcycle. And they're like, no, but I want to do it in cars. And I wanted to do well. But when I looked at how much time the other guys were putting in, and I was married to Lindsay and then had our first kid, and I'm like, I can see right now that the Chase Elliott's and the Larsons and all the guys that I was battling at the time, Brett Moffitt's, they're already better than I am at 18, and they're putting in every second of every day. I'm not, at this point in my life, I'm not willing to do that. Plus, I don't think I could anyway, because my whole style in motocross, when in doubt, throttle out. You grab a handful. Carmichael, same deal. Off-road, when you have all-wheel drive, rally suits my style, because when shit hits the fan, if I'm aiming the front tires and I'm on the gas, that car's, it's going that direction. The more horsepower you have, the faster things happen. But as long as you're aiming and you don't panic, shoot, that Jim Connor car this year up Mount Washington hit 144 miles an hour on a road that's 10 mile an hour speed limit. I mean, it's 1,000-foot cliff. Let's go.
You are an idiot. That's all I can really tell you about some of these things you're doing. It's wild to me. So the NASCAR thing, was it fun?
Blast.
Fun, cool learning experience, but just,
I just
to your
wasn't good
point.
enough.
Yeah, and you're so far behind these kids, because really it's got to be just about seat time, right? Like you're saying, they're working 5-6 days a week driving something. Even if you drove every single day, you wouldn't get to the seat time they're at, you know what I mean, for 10 years.
Yeah, and the guys, they're good, and they're getting better, like with motocross, like with everything. But I think, Carmichael, myself, like, we're just not used to not being able to make time on sheer will. I want to go faster, let's go faster. A NASCAR, you can't make go faster.
Yeah,
like,
the throttle stops at a certain point down there, doesn't it?
Not even that. I mean, the 1.5 miles are some of the scariest. Everyone's like, oh, you must have been bored. Shit, no. I was hanging on for dear life. If you're not, I was at Bristol Motor Speedway, and who is it? Trevor Bain was my teammate, and we went out first couple laps. He's sitting second, I'm sitting 8th, and I'm like, shoot, there's only a couple tenths, but he's like, what's going on? I'm like, man, I'm driving. It's everything he's got. I got nothing more. He said, well, are you sliding the fronts or the backs? I was like, backs. He's like, and the fronts? I said, no. He said, well, you're not in a 4-wheel drift? No. He's like, well, then you have more grip in the front, so figure it out. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, just because the fronts are sliding or the back sliding doesn't mean that that's as fast as you can go. It just means that until all 4 wheels are sliding equally, you haven't maximized the car. And it was just like, oh, so it's got to be a 4-wheel drift now.
So I need to come in hotter, right? And
no, I just got to set up the car to where, because you can only go so fast. Those cars are so hard to keep under you, especially at high speeds. Like 180 miles an hour, it steps out, it's gone.
So is that a weight bias thing or a
They can do everything. It can be a weight bias. It can be a track arm. They can adjust. There's so many different adjustments, and that's where
that understanding of it is good for them, huh? Right? Like knowing how to be like no different than suspension. A guy can only watch so much, but if you're like it's too far down in the stroke, if you can't relay that, he might make wrong adjustments. So if you're in a car going,
you think it's too stiff going through the whoops, but really it's just packing.
Yeah.
So yeah, like a lot of times I go in the corner and I'm like, oh, we're super tight in the middle. We're super tight in the middle, and they keep tightening it up. And I'm like, I'm trying to loosen the. So when I say tight, it means it's not turning; it's pushing up the track. But it was really so they kept loosening the car to make it rotate more. But I was loose coming in, but I'm like, I can handle loose. I'm fine with loose. But when it starts to settle in, then it pushes the car, makes it tight. So I'm working on a problem up here because of the problem that I didn't realize was a problem back here. And there's drafting, there's all kinds of stuff. But at the end of the day, pavement racing and rear-wheel drive racing does not suit, in general, a motocrosser mentality. When in doubt, throttle out. Of Ricky Carmichael, of me, a Rick Johnson, a Bob Hanna, we can get okay, but we're not going to be the best. It's just not what it's not what we've been good at the rest of our lives.
Gotcha. The Evel Knievel jumps you did, were those important to you? Were those cool? I mean, was that a neat experience, or was that pretty basic for you? Because it seems like those jumps weren't, I don't know, wasn't that tough for you if I'm looking at it compared to the other stuff you've done?
So, and then you've missed the point. So for me, we had an opportunity with Nitro Circus where different networks pitch different things. They always come, and every month they say, okay, we're looking for this type of show or this type of show. So Nitro goes back and they think, what can we do? So history says, we want a live stunt event that has history, that we can build something up. And I think it was Dave Mateus. And he goes, Evel Knievel. He's like, let's go. I said, well, okay, if we're going to do this, what are we going to need? He's like, let's replicate a jump. I said, well, which was the best jump? I said, I want to jump Caesar's Fountain. He's like, oh, we got to have Greyhound buses. Then what about the car jump? What about Wembley? What about all this stuff? I said, okay. So we made a call to Caesar's Palace. And they were like, yeah, sounds great. Let's do it. When do you want to do it? It's like, shit, Greyhound. Okay, we're in. So we said, okay. So we went back basically to the network and said, hey, we want to bring in 3 generations. We want to show my dad's generation where the stuntman went, that it didn't die, that it went into action sport. And we want to show the scooter riders and the motocross or whatever, where the notion that you could jump a dirt bike, where stunts came from, where action sports started. And we were able to put together this package that I really thought did a pretty good job of bringing these generations together, where I heard grandparents and kid, telling their grandkids and sitting down and actually watching this. It's the #1 cable show of the year. And I think a lot of that was because it was the one time that, as a grandparent, you could sit down and be like, hey, back in my day, I went to an Evel Knievel show, or we watched this, or these are what the bikes were. So we brought in Roland Sands, and we tried to do it as authentic as possible, but it wasn't about me doing the jumps or breaking. I felt if we didn't do them bigger, that would be kind of a letdown to Evel, but it wasn't about breaking records.
Right.
It was about kind of bringing the world together and having a platform that we could try to produce and show as well that Nitro Circus was a media company. And we were able to do, I thought, a really good job of that.
It was phenomenal. The production of it was great. And the historical tie-in was obviously really neat because, to your point, like we talked about earlier, the Lawrence brothers not knowing who Jeff Matasevich was. I mean, I was just like, how do you not know him? But they weren't even born, so I guess it makes sense. So people that don't know Evel, don't know what he did, they got to learn about it. And then, the old folks got to see, oh, those kind of men didn't go away. They're just doing this now.
So, but I talked to my kids. I was like, I get to do an Evel Knievel stunt. And I felt like my biggest failure I've ever felt as a parent. They
didn't
both
know.
looked at me and said, "Who's Evel Knievel?" I was like, "All right, sit down, kids."
Yeah, it's
We're gonna talk
history
about
time.
2 strokes and Evel Knievel.
Well, that was pretty cool. What about Gymkhana, or Pastrana-khana, I guess they call it?
Pastrana-khana. It was an amazing opportunity. Ken Block, I can't be more appreciative for that guy. Great businessman. I guess it really kind of evolved in, he was not necessarily trying to sell Gymkhana per se, but he's looking at it, he goes, okay, I can't, this Hoonigan basically doesn't have much to sell unless it has Gymkhana. So I have to prove that there's someone else that can take these reins, and I have to prove that it can be successful. So we kind of talked about it for a couple of years, and that's just Ken as his business perspective. Like he's super competitive, and like obviously we battle on rally and all kinds of other stuff. And he kind of went back and forth with it for a while, and he kind of surprised me. He's like, "Hey, all right, you got it." I was like, "What do you mean I got it?" He's like, "You got it. Here's my parameters. You have to do proximity, like proximity driving close to death or near catastrophe. You have to pick an amazing location. You have to have an amazing vehicle." So we went to work, and we said, "Okay, let's do the most badass build we've ever done." And it wasn't a great car for doing the Gymkhana. Actually, it was probably the worst car we could have built. But we wanted to build a car that we could go to Goodwood, a car that we could go shatter the record at Mount Washington. We want to build a race car.
Yeah.
So Subaru goes to work on building this race car. That's honestly the hardest car I've ever had to drift in my entire life. But that's all-wheel drive anyway. But it had a crap ton of power, so that was awesome. But all the downforce, it was so hard to get to slide. And when it slid, it comes out of the road and it's backwards. So you're like, oh, that's why my face the whole time was yeah.
You looked a little...
I thought I was going to die.
A little terrified in there.
The whole time. But back to the whole business side of this was really cool because Subaru, like Rally, hadn't been doing that great. We're trying to get Rally Cross off the ground. It takes such a huge budget. But I'm like, look, I can bring you Gymkhana back to Subaru, back to where it started. And if I give you that, let's get not just me out there, because I had my deal set for, but I'm like, let's bring in another driver. Like, can we bring in someone else? Like, let's bring in a Seminuk, like someone that's showing a lot of talent, that's putting a lot of their own money and time that we believe can be up there. Let's build up Rally, and I'll bring this to you. And then we're going to get Nitro Rallycross, where if I do Gymkhana, that name that I can establish there, hopefully, if we can do half as good as Ken's done with it, we can use that to basically build off of, so I can get be able to sell the Nitro Rallycross with a little more authenticity and have some more views and grab some more sponsorship in this. So really use this as a business opportunity.
Yeah.
So became busy as all hell, but all because of Ken Block basically having the vision to say, look, I think I'd like Gymkhana to continue after I'm done and the legacy to go on. He goes, you got to break 20 million views. If you can't break 20 million views, he goes, you have failed me. I'm no longer your friend now. But and we ended up, I think we're close to 50 million views right now. So it was definitely a success.
Yeah, I would say so. What was the sketchiest moment of that? Was there ever a scene or a moment where you thought, uh-oh, I'm in trouble?
The whole thing. Dude, the worst thing about Gymkhana, they're like, oh, you did it multiple times. I'm like, no, I do it as close as I could to like basically not dying the first time. And they're like, okay, now we're going to get the drone up. Do it exactly the same. And if you miss your line by like literally a foot from the first time where you just messed up in reverse and got through by an RCH and you should have died. But if you miss that line, they're like, oh, well, our cameras were set up for that line. So could you do it again over where the first line was? Or if the second one was better, like, oh, let's reposition. So you do the scariest thing you've ever done and you do it 8 times. So you got the GoPros, the POVs. Now you're doing it in your hometown where you've tried to finagle it to where no one watches, because this city of Annapolis said, if you do this and people show up with COVID, we're going to shut you down. We can't have people. Well, we got News Channel 2, News Channel 5 hovering overhead downtown Annapolis. All of my daughters both my daughters who didn't care at all about anything I've done are like, Dad, we want to go see the stunt, because all their cheer families had taken off work to go downtown. So we got 10,000 people down there.
Oh, no.
So they're trying not to shut it down. The mayor's on our side, and he gets in trouble for having so many people down. And I jump Ego Alley with one of my best friends who's driving Miss Geico underneath. So the speed limit in this place, and it's really narrow, is 6 mile an hour, no wake zone. He's driving 90 miles an hour in Miss Geico, super huge roost. I jump over him, and when it lands, pretty much lose control, backing it in, just trying not to. I thought I was going to valet park in the bar, a bar like we go to.
Yeah.
So like, and all friends, family, relatives, everyone's watching, and everything that we did, it's all historic. It's all like pristine, down to. I'm like, if I do anything, I'm going to have to move.
Yeah.
But it's got to be big. It's got to be cool.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That had to be cool for those people, your friends and family that did get to see that, though, huh?
One of the greatest experiences of my life, and I think hopefully have an opportunity to do another one. So I'm pretty stoked.
That's rad, man. Let's see. I wanted to ask you about some of the guys that we've lost. Mira, Shane McConkey. I don't know how close you knew Shane. Jeremy Lusk, Eric Rohner. Does losing these guys, and I know each one has a different set of circumstances, but they all kind of work in that same world, that action sports world. You guys are all sort of cut out of the same cloth. Does that affect you at all when those guys pass?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, and it's really hard for those they leave behind, and you see it a lot. I never met Shane, but through Eric Rohner, Shane McConkey, sorry, skier free, but the stuff that he was doing, I always kind of based what we did on what he did. I'm like, look, these guys are fine. They're doing stuff that's so crazy, and they're getting away with it. And then he dies on something like his foot doesn't come out of the binding. And he's already settling down. He's kind of past that point, and I feel like that happens a lot, where you see people say, "Oh, I'm going to do one more year. I'm going to do one more, or I guess I'll retire after." If you're not all the way in, these sports really they're tough. You either have to love it and be. Anything can go wrong at any time. But Eric Rohner was our safety guy. So for him to die in a easy, not a base jump, not nearly anything that's as tough as he's done, and he's doing a little demo into a golf course, and he gets wind shear or something, and it goes in weird to a tree, and that's it. And he leaves behind two amazing kids and a wife, and they were good friends with McConkey and his daughter, and it's so hard. It's so hard on Annika and his wife, on just and how she's dealt with it. His kids are doing amazing, but it's difficult. So base jumping is something or skydiving is something that Lindsay, my wife, really is not for. She's like, you make too many mistakes. She's like, no offense, but like you just don't get a second opportunity there. Yeah. If you look at Lusk, was on top of his game, coming off of X Games. It's Dave Mira. Dave's was a little bit of a different case, but Dave's, I think there's a lot more cases similar to his that you don't really hear about. And that's just, there's a lot of factors that go into it that we're seeing a lot in military, that we're learning a lot from military. You have this amazing family, this amazing group, and you're doing amazing things, and you're living this life that's beyond any video game you could ever do. Yeah. And you start having injuries, and you start having pain, and sometimes there's guys, they start taking sleep medicine or whatever, and then or painkillers, and start drinking more. They drink more and more as they stop being able to do the stuff they love. The only things that replace that are not normal life. They're just kind of bored. They don't have that camaraderie. Yeah. And they start. It's just one step after the next that leads kind of down these really dark roads. And I see, unfortunately, for a lot of the people that have finished motocross, that even might have been good, might not have made it, but they're having a really hard time adjusting life. We found out with COVID, so many guys at Nitro, they didn't know how to get a job. I'm like, you guys go work at a bike shop or go do whatever. But they had been, their whole life has been these shows or these events or whatever. And when that goes away, not only do you lose your passion, but you lose all your best friends. You don't lose them, but most of us don't live in the same area, but we get together at these events, or we spend a month or two together on tour, or you see each other every weekend. So when you don't have that, there's such an emotional, a mental problem as well. So
there's massive, this whole pandemic has pushed forward a lot of psychological problems for folks, depression, and it's a bummer. But I ask because between concussions, between the risks that you take, and there's a lot of this stuff that I feel would be, if I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, And to your point, like those guys go, all right, this will be my last thing, or next year I'll probably call it good. Like when you get to that moment, like you said, where you start to question it was the same thing when I quit racing. I would be on the start line going, oh man, okay, if I don't get the start, I'm a mid-pack. Like you just start overthinking it, right? And thinking of the consequences rather than just what you want to happen. You start thinking what could go wrong. And I think that's that should be a blinking light that, hey, maybe it's time to do something different.
Yeah, and you can do everything right and still get it wrong, and everything wrong and still get it right. It's life.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Is there a stunt you wish you'd have done that you never got to pull off?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff, but there's
not one like your white whale.
White whale was I double backflip 360. I did that the first time. Nitro Circus 1 DVD on a mountain bike. And I was like, this is cool. I wish we could do this on a dirt bike. And then we started doing flips on dirt bikes. Then we started doing double flips and then flips with spins. And the dumbest part about that trick was that I had landed twice to mulch, both times put a foot down, count it, don't count it, I don't really care. But a backflip 360. The problem was if you pull as hard as you can for a flip and as hard as you can for a spin, you do a backflip and a 180. And it's really easy to do a backflip and 180 or even a slightly over-rotated 270, kind of like Deegan did the first militia twist, where it just comes in off axis.
Yeah.
But it's so hard to get that back down the landing. So what I've realized with that, I'm like, well, if I just have more time in the air and I pull as hard as I can and I lean as hard as I can and I just keep pulling and leaning, it's 2 flips and 1 full spin instead of 1 flip and a half spin, because a half spin doesn't do you damn bit good on a dirt bike.
Spin's a bad deal.
So that was cool, and no one really believed it or understood it, but that's one of the things like Trevor Jacob. He's kind of a freak of nature, and he was like, yeah, that I see this working. It's like a snowboard trick. It's a double cork 1080.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, it's gnarly looking. Like I saw the ones you landed to mulch, and I mean, you crashed probably, I don't know how many times before you nailed that one, but it's amazing looking. If you could get that and stick it, it would just be, it'd be incredible looking. You know what I mean? You think he'll try it anymore, or you think you're done on it?
No, I'm good. I'm set. I got other dumb stuff to think about, but it won't be that. But no, like getting back to that, and selfishly thinking of how it applies to me or how it applies to you, like directly, like death. Like I still do a lot of stuff that puts everything at risk for sure. But I want my kids to grow up to see the amount of work and the amount of passion and what it takes to be able to do what you love to do. I think everyone sees just on the top. I kind of mentioned a little bit at the beginning, but the amount of work and effort and time and dedication it takes to be the best at anything. I don't care if it's ping pong. Like it's a lot.
Yeah.
But we also have this amazing opportunity to have more fun than pretty much anyone on the face of the earth, and to be able to chase our dreams and to show your kids that you have to work hard to get what you want, but you can, if you work hard enough and you put yourself in the right position, you surround yourself with the right people, you can get there and you can still enjoy life. And I feel like for me, showing them that, because right now, if I were to retire right now, and which I don't think with our personalities that we could ever really do that, but what am I going to do? Like, am I going to go sit in front of the TV and show my kids just to be lazy? And like, no, like I want to, or be a cheer dad that's like, come on, don't suck.
Yeah.
Throw her higher. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty passionate about what I do, and I feel like it's important. I would rather risk, and you've got to be calculated. And if it's ever not worth it, or I'm not passionate about it, then I'm not showing them anything anyway. I'm showing them how to just breeze through at a top 5. Like, I want to show them what it takes to be the best at something.
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
I love that. That's awesome. How have kids and starting a family, what are your kids, 5 and 6?
6 and 8.
6 and 8. How much has that changed your life, or how has that changed your perspective on things, being married and having kids?
I think risk to reward is always changing. You have, basically like at X Games at 15 years old, hey, I'm either going to join the military, I'm going to go work construction, or I'm going to land this trick.
Yeah.
It matters. Where, not that it doesn't matter now. Now you do it for yourself or whatever, but there's more, the risk, if it gets too high, it doesn't outweigh what the reward for winning
Yeah,
it is, because
sure.
you have the family, you have
Yeah.
the kids, and I want to be walking. I
Yeah.
want to be able to spend those awesome times that my dad and mom be able to do with me. So having said that, I just feel that it's, if anything, motivated me to use my time more wisely. A lot of times my wife's like, you're not 22 anymore. Like, what are you doing? And you kind of got to rein in certain areas of certain things. Or, there's certain times that, like with NASCAR, where I realized I'm not good enough to get there without sacrificing everything else. And I'm just,
Not
and I
willing to do
might
that.
not be good enough to get there anyway, but I'm not willing to ruin what I have to get something I don't know if I can get.
Yeah.
But if I think I can get there, I think it's worth it. And I think that family helps motivate you to say, okay, every second that I spend at the gym, every second that I spend away from home, I'm going to be doing everything that I can. We were filming last night, actually an early night. It was like 11 o'clock. Here, like whatever it is, but like, I'm not going to take a day off and go dilly-dally. If I'm away from home, which my family is Maryland right now and I'm California, like, let's do everything that we can to make it worth it. So when I go home, I can be there as a dad, as a husband, and to be engaged.
Yeah, it definitely makes you, especially as they get older, like my girls are in high school now, and I got an 8th grader and a freshman, and like I just see that time coming quick where they're gone. 4 years, 3-4 years, they're gone. That's like pretty gnarly. You know what I mean? Like, wow, I've raised kids and they're gone. I don't, maybe they move across the country. I see them at Christmas and Easter or whatever. That's heavy. It starts to really make you appreciate your time that you have with them, For me, anyway.
No, you can't get it back. That's what every dad says. You can't get it back. So.
I know. And you hear that and you think, oh, okay, yeah, whatever, old man. But it's totally true. Tell me about the America's Got Talent thing. What can you tell me about it anyway? You're out here doing it's AGT Extreme.
So I got a call from Simon Cowell, and he goes,
was that a weird call? Did you expect that one coming?
No. Well, so I've been reached out. A lot of people reached out to me. And we're like, hey, America's Got Talent Extreme. They want. I'm like, yeah, like, dude, love. That sounds great. Like, in a couple years, hopefully they'll reach back out. Like, dude, I was middle of the championship. I'm trying to build the sport. I got too many fish and too many pots. I'm like, look, I got enough on my plate. And then, so I guess they had contacted super agent Steve Astafin, and he gave a list of demands just through the roof. And he's like, yep. So they said yes to all of them. So then he called Subaru, and then they had it all figured out. So I just kept saying, I was like, no, I can't. Like, I love this. It sounds great. I just can't do it right now. So I was at the first round on Saturday, and I got a call from Simon. He goes, hey, we'll see you Monday in studio in Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm in Utah. I'm like, wait, what? No, I got to talk to Subaru. He's like, it's already handled. He's like, we got to really figure out what this show's about. I'm like, wait, who was your backup plan? He's like, I didn't have a backup plan. You're it. Let's go. So I showed up and flew the red eye in after having probably a few too many drinks. And we go straight, and the first thing is us all kind of getting together, and we're racing cars, which was great.
Okay.
So I was like, this is pretty cool.
Like in a kart facility or something, or what?
No, Porsche Atlanta.
Okay.
So yeah, awesome cars and whatever. So just to kind of get everyone together, and one of the acts was a car driver.
Okay.
So it was pretty cool. And so I'm showing up, no sleep, whatever, and freaking President Camacho walks in. Dude, absolutely amazing. Cherry Crews is legend. I don't know if you guys ever watched. He's on Friday and
Blended.
Yeah, like,
he's my favorite in Blended.
He's on everything, and dude, he's exactly what you'd expect. He's like, dude, I was football, but he goes, even in football, I knew I wanted to act. He goes, I was just using this as a way to get into. And anyway, long conversation with him. Nikki Bella, she is fantastic. Her stories your jaw will drop, and she is one of the most real and honest and just awesome people I've ever met. And Simon he's pretty introverted, but he still takes information. He's really smart. He's awesome. He's on a different level. Like, he takes a Rolls Royce to the airport, where he takes a helicopter to his Rolls Royce, where he takes that to whatever nice hotel he's staying at. So like, there's some levels of balling that I've just never experienced. We all get our own trailer, which is weird. It's usually Nikki and I just kind of hanging out, and Terry's got because Terry does a lot more work than we do, because he's like
involved in everything. Yeah.
He's and we just kind of hang out, but it's been super fun. they've kind of wanted us to act a little more. I'm not an actor. I told them that. I would have told them that if they talked to me more before than like 2 days. And they're like, "Oh, be excited." I'm like, I don't really know what he's doing, but it's kind of like circus. There's a lot of sway poles. You ever heard of a sway pole?
You were telling me about them earlier, but I have never seen it, so I'm actually interested to watch.
Yeah.
I know nothing about it.
There's a lot of cool acts. I think after they had one really bad injury, go on TMZ. Unfortunately, luckily this guy was okay, but they shut it down. And they cut back a lot of the acts that were going to be potentially bad. I guess we had some other just funny acts that came in, some good stuff. I've been cracking up and laughing the whole time. It's been a super amazing experience. But so when we were in Atlanta at the original, I got to my trailer and they got this wardrobe and they're like, "You have $10,000 to pick your wardrobe." I was like,
"What?" I'm all set.
I'm good. Can't have logos. I'm like, I don't know, take the logos off. So we get there and they're like, "Okay, hair and makeup." And they have an hour set up for hair and makeup for me. I'm like, wait, I can't wear a hat? I'm like, no. So I kind of got you wear hats, right?
Yeah. I mean, I sometimes I won't, but I wear a lot of hats.
I don't. It's like the last thing off before bed and the first thing. So it was kind of weird for me. That was probably the scariest moment of my whole thing was.
So they have a whole, when you say wardrobe, they just have racks of clothes and you go in and pick clothes out?
Yeah. But then you got to wear the same ones for the whole time. So I don't know why we had just a plethora of clothing there. But so they pick out the clothes and I'm like, cool, whatever. And then how do you do your hair? I'm like, I don't. I don't know how to
I put a hat over it.
Whatever. And I'm like, dude, I'm not doing makeup. So okay. So we go out the first time and so I'm 3 minutes. So they got me looking like Ace Ventura. They got so much. I'm just laughing. I'm like, does this look good? They're like, yeah, it looks great. I'm like, man, I'm so old.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. Like a glove. So I'm Ace Ventura, the first one, full, it's almost like something about Mary mixed with Ace Ventura. It was bad, but I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, whatever.
So I show up, and before all the acts come out, and it's hot, so everyone's sweating, and they're like, "Travis, you're shining." I'm like, dude, don't worry about it. I can be. Why can't I be shiny? I want to shine. So I'm sitting there, and they're getting. So Nikki starts getting she's hot. So they're doing full makeup done. So she's got another 5 minutes there, and that's not her type of personality, but it's Atlanta. It's hot.
Yeah.
And they were telling her, they're like, "You look shiny." So, and then Simon's got.
And that's not a compliment.
Yeah, you're not shining, I guess. So they go, and they're back to Simon. They're back, and they're finally the producer's like, "All right, there is sweat dripping off of Travis's nose. Somebody get up there." So they go, and the stylist comes up and is doing this, and I got the powder, and some dude in the back was like, "Yeah, Pastrana." I'm like, man, I've really made it now. I'm getting. And then they come out. So a couple minutes later, they come out with umbrellas because they had a break between acts. And the guy comes up behind me. I'm like, "If you put that umbrella over me." So he's like, "What am I supposed to do?" I'm like, he's like, "It's hot." I'm like, "Yeah, go sit in the shade." So the other two have umbrellas. I guess I should just give in, but there's still
it doesn't feel authentic.
There's not many people watching, but I'm still dude, my dad would whoop my ass if I got an umbrella girl and some umbrella dude and a powder girl. I'm like, oh. So it's been a learning experience, but no, so we showed up here to California, and I went in. I was like, "Hey, where's hair and makeup?" I said, "Oh, we didn't bring it for you this time." I was like,
perfect.
I won. I was like, cut that hour out of my day, because they make you get there an hour for that.
Yeah.
So, but long story long, I came out, and the one lady, the other hairdresser, was like, "What? We got to do something about your hair." And the producer walks by, like, "No, it's Travis. That hair fits him." It's like,
all right, they know me now.
They know me. Yeah. So I have about 1,000 different looks. It's good.
I like the story you told me about Simon coming on and when they had him on stage for a little too long.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's almost a negative Simon. I don't want to say that in a bad way. I just think it's awesome. Like Simon, he's one of the smartest guys I've ever met. Just talking to him a little bit, but his time for him is his biggest. Money for Simon, not a big deal at this point in his life. Time.
Yeah.
So he got up on stage and it's hot, and he's got whatever he's in his motorhome, but I know it's not just like he's in his motorhome.
He's in there working.
There. He's got 15 different shows and programs, and he's got stuff he's got to do, and he's up there for a while, and he's looking, and then it's COVID, so there's people behind you, but someone's like, high five, Simon. And he kind of puts his hand down and he's like, oh, I can't, and then that guy kind of has, now instead of Simon coming up doing his job, now you have someone that feels like Simon's a dick, and because he's like, if I get sick, not only do I not have a job,
everything shuts down.
This whole production, he's like, it's $100,000 a day in people's wages. Everyone doesn't have a job. He's like, I can't shake. He's like, I don't really know what's going on with it, but I can't shake your hand. He goes, I stay in my bubble. And he goes, I don't want to be put in a position where I have to engage or not engage with people. And so long story long, he sits up there, he comes back and he goes, hey, we were up on stage for 10 minutes before it started. Yep. Thank you. I know you guys are all working hard. I appreciate everyone here. Just know that you're going to be looking for jobs if that happens again. Okay, good day. Like, as
not
nicely
rude about it. Yeah,
as nicely as possible. And I feel like that comes out negative, but it's just, to his defense, he's got shit to do.
Time is money.
And he can't get COVID. So.
Yeah. And so they had an actual audience there?
They've got, it's a live audience at all of them. Okay. It's smaller, but it's pretty cool.
So do your kids ride? I want to just jump back real quick and talk about that. You get them on bikes?
They can both ride, but they're not going to be racers, and I'm so happy for that. Yeah. As you've said, like, everyone's like, "Oh man, you gonna try for a third? You gonna try for a boy?" I'm like, no, like I'm stoked, and I did not think that throwing my kids in the air and teaching them how to flip was going to teach them for cheer or prepare them for cheer. And
is that what? Are they into cheer?
Super competitive cheer, like you wouldn't believe. Like, dude, 3 hours. 3 times a day and 4 hours on Sunday or events. No, it's pretty cool. And they both are on the same team, which is...
Oh, that's neat.
No, they hated it.
Oh, they hate it?
My youngest took my oldest job as flyer. So my oldest was like, I'm not lifting her. Like flyer people, obviously they were both flyers, but she didn't want to be like the base for her younger sister. So she became the main, basically tumbler. So that's good. I like tumbling's good. But anyway, long story long, they love to drive. They both have the Can-Am set up where they can reach the foot pegs and stuff on the thousands, which is probably a little much, but they do their jumps and they're happy. But what makes my daughters happy is being with friends. And I feel like action sports and what I love and what Lindsay loves, they're very individual sports. My youngest goes and skateboards with my wife, Lindsay, who's 2-time world champion, 3-time X Games gold medalist in skate. Just around the pump track and stuff like that. And we used to go BMXing all the time, but my youngest is super, super competitive. And she got second in the state championships for Striders when she was 4, but her best friend beat her by like this much. She cried. Didn't go off the podium. It has not gone back to the BMX track. I'm like, look, girl, we gotta work on your sportsmanship. But yeah, anything that's individual just hasn't really stuck.
Resonated with them, huh? Do you start them on a Stasic or anything?
Oh, yes, dude. Stasics are the best. So good.
What a cool tool for teaching kids in a safe way, right?
No, but I mean, at 2 years old, both of my kids were on Stasics and safely got on. They never, like, I know we're on the Whiskey Throttle show, but neither one of my kids have ever gotten Whiskey Throttle.
It's a great tool to teach anybody young. I mean, just safest way to do it by far.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, buddy, we kind of got down to our last question here. We ask everybody this. And I mean, I think the record books and history are going to speak for itself, but how do you want to be remembered in this sport?
To be honest, I don't really care. I just want to go out every day and do the best that I can and know that the people that really know me, your family, your friends, that you were always right by them, that you were a man of your word, that you were, kind of authentic. And at the end of the day, wins, losses, I don't think it really matters as much as, I mean, don't be wrong, like I'm a competitive son of a bitch. Yeah. I want to win everything, but at the end of the day, for me, what's more important is family, friends, and just being able to have fun and being able to show people growing up that there is an option to go out and chase your dreams.
I love it, man. Well, what you've accomplished is amazing. I'm just so stoked you made it onto the show. It's an honor to have you here, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me so long. I appreciate it. I think the camera should keep rolling while we both try to walk away from it.
No, this is going to be terrible. We're going to definitely need to turn these off. That's Travis Pastrana. Stay tuned. We'll be back to wrap it up. Hey everybody, welcome back. And this is our sponsor spotlight segment. and we're getting to showcase one of our new partners for this season. Really excited to introduce you guys to President of Luck Unlimited. This is Ken Gimble. So, hey, welcome.
All right. Well, thank you. Great to be aboard. Super fan of motocross, and just found a way that I think, one, would benefit my business, but two, get me engaging in something that I've loved since I was a little kid.
That's awesome. Yeah, and you've got a long history of being riding and racing and following the sport. So I love to see people taking their passion and life experience and then combining it into something that blends the two.
I've been trying to do this since I was about 15 years old. So, at 47, I think it was the right time to make that happen.
So give us a little bit of your background.
So I was a guy, went to high school. I raced a handful of races a year. Mediocre, really C/B rider. I went to the B class, but 5 to 10 races a year max. All I really wanted to do was get a job to make enough money to buy a dirt bike every year and race. That was really the ultimate goal of what happened. But I went, and I got an engineering degree in metallurgical engineering. And I actually was at a Supercross, and I talked to Cliff White. I was like, hey, what do you got to do to be an engineer for Team Honda? He's like, well, you need to be an engineer. He was kind of a little bit sarcastic with me about it, but I'm sure tons of people ask him questions. And when I said, well, I'm graduating in about 7 months, and I wanted to work for Honda, that's what I wanted to do. But at the same time, I got an internship at an automotive company that really kind of changed my perspective on wanting more than just to buy a dirt bike every year. I got exposed to some high-level leadership. My dad and my grandfather, a great nuclear family, which is super important. They were great leaders. I really didn't know that till I started working in this industry, but I worked at a company called American Axle Manufacturing, one of the best suppliers in the world of driveline components. I spent 17 years there, but the CEO was kind of the rock star CEO, worked under Lee Iacocca, dynamic leader, the guy, you walk into a room and it changes the atmosphere. Like, he doesn't need to say anything, you just feel it.
Just has a presence.
And his sons are really great leaders too, but I really gravitated to one of his sons. His name's Rick Dowk. He's a West Point grad, MIT grad. And being a District 14 guy, like always, Brian Swink was the guy, right? So when I seen that in industry, he was kind of like that guy in the industry. And I thought, wow, like if I want to be good in this, and you see the money that can be made in that type of industry, I said, I need to really elevate my education game. And I was getting through an engineering degree, which was good. But then I went to the University of Michigan. I got a master's of manufacturing engineering. And then I did a PhD in industrial engineering. So technically I'm a doctor. I don't use it that much, but I've applied the same things that I think make a great motocross racer to business. And that's really what I seen when I seen like that Rick Dowk, Dick Dowk, looking at guys like Brian Swink and the effort guys like you put into motocross, that if you want to be good in business, you can apply these same things that you do in motocross over here. And that really inspired me. And I didn't get away from motocross. I just really committed to being good in the manufacturing sector. Very demanding time-wise, get married, have kids, kind of get away from it, but I watch every race. I love the sport. I listen to the podcast. And in 2020, when I started my own business for consulting, kind of based off that inspiration of leadership, I really like transforming manufacturing business. And so I wanted to go towards the private equity sector, which they take companies, buy them if they're distressed or they see there's a big growth opportunity, but kind of be the guy that would go in and help strategize that transformation plan for them to really add value. And when I named my company, I named it Luck Unlimited because it's, the definition of luck is success by chance versus someone's actions. And so my dad always used to use the acronym, I don't need luck because I've been laboring under complete knowledge. So his form of luck was his actions. Mm-hmm. And when I named my company, it's something I've used forever. I mean, I would use it in comments and when people would talk about luck, but I thought, what a way to name a business, to go in and help other businesses. You're going to have to do work. You're going to have to be committed. You're going to have to be relentless. And so I just thought it fit because it's kind of the opposite of by chance. It's about developing a plan, executing the plan, being committed, and being relentless towards it.
Yeah.
Which are all things that relate to motocross, as you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to have a passion for it, but there's got to be the work ethic, and there has to be, you know, they say practice makes perfect, but it's really perfect practice makes perfect. Right. So understanding the right way to do things, or, you know, having complete knowledge of it, and then working hard in that fashion, right?
Right. Exactly. And it's a lot of times people get into a job and they maybe stop learning. Well, I'm an example of really never stopping learning. Even sitting here listening to Travis talk, like I'm taking mental notes of things that he's done to get better, how he looks at things from a different perspective. I'm like a sponge, so I love that. Mm-hmm. But when you go into a company, sometimes you're reinvigorating that aspect of a company. It could be the president of the company that you're advising. It could be operators on the floor. But all that aspect is created from the passion of wanting to get better.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And you, I hear you're working with JGR a little bit this year.
Yes, earlier in the year, I had caught wind that they were looking to get into the manufacturing sector. And one of the very cool things that I learned about the company is when NASCAR changed, and I know they've said it, the regulations were changed in a way where they're not going to manufacture as much stuff as they normally do to support their racing. And Coy is super committed to his people. And so he wanted to diversify the company to keep the people he's developed over whatever 20, 30-year span they've had the business, to save the people that have been part of his family.
Sure.
One of the companies I was consulting with, we asked them if they wanted to quote a business, very high volume manufacturing, 5 million units a year plus. And so I reached out to Jeremy, and it's funny because we'd exchanged LinkedIn messages because I was friends with Brian Swink, and he bought Brian Swink's big wheel DMC that Brian said was like the coolest bike he ever had. Mm. And so I just sent him a message, and then a few years ago, and then this year when I caught when this company wasn't as interested in quoting this high volume thing because of the capital requirements and things of that, I reached out to him and I said, hey, would you be interested in this? And it just kind of fostered the relationship, and it's been 5 or 6 months now that we've been talking and working through a pretty sizable quote that hopefully works out for them and diversifies their company and saves their people.
I love it. That's awesome. Well, let's talk a little bit about Luck, the company here, what you guys are, what the plans are, what you're making, what the plans are to make, and you know, kind of the concept behind it. I mean, you discussed it a little bit, but
yeah. Well, initially it started as the consulting company to go in, try to find acquisition targets that need improvement, apply the systems thinking, and where I really have my experiences in the manufacturing front of lean manufacturing systems that was developed by Toyota and has really struggled to get implemented in the U.S. since, I mean, really it started getting studied in 1994. Most robust operating system for running a manufacturing business, but 95% failure rate of implementation. So that's what I studied in my PhD work, and I've applied it very successfully, and that's what I try to help companies with, is the primary thing I built the company to do. But as I started going into companies and talking to people, and when I used the acronym laboring under complete knowledge of making your own luck through the hard work, commitment, people started really liking the acronym and kind of being a fan of the 90s motocross. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be a no fear, but I like that no fear type of time frame, the kind of cool factor it had, and I thought this could parallel into or diversify into an apparel, and one to inspire people that are struggling with their careers, where they want to get to, because I do like to help people, whether it's a company or a person. I think it could be something that refocuses people or just keeps them energized, because it's casual apparel at this point. It's not business apparel, which would be fun to do some of that in the future. And if it goes well, I would do that, you know, talk about the growth plan. But to help people realize they're in control of it. They don't need relationships help, but they can make their own path to success. Mm-hmm. And it's that they are making their luck. It's not by chance. They're not hoping for it, but they're putting in the work to get to it. And started out with just getting the acronym out there. And really, I'd like to redefine how people see luck. When they see the brand or the logo, They don't think of success by chance or an outside force. They think of it through their own actions.
Yeah.
When someone says good luck, it triggers something that says, you know what, I've earned this.
Yeah. Yeah, I love there's so many expressions around it. The harder I work, the luckier I am. I mean, I love that stuff. I think it's so true. We certainly there's things out of our control, but by and large, the harder you work at something, the more committed that you are, the more singularly focused you are on something, the greater your chances of getting there. Period.
Right. Well, and I don't want to botch a gentleman's name on the poster that Travis brought up, but it was funny how one of the first things he said was, everybody assumes Brandon just jumped into a car and started winning. They didn't see when he was 14 years old. Yeah. He's racing this vehicle. He's buying go-karts. He's investing and putting tons of time in. There's always outliers if you look at a distribution, but a lot of people put in a tremendous amount of work, and someone like you understands that because, I mean, think about the laps you ran, how many races you did as an amateur that got you to the point of being a pro. I never expected to be a pro, and I mean, my second race, I seen Brian Swink at a race, and I was like, oh my God, I was 15. I started super late.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no way I'm going to be a pro, but he had been racing for
10 years already.
Yeah, a decade already. And on top of it, he rode nonstop. Mm-hmm. It was cool to be able to talk to Brian and see him. And one of my first races I ever went to, because I just leisure rider, right? My dad's like, Ken, I don't know what that kid's doing over there, but you need to go talk to him. He's phenomenal. So I walk over, and that's kind of where the friendship started. He was like, well, yeah, I'll watch you ride and try to give you pointers, but
He's like,
it didn't come as easy.
You just need to keep riding, buddy.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's the thing that you didn't know back then. You didn't know that guys like you, guys like him were racing 2 days every weekend, riding 4 or 5 days a week. My friend that helped design the logo is named Mark DeCooper. He's a pretty established District 14 rider, won a lot of championships as state championships in Michigan back in the day, and we've maintained the friendship, but he's the one that helped me design the logo. When I said, hey, I'm making my own company, I want to make a cool logo. I just don't want it to look like Ken Gimbel Services. Like, I want it to be something that has modern, like, an edge to it. So
cool. I think it looks great. I'm stoked to have you guys on board. And, like I said, I look very closely at products before I engage with anybody. And the stuff you've sent me, very high quality. I love this travel bag, all leather. I mean, it's like, that's the kind of bag you get and you have it until the day you die. Like this thing you wear out before it does. I love that.
Everything I'm trying to do too, being in the manufacturing front, I think we've seen how the pandemic exposed some of the vulnerabilities and not being able to make. So now I'm not manufacturing apparel yet, but anywhere I'm having the printing done is done locally in Alpena, Michigan, where I live. It's a rural area.
Where are we out on the mitten there? If we're
right up here in the most northeast part of Lower Michigan.
Okay.
And so the leather bag was made in northern Michigan. So it's.
I love it. I love it, man. Anytime I can support American-made brands, or I'm all in on that too.
And and as long as people buy into the business and they believe in it and it grows, I will push to do more stuff domestically in the U.S. I mean, kind of like Pete Fox is doing with the Renan gear, trying to do stuff. I believe in that. I think it's one of the things hurting, us in the U.S. right now is we're so dependent on every other country. We prospered because we manufactured stuff.
Yeah.
I love the manufacturing sector. That's why when I heard JGR was excited about it, I kind of went out of my way to try to figure out how I could work with them on that type of program. And the other cool thing with them is being a racing company, they approach things semi-conservative fiscally, but they approach it with an aggressiveness of a racer.
Yeah.
Like, they're not afraid to quote something that's 5 million units a year. They're like, that's how you make money, is by getting volume. Mm-hmm. And they understand it. And so they approach it with a much more aggressive approach than a lot of business people do, which makes it fun.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what has helped me in my career is, while I might not have raced as much as I wanted to race, what I seen made a good racer, and you apply that aggressiveness, the commitment, the passion, makes you successful.
Yeah.
And it's not magic. A lot of it is commitment.
Yeah. It's hard work and commitment. You're right. As far as the apparel goes, so what do you have right now? Hats, T-shirts, the travel bag?
Yeah, the travel bag's
sleeves?
a little something. I'm not sure what I'm really going to do with it. I made that for me just because I travel a lot.
Okay.
And so, but yeah, hats, hoodies, sweatpants. Like you, I have 2 daughters, and they've been doing a lot of apparel testing for me, and it's been pretty successful. So, we're just going to start out basically with that. I really wanted to put it into the motocross community because, one, I love it, the sport. Hopefully, when we grow a little bit, I can start participating with some riders, get some guys with some cool butt patches, just different things like that. And honestly, even with you, even thinking about what to do with it, I think the motocross market in general, they go to the same well all the time for money. And I think there's a way that maybe we could even find a way to mentor some of the kids coming up of how to present themselves and market themselves to potentially other markets that aren't getting hit, where they're not trying to go to just like Mountain Dew. They're going to some smaller companies that they can relate to, show a growth strategy for the company and an influence. So I just think there's things that you can do for them to create their own luck that they're not relying on. We had a great discussion earlier about rider purses and the struggle to get pay, that I would like to see those guys make more money. A lot of the guys at the back of the pack should make significantly higher pay than they're getting, but it's a tough sport. And if it's not there, it'd be nice to try to help some younger people get out there and find a new way to get it.
Yeah, absolutely. And those, to your point exactly, we all fish out of these same ponds, and it's the motocross industry is pretty small. So I think that there's definitely opportunities left on the table for outside the industry companies to come in and support their local riders, or, if it's a nationwide effort, then even bigger companies. But I think that's tough for a lot of guys to do, to put together the right presentation and approach that without some help.
And if they haven't seen people doing it, I mean, when I'm watching Travis and hearing him talk about being on the promoter side of the business, well, he might not have the formal education. He's ultra educated from his experience and the effort he's put into it. So I think there's things that would be good to expose some of these new riders to. And when I look at the sport, I mean, I'm sitting inside Troy Lee Designs right now. I mean, I bought visors. My helmets are in Troy Lee helmet bags. It's some of the coolest companies have come out of motocross.
Yeah.
Oakley, Fox. I mean, how many people don't really know motocross at all have Fox stickers on their vehicle, right?
Entirely too many, but that's another.
I'm not saying, but I like people that support the sport, but sometimes motocross the energy drinks, look how they've.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a leader, or those energy drinks wouldn't be propping the sport up the way they are right now.
Right.
They're putting a lot of their marketing dollars into it. And there's a reason for that.
So I'm excited about it. I mean, the consulting thing too, and one of the cool things with this is if there are people that have businesses that are trying to position them to sell in the future, that their generations are running to an end or are not interested in continuing it, we can help with that front as well to position it for a sale so that the ownership gets the most money for it. And I hope the acronym inspires people to go after what they are. I mean, I'm look at myself as the example of that is, while it's comfortable to be a W-2 employee, it is super invigorating to do your own thing and have the freedom to kind of think and kind of create your own way. And it's something I think is missing in the U.S. right now a little bit. Everyone's kind of looking for the company to go to and just work there, where I think there's tremendous opportunity. And if you really look for it, you can see it. And so that's what I would like to help inspire. It's kind of redefining what the standards are and kind of becoming the standard.
Yeah. I love that. And, it's sort of what I'm trying to do with this Whiskey Throttle Media brand. I'm taking steps, and you'll start to see it in the next 6 months here, the growth that we're going to put forward. But this has been the first business I've ever owned and operated myself. And I've learned a ton, and I've enjoyed it so much because every single thing I put into it, I know it's for me and for the brand that I've built, right? It's not I'm doing work so someone else can make money and buy a nice car, and go on a nice vacation. And it's, I've had one job or two jobs that are like that where I'm working for somebody else. I'm also in public safety, which is sort of a little mix of both. It's not a complete government job, but it's serving a community, so there's a positive side to it I do like. But there is such a value in owning your own business, and in knowing that every bit of effort you put into it is benefiting you and your business, not someone else. You know what I mean? So
I 100%. And one of the weird things too so this first CEO that I've got to really watch and work for did tons in the community. My dad would always do things in the community. So since throughout my career, I've served on Chamber of Commerce boards. Mm-hmm. I've been serving on a University of Michigan Flint Engineering Advisory Board for probably 8 years. I volunteered to be on a public school board right now. But my approach is different. I see the gaps in vocational skills. Mm-hmm. I mean, even the policing sector and all we need people to do those difficult jobs.
Yeah.
And so I approach it from that perspective. I also see it from the perspective of people right now kind of put down college a little bit, but that's because people don't want to go to school for engineering. Mm. It's tough. It's not the one that you're partying 4 or 5 nights a week. It's the one where you're in libraries, you're reading a bunch of not fun stuff, you're sacrificing. But when you get out, you get a $50,000 to $80,000 a year job, and you can repay your loans, and it's a business, successful business case.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
So, putting those things forward is I always like to tell kids when I go to a college and talk that it's great to go work for a big Fortune 500 company, but sometimes it's stifling on the creative front because there's so many guidelines and rules. Have some fun, take a chance on yourself, make your own business. It's not impossible to do it, but I like to try to get the younger generation to take the steps forward to make their own career rather than just going, I want to go work for some multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love it. I am on board 150%. I mean, I think that if you have a specific career that you know you want, if you want to be an engineer, well, then go to college and chase that, find the best colleges for it. But I think there are a lot of jobs, and I mean, there's a lot of successful folks making millions and millions of dollars who never went to a day of college in their life. So you can get it done. Just be passionate about something and go after it.
Exactly.
Like you said, take a chance on yourself and put the work in.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm stoked to have you guys on board. I'm really excited to keep introducing different apparel. And where can folks go to find you if they are interested in the business side of things?
So the website is Luck Unlimited Apparel, and there's another Luck You Apparel is another. I'm not sure if I'm really going to use that one just because of the way it could.
Yeah, it kind of comes off a little.
Well, because don't
want any typos in that one.
Well, I always joke with I'm not intending to make shirts that say like motocross, this sport takes 2 balls. Like those type of old no fear.
Yeah.
I want it to be something that is driving people forward, but so yeah, it's probably going to be Luck Unlimited Apparel is the one
that
we're going to go with. So that will be getting launched probably in the next few weeks. I'm still just preparing some of the things logistically to make sure everything runs like a well-oiled machine when we fire it up. So there's not issues going on and when they start coming in, but I'm excited to market through this media. I love the MX market, and I think the people in it are great. I mean, as much as I want to identify as a business person, I always try to identify as a motocross racer, even though I don't race so much.
Well, listen, just even if you are slow, you can look pro and go out and have a great time.
I try to look good.
Yeah.
I do. I did the Nick Way philosophy.
We all do. I mean, look, you look good, you feel good, you ride good.
Right.
That's what they say. Well, Ken, I'm excited for what's to come here in 22. We'll keep kind of showing everybody the new stuff as it comes in. And anyway, excited for you to see where this goes.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me out.
Of course. I'd love to have you back again.
Right.
So Luck Unlimited Apparel, check it out. Stay tuned. We'll be back to wrap up the show.
I wanna be bad with you, girl, like we're robbing a bank. I wanna be mad at the world, like it took you away. Don't wanna be mad at myself for my stupid.
All right, folks, that's our show. Thank you for tuning in. I am really looking forward to 22. We've got some awesome partners. All of our show partners from last year are remaining on board. We've got a handful of new ones that I'm really excited about. Some great products, great services, and great people involved. And big thank you to everybody who was watching and listening. Again, I've got some really cool guests lined up for this year, folks I'm in talks with. So really excited about what this year is going to bring. So hope you guys are having an awesome start to 2022 and looking forward to bringing you some more great content soon. Thanks so much. See ya. The Whiskey Throttle Show is brought to you by Yamaha. Join the Blue Crew today and take advantage of all that Yamaha has to offer, including amateur racing trackside support, awesome Yamaha contingency, Jason Rain's demos and instructional classes, and frankly, the most high-performing motorcycles available on the market today. Whether you're looking for a 4-stroke, a 2-stroke, a side-by-side, a quad, a boat, a generator, Yamaha prides themselves on absolute top-level quality and reliability. Rev your heart with Yamaha and join the Blue Crew today. Method Race Wheels, bringing you the lightest, strongest, fastest wheels in off-road for your truck, van, sprinter, UTV, or SUV. They've been dominating the Baja 500 and 1000 and every major off-road event around the world for years with high quality and performance. They also look amazing. They come in a bunch of different styles and colors for your rig, so check them out. You can get 20% off a set of wheels using our code Whiskey Throttle. No capitals, no spaces. 20% off using our code. Check them out. Also, coming soon, the R1M project. Method Race Wheels makes a dive into the motocross world. Stay tuned. Troy Lee Designs is the leader in off-road motocross apparel and style. So whether you're looking for a cool new paint job for your helmet, maybe your name and number on your helmet lettered on, you're looking for new gear, you're looking for mountain bike gear, off-road gear, they've got the brand new Scout line and GP and SE models. Troy Lee Designs has it all. They've been leading this industry for decades, and they're going to continue to do it. Check out TroyLeeDesigns.com. SKDA is a moto graphics and seat covers company with several offices based around the globe. For too long, bikes and graphics have all looked the same. They just start to blend together. SKDA is working to change that. With super clean and unique design work, a bike with SKDA graphics stands out in a crowd and adds a touch of art to the world of moto. Hey, we need that. SKDA prides itself on providing premium customer service both before and after the sale is made. Visit SKDA online to view the current product range and get in touch with their team to get your bike refreshed. I want to just make a mention here that these guys, not only is their design way outside the box, very, very cool. They'll work with you on custom things. The products are incredible. Okay, they'll speak for themselves. But what's really awesome, and you'll notice this the minute you order one of these, man, they give you an email saying, hey, the product's been shipped. Hey, the product is here. It landed in this spot. Hey, it's coming today. Hey, your product's been delivered. They're just so good about staying in touch with you and letting you know where it's at. Customer service is 100%, and that's just something that's rare these days. Check out SKDA. Here at the Whiskey Throttle Show, we're all about supporting brands that support our sport. And there's one tire company that has never walked away from the sport of motocross and supercross, and it's Dunlop. When times got tough and the economy took a crash, Dunlop stepped up and stayed with our sport to support it and the athletes and individuals that love it. Their MX-53 line and MX-33 lines absolutely dominate this sport. Every national championship at the pro level has been won in the last decade, And nearly every single amateur national championship at Loretta Lynn's has been won on a Dunlop. So if you're looking for high performance, you're looking for amazing quality, and you're looking to support a brand that never turns its back on our sport, there's only one choice for you, and it's Dunlop. Pro Circuit is the leader in aftermarket performance and quality. Whether you're looking for a little more horsepower out of your engine, some quality hard parts to improve the way your bike feels and looks, better handling through suspension or linkage arms, Pro Circuit is where you need to stop. It's your one-stop shop. You can go in there and get everything you need to make your motorcycle go from average to exceptional. Pro Circuit's got enough number one plates on their wall to side an entire home, and there's a reason for that. They're very, very good at what they do. The highest quality products with one goal in mind, and that's winning. Check out ProCircuit.com. Nihilo Concepts is leading the way in aftermarket hard parts. With their secondary on-switch device, something that was much needed in this sport, they've been innovating and bringing new products to market. Their latest is the new Nihilo Run Cool brake pistons. They're designed to be stronger than stock and provide exceptional cooling performance with less brake drag. Most OEM calipers pistons are made from aluminum that just can't hold up to the heat and extreme demands of serious racing. When they get hot, the aluminum will distort, causing loss of hydraulic pressure and brake failure. Nihilo's Run Cool pistons limit the area that boiling hot hydraulic fluid is able to come in contact with the piston, leaving 2/3 of the piston volume in open air with breather holes to enhance the cooling ability. It's made of a proprietary stainless blend, which is better at dissipating heat. You have issues with brake fade or brake failure, check out Nihilo Concepts among their many amazing hard parts and carbon fiber parts and titanium. NihiloConcepts.com. Senna is the leader in motorcycle helmet communications. There's really two prongs to why this is important. One of them is safety. If you're a dad who's watching your kid out on a track, being able to communicate with him about a rider down or a track situation is imperative. You don't want him coming over a jump and seeing a rider down and getting himself involved in that. So from a safety aspect, it's huge. You can also coach them. So if you see them taking a line, doing something that they could be improved, it's very easy to just click a button and speak to them right in their helmet in real time. This has been a proven coaching technique used by many motorcycle coaches. There's also just the simple fun factor. Being able to chat with your buddy while you're out on a ride, share music between one another, answer phone calls. It just takes your riding experience to another level. So whether you're using the 50S or 50R connected through a mesh network in your helmet, or you're using a Tough Talk headset connected with one of those, Senna is the leader in quality and performance in motorcycle helmet communications. Check them out at Senna.com. Seat Concepts is the leader in motorcycle saddles. If you're looking for a new cover or a new seat entirely, Seat Concepts is the place to go. They make custom seat foams catered to your height, weight, riding ability, riding type. They also have waterproof covers and foams that will not break down if you ride in a lot of inclement weather. And they pride themselves on being much more comfortable than OEM or any other aftermarket company. If you're looking for a new seat or a new cover, Seat Concepts, there's nothing better. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than Pro-X. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, Pro-X makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the Polaris RZR 800s. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than Pro-X. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, Pro-X makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the... If you've got a little Grom that's looking to get started in the motorcycle world, the best way to get them going is on a Stasic bike. They've got multiple sizes, so from your very young Groms to those who are a little more grown up, you can start them safely. They've got controls that allow you to control the speed so he can't get going too quick. They can touch the ground. There's not a lot of noise to distract them. It's the perfect way to get your child involved in motorcycling at a very young age. And if you've got a kid who's already out ripping, there's series popping up all over. For those of you in Southern California, go to www.ameminicross.com and join their local series. If you're outside of this state, contact your local track and ask them about starting a STASIC class at your local track. Get over to stasic.com and check out all they've got going on. OGIO is the leader in motorcycle storage solutions. As motocross riders, we need a gear bag, we need a helmet bag, a boot bag, a backpack, a travel bag, a hydration pack, maybe a toolkit to wear around your waist if you're on an off-road ride. OGIO makes all of that, and their products are absolutely top of the line. I've got stuff I've had for several decades, just to give you an idea of how long this stuff lasts. If you're not sure, ask around, talk to folks who've had some of this stuff, and they will confirm that OGIO's quality is absolutely second to none. So go check them out, OGIO_powersports.com, and look at all they've got to offer right now. Hey everybody, thanks for clicking on another episode of MPH Moto E Performance and Health with Coach Rob Beams. Welcome back.
Thanks, brother.
So our topic today is strength training and why it's necessary for racing, when is best to do it, what type to do. It's gotten a bad rap over the years.
Sure.
You know, people think, oh, if I lift weights, I'll get arm pump.
Of course.
Which, depending on what you're doing, you could train your forearms to pump up if it's a lot of pulling, grip stuff, but I think that the benefits outweigh that if you really think about it, and there's ways to do it smart.
Yeah, well, we can do another show on just arm pump itself, but you know, when somebody tells me that weightlifting creates a lot of grip strength and that causes an arm pump, that's like saying lat pullback creates back pump. You know what I mean?
Right.
A lot of times with the arm pump, I mean, we're going to make some assumptions here. You're in the center of the bike. You're not behind it. As soon as your belly button's behind the pegs, you're going to invoke the potential of arm pump. But we also tend to forget, if you and I go and we get a massage, very rarely do you say, hey, do you mind stripping my forearms? You know, we're going to go to back, we're going to go to legs, stuff that always feels good when you get a massage. But the same physiology applies. You have the skin on top, you have connective tissue called fascia below that, and muscle tissue. Well, if this stuff becomes sticky because we don't give it much TLC, we don't give it much attention, it literally starts like two, scouring pads. They just start to stick.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get massage or do your own self-massage, just grip and lift, or there's a lot of, you can take tennis balls and massage them, but what you got to treat this from your wrist to your elbow just like you would your shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
So when all of a sudden our shoulder goes into spasm, we don't go, hey, we got to get shoulder surgery.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You got to get those friction points broken down or muscle spasms, whatever it may be. But when you bring it back around, full circle on strength training, we've got to remember, even if you're on a 65, sometimes these bikes weigh more than the people who are riding them. And it's I just personally believe there's not a sport more difficult on the face of the earth. I was quoted on saying that in a television broadcast. It's, you've got the weight of the bike, you've got the speed, and we decide that we're going to take it over some really big bumps. And you've got to offset that inertia. And I refer to this as a moving gyroscope because of the three-dimensional plane. You hit something, that bike can go one of any 365 degrees, right? Mm-hmm. 360 degrees. And what you don't want is to be too weak to be able to compensate what that bike's going to send. We all know the bike goes this way, you hit the rear brake. We get it. We're this way, we know we're holding the throttle wide open. But what happens when that bike kicks sideways?
Yeah.
And if you don't have the specific word, and it's a way overused term right now, is functional strength. But I'm talking functional strength to a gyroscope. So we'll have people that'll join our program and they're like, oh, you don't know me, I'm fit. Well, you're fit, you're just not fit to ride one of these. And that's your problem. Because you're going to the gym and you're training like just moving one muscle group. Well, unfortunately, movement doesn't include one muscle group. No matter what we do, movement is never one muscle.
Right.
So every muscle, if you look at like extending my arm, bicep brings it up, tricep brings it back. But for me to bring the bicep up, the tricep has to elongate. There's always two muscles. There may be some physiologist that says, oh, there's a one muscle in your body that moves independently. That's cool. But for conversation's sake, that's why strength training absolutely has to be part of your program, and it needs to be year round. That's a part that people screw up, because when we look at periodization, preseason is all about maximizing strength. Everyone goes, yeah, strength training, I get it. Then when we go into pre-competitive phase, we still want to be keeping the load levels up, but we're starting to drop a little bit of speed work. That means we bring the load levels down. We're still lifting, but the amount of weight we're lifting goes down. Then when we get into competitive mode, we're not lifting a lot of load, but the reason why we're still doing lifting exercises is because of the supporting staff of tendons and ligaments. We want to keep the tensile strength of the tendons and ligaments strong, so that way when you do happen to hit the ground, you've got the supporting staff so that we don't end up seeing stuff snapping.
Yeah.
So that's why strength training, I mean, even we've got Loretta's coming up in a couple weeks. We'll have athletes that will they will lift weights till Friday before.
Yeah.
Not heavy. They're just keeping everything tight.
Yeah, I always looked at it like strength training is for those moments that go wrong.
That's right.
Whether you can
100%.
save the crash or not.
100%.
So if it goes a direction you weren't expecting, or the bike does something, that's raw strength pulling it back. You can't finesse your way out of that.
And you just said the key word. Remember, we talked about it in a previous show. You three-dimensional plane of a motorcycle, the left and the right side pegs, what's going on in front and behind the pegs, and what's going on above and behind the seat, or above and below the seat. Well, not everything can be fixed with a throttle or a brake, right? So that functional strength, that's why I like that word functional. Sitting down and just doing a seated bicep curl doesn't make any sense, because it doesn't involve movement. And what we do is, I don't care if you're a triathlete and you're in open water swimming, you've got to have functional strength.
Yeah.
This is just unbelievable because of the velocity, the weight, depending on the bike you're on, the horsepower, the jumps we hit,
and
they're huge.
The variations that it could come at you.
So fast.
Every single different direction you don't know.
Yeah, I mean, something hits the side wall of the tire. Next thing you know, you're going 40 degrees sideways.
I look at a great example is Cooper Webb at Millville this year.
Yes.
Clips a tire with Chase, and he had to have the strength to fight against what that bike was wanting to do, pull it back straight enough that he doesn't crash.
Yep.
He still did crash, but he saved himself a guaranteed injury.
100%.
And then him getting spit off, again, now that extra strength you've put on is beneficial when you hit the ground and tumble.
Well, the ability to absorb impact, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, this sounds a little harsh to somebody, but you've got to be able to bounce and not break when you hit the ground. I mean, hitting the ground is just part of our sport, but if you're physically strong, and we've talked about this in other shows, when you're physically strong and you supplement that with flexibility, that's your best prescription to offset injuries.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about it. You've got to be strong and flexible, because think about one without the other. Go ahead, excuse me.
Yeah, they can't exist.
They can't exist by themselves.
Not functionally. Okay, so if you are talking to just the weekend warrior types, or competitive local guys, or even guys at an amateur level, at a high level, what moves would you recommend? I've always been told the deadlift is one of the best movements you can do if you're doing it correctly, in terms of a complete posterior chain movement.
Yeah.
What do you like?
Well, it's so funny that you brought that example up, because this is the one that gets me in trouble all the time. I think the traditional deadlift and the squat are the worst things that we can do as racers.
Is that right?
But for the wrong reasons.
Okay.
Because most people can't do an air squat with good form. I damn sure am not going to have them do it with load. So it goes back to, once you can show me that you've got functional movement without load, I'm all for, yes, the deadlift is going to be the best functional movement for the posterior chain. You got me. I couldn't agree with you more. But show me you can do that functional movement without load, i.e. invest in a foam roller, invest in a power dot, invest in a good massage therapist, and get a good chiropractor. Because now once you show me that we've got muscle symmetry, we've got joint mobility, because you got to think about it. If I'm complaining of a shoulder injury and I look at you anatomically and my shoulders are anteriorly, they're rotated forward, is that because my pecs are so strong? Because if my shoulder rolls forward, now the muscles in between my shoulder blades are always going to be extended. Now I'm riding the bike and I just lose the front end in a corner and the front end goes away from me. Now I tear the muscles in the back of my shoulders. Is that a lack of strength? No, it's a lack of flexibility and an overdeveloped set of chest muscles, because it's going to anteriorly rotate the shoulders. So we're always looking for making sure that every joint, the bones sit in anatomical neutral. We see this a lot. We could talk about I refer to it as the difference between a pain site and a pain source. So someone will report themselves to our offices and say that their low back hurts. So if you imagine that the front of your quads attach at the top front of the pelvis, specifically at ASIS, if your quads are tight, it pulls the pelvis down and forward. Well, that creates that curvature in the small of your back, lordosis. It also, because I've taken the pelvis and I've pulled it forward and up, now I'm going to have a high hamstring tear because that's the opposite side of the attachment.
Right.
Quads are tight. Now I have a hamstring issue as well as a low back pain. Someone says, oh, my back hurts, so I'm going to stretch it. Worst thing you can do. It's called the stretch reflex. It's a self-defense mechanism. This is what understanding the difference between the site of the source and the source of the pain itself. Tight quads are the source, but you're feeling it somewhere else.
Right.
And it goes back to strength training the same way here. When you're looking for that balance, it's, do I need more strength in my pecs and my chest? Not if I'm already anteriorly rotated. I need to get this flexible, so now I can go to neutral. Now I need to work on rear shoulder strength, so I've got front and back balance.
Yeah.
That's going to be the key.
So there isn't like a certain set of things that you're like, these are the movements. It varies person to person, athlete
It just
to
always
athlete.
starts with functional movement.
Right.
If you can't get in a pike position, you probably shouldn't do push-ups because you've got this big curvature in the small of your back. If I can get your back nice and straight, now we could do a legitimate push-up. Right. Great, push-ups are going to help. But what are the two things that set us back? An injury or an illness. So when you can't do something without load bearing, I would be absolutely irresponsible as a physiologist to say, you know what? You can't do an air squat, but we're going to do squats with 200 pounds.
Gotcha.
Because that's the key workout. Is there an exercise that doesn't work? I don't think there is one. We're humans, right? Any movement's going to be advantageous.
Yeah.
It's about looking at the consequences of bad form that's exacerbated with muscle tightness and then muscle weakness that leads to more muscle tightness that leads to compounding and cascading of injuries.
Yeah, I think a step that a lot of people skip is some type of functional diagnosis, like you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Go to someone who can say, do left versus right strength and movements, and go, okay, you're tight on this side's stronger than that side. You obviously have an injury here or a long-standing one I can see. Break that down, try to correct some of that.
Well, and take it a step further. Somebody that's broken their femur, right? So they've broke their thigh muscle, the atrophy, the muscle shrinkage on that side is going to be there. So now I'm going to be left leg dominant. Now I'm throwing the balance of the bike off because I'm always going to be left leg dominant. I'm going up the face of a jump. I'm leaning on the left. Bike's always going to kick. If I'm trying to go through rhythm sections, I'm trying to go through supercross whoops. If I'm left leg dominant, I'm just interrupting the input to the bike.
Yeah.
So when you talk about a functional assessment, what we do with our athletes is we do what's called muscle symmetry. I want the left side to be the same as the right side for equal power output, but that has to be supplemented with flexibility. If I'm Gumby on my right side and I'm a rock on my left side, I'm probably going to get hurt more on the left side because of the lack of mobility, not a lack of strength. That's why I always say they have to be synergistic, not to beat that dead horse, but it's one without the other. If we think about, no pun intended, we're only as fast as our weakest link on this bike. You could mod the motor, but if you don't put the supporting staff on it, and you put a stock chain on a modded bike, we're not surprised the chain breaks.
Sure. Well, there's obviously a lot more to dive into here to strength training, and a lot more information over at CompleteRacingSolutions.com. Have Rob help you through some of these. There's a lot of free stuff on there, but you can also get a membership and get more engaged
Happy
with
to
you.
help.
So you're a fantastic resource. I highly recommend people taking advantage of it. So get over there and check them out. Stay tuned for more MPH videos.
Thanks for watching the Whiskey Throttle Show, now available on the Spot Network, an independent standalone streaming platform live now on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, Google Play, Android TV, most smart TVs, and all phones and tablets. Look for future live shows and specials only available on Spot Network. Download the app today on your favorite device. And don't forget to like and subscribe and click the bell to get alerts for all the latest content. Follow us on Twitter at W_throttle_show and on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram at Whiskey Throttle Show.